Hello. We will get right into the Red Pearls of Borneo really soon. I just wanted to let everybody know that there will be um, derogatory words and inappropriate names simply because of the time period that we are playing the game in. It takes place between 1941 and 1948 and talks about the Japanese or a Japanese invasion onto the island of Borneo. So, if any of that stuff makes you uncomfortable, not a sweat. Don't worry, this game might just not be for you. Um, but if you are okay with that, I hope you really enjoy the game because it's a whirlwind. So, what happened in Borneo? Dear Miss Delphine, I trust this correspondence finds you in good health and that the spring air is proving a welcome relief after the winter's chill. I must apologize for the sudden nature of this letter, as we have never been formally introduced. However, I was given your name by a mutual acquaintance in Oxford who spoke with great conviction of your unique gifts. He assured me that where the conventional authorities reach their limit, your investigation begins. It is that hope, perhaps a desperate one, that compels me to write to you today. They told me it was the war, that my father and my sister Loon, that they were just casualties of the occupation, but I know better now. They were gone long before the Japanese landed. I was stuck here in London during the Blitz, unable to reach them. My father, Jeremiah, had been running the Goodwill tobacco plantation in North Borneo for decades. It was paradise. Now they say it's a graveyard. I spent every penny of my inheritance chasing ghosts, letters to the colonial office, bribes to sailors, and this is all I have: a box of scraps, a map, some photos. You are a sensitive, I'm told. A sensitive. Okay, so we're psychic. We're a psychic, I believe. Oh! That is a moron. Why would you keep a bloody shirt in your closet? God, people are so stupid. God, oh my gosh. Okay. Jeez Louise, that's what they call you people. Please, I need to know what happened to them. Access the memories attached to these items, find the truth. So we've got 10 photos. The only thing I know for sure is what little the colonial office told me. Jeremiah Goodwill was alone in the study at 4 on Tuesday, 16th of December, 1941, when he placed a telephone call to the local authorities regarding the arrival of an unannounced and unexpected guest. Delphine. I have a map of the plantation, and I am only aware of the study as a location so far. I have been provided with photos of everyone who was known to be present on the premises at the time. But I only have the name of my benefactor's father and sister. I'll need to figure out the names of the other guests before I can start being able to connect with them. Let's go to the study and see what we can find. Look at this gorgeous map. Investigator's dossier. How do I get out of that? Okay, close. Okay, so this is our cabinet. We have notes, items, transcripts, a glossary, the colonies. Oh, okay. Where was this? Okay. Help, hints. Oh, I love this. Let's talk what to do next. Click show hint. Okay. I'm so excited about that. I can feel the essence of the study as I focus on it. It's nearly as if I am in the room. The feeling is impossible to describe, and many think it's not real and just a parlor trick. I don't blame them. There's a specific feel to old rooms. The objects that form the essence of the space become part of the room. Items that remain in the space long enough become anchored to the space itself. Study. Heavy teak furniture and the smell of stale smoke fills the air. I know that Jeremiah was alone at 4 p.m. in the study. If I focus hard enough on Jeremiah, I should be able to see the echo of what happened there. Set timeline to 4, and then click Jeremiah. A guest can only be in one location at any given time, so if you see a guest in a location, they cannot be in a different one. An event doesn't necessarily take the whole hour, but only one significant event can happen at a location at a time. Guests may appear on the edges of an echo. In one room, being the other room, they will only count in the room where they are fully present. Okay, we are for Jeremiah at, how do I? 4. Focus? Oh! Jeremiah Goodwill is in the study. Oh, I guess I can't. I don't need to click his. Oh, Delphine can focus on items like the telephone. You can go to the phone on the item screen in the inventory and attune it by attributing the correct owner to it. Once the owner has been identified, Delphine can feel the aura of the person using the item. Given that Jeremiah is the owner of the plantation, it's likely that he is the one who uses the telephone most often, and therefore it is likely to be him that I need to attune to. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to steal their names. Two strangers. I have their photos and now their names. I need to remember that indigenous people to Borneo often do not have a surname, so I should be able to identify Kanan with just his first name. If Delphine can figure out who they are based on the context, she can assign a name to their face in the guest's case file. Okay. I should read that. This is so mind's eye. Okay. Jeremiah, and you left him with Loon. What were you thinking, man? Yes, go tell her to fetch towels. That's fine. I'll deal with notifying the authorities. Okay, so he calls somebody. District officer, this is Jeremiah Goodwill at the Goodwill Plantation. I want to log an unexpected visitor, Mr. Lucas Sterling, who moored his raft at my dock. He claims to be the solitary survivor of a pirate outrage on the coast. Would you be so good as to notify the constabulary? That's an awful word. The Marine Wing of the North Borneo Armed Constabulary is the closest thing to a Coast Guard in the British parts of the North Borneo. They operated small armed motor launches that patrolled the coast before the Japanese invasion. Okay. Hey, Fart Bubbler, how you doing? Furthermore, I should like to inquire if there have been any reports regarding Royal Navy vessels currently unaccounted for in these waters. The chap's story is fishy. Very fishy indeed. The survivor... What is Jaga? Jaga is a guard. Sikh Punjabi men were commonly employed as watchmen across British Borneo, typically wearing formal turbans and high-collared button tunics. The survivor strikes me as a young pup, altogether too cheeky for my liking. My head Jaga Kanan interrogated him at the boathouse. I don't care for his manner one bit. A description: he's young, in his 20s, I'd say, with a haircut that's altogether too styled for my liking, like one of those Americans on the silver screen. He may well be the victim he claims, but for all I know, he's a common scoundrel or a scout for the nips. I shall ring again by the first light. I expect you to have the particulars by then. Much obliged. Puts it on the phone. Somebody's knocking on the phone. Tuan Bone is waiting for you. Tuan. If someone is in the edge of the space during the event, I do not need to know who they are. They will just remain in ghostly forms. Okay, so now I go into inventory, I think. I've got a rotary telephone, which is his. The telephone has some strong energy. I can feel it being used quite clearly at 2 a.m. by a man with a Bornean accent. Now that Delphine has an aura attached to the telephone, she can feel whoever is using it at the time, but she's only able to hear and feel the person using or holding the item and not anyone else in the room. Okay, so we know that he used it at 2 a.m. There we go. There's a person named Jiro in the room alongside the person making the phone call. I should come back here once I've figured out who they both are to see the whole of this conversation. Okay, so we've got a big man entering. You see, I don't know who to turn to. I don't know who to trust. Stop worrying, Jiro. Or Hero? Jiro? I'll take care of it. He picks up the rotary phone, speaks in a language I don't understand, continues speaking. They're on their way. You should go. Little Mem is stronger than you think, and she has us. Who's Little Mem? Mem is a specific title for the lady of the house. So Little Mem is an affectionate term used by the servants to refer to Loon. Okay. What are you talking about? You can't do that. Forget her. It's 2 in the morning. Just go to bed and don't let anyone see you. I'll wait for the reinforcements. Here you go. Okay. Does that stay? So we know there's something there and there. Yes, there we go. We know you. Oh. Oh, it's a click and identify. Okay, I was like, what? So we know that's Kanan. What other? Jiro and Lucas. Okay. So we have Kanan, but what do I do with Kanan? Oh, it shows us the timelines of where they were. Okay. Can I... Kanan, are you here? No. That's okay. Your reconstruction is incorrect. Oops. No. Okay. I just wanted to see. Oh. I'm going to check the phone on every time then. A lady solicitor stands by the phone, waiting for the operator to connect. Yes, hello, district office. This is Miss Seville, representing the firm of Sterling and Cooper. I'm calling to confirm my arrival at the Goodwill Plantation. Please convey a telegram to my partners in Sandakan. Sandakan was the capital of British North Borneo and the largest city in the region. It was a place of extreme contrast, a sophisticated British administrative center surrounded by a vast wild jungle and a lawless sea. It was completely destroyed by the end of the war. I was gonna say, I don't even know if this is a real place. Arrived safely, stop. Audit commencing, stop. Situation precarious, stop. Will report Monday, stop. Yes, that is all, thank you. What am I doing here so far away from civilization? I must be mad. Okay, that's you making a phone call. Okay. Anybody else make phone calls? Oh, but those aren't... Okay. You need a brain cell? I don't think I can give you one. I'm really sorry. I don't know if I have one today. Oh, wait, maybe Kanan was here. So Kanan was not there for 2 a.m. I love when you can just trial and error some stuff. Okay, sorry. We've got a... I think you're gonna be the fancy person. Inventory. Items. Okay. Oh, we've got another place on the map. Just kidding. That's what we have to do. Library. Stacks of yellowing Straits Times newspapers sit piled beside the library shelves full of heavy-bound books. I don't have enough evidence to discover anything in the library yet. I should focus on the arrival of the unexpected guest for now. Okay. Oh, boathouse. A sagging structure of salt-bleached wood. Inside, tattered fishing nets hang from the rafters. I don't have everything I need to uncover the echoes here yet. I need to go through the guest list and figure out who some of them are. I appreciate her telling me what I need to do. Oh, you could just do it from there, too. Okay. All I have is Jiro and Lucas. Are you Lucas by chance? Oh. Do I know their last names? Transcripts. Delphine, Delphine, Delphine. In the room alongside Kanan. I should come back here once I figure out who he is to see this. But what is, okay, so what's Jiro's last name? Let's go back to the study. Lucas Sterling is the unwanted guest. Probably you. You look snooty. Okay, perfect. Jeremiah Goodwill. Kanan. Is at the boathouse. So who? Okay, so Jiro doesn't have a last name. Wouldn't he have been... Ooh, rooms, guests. Interesting. Okay, I like that we can change that and go from the rooms to the guests. So we can see where every guest was. I don't understand. He's supposed to be here because we just reported him. He came in at, I'm assuming 1. Delphine, what did you just say to me? Go through the guests and who some of them are. But I don't know Jiro's last name. We're gonna, Seville. Sterling. Incorrect. Are you Jiro? No. I only got... Did I not pick up her name? I just realized. Not in the study. She was in like... Oh yeah, it was a study. Oh, it's just Miss Seville. Mukasa. So I don't have her first name. But I know that Kanan's in there. I feel like I'm cuckoo bananas. We're just gonna do this. Okay. What is it about? If you don't mind. And I swear if you say it's about a death in the dorms, I'll fight ya. Oh, okay, Jeremiah's here. Jeremiah sits down in his chair. He picks up the glass. He takes his Tuon's dose. Okay. Quinine was usually taken daily with the sundowner and an evening snack, as it was believed it shouldn't be taken on an empty stomach. Almost everyone in Borneo take it every day to fight off malaria. Interesting. That doesn't taste right. I feel awful. He tries to stand up, but his balance is gone. He falls down hard onto the rug. Gasping for air, he spots the empty blue vial under the chair. He picks it up, staring at it in horror. Petrovsky, what have you done? The empty blue vial slips from his fingers as he dies there on the study floor. A shadow is in the corridor, watching in horror at the scene unfold. Boże moi. Boże moi? Maybe? Jerry. Jerry? Do be a sport and Jerry, do be a sport and wake up. This can't be happening. That wasn't the plan. What plan did you have? Okay, so she flees. After what feels like an eternity, Kanan walks into the study and discovers the body. In shock, he stumbles back and quickly runs to get help. Okay, so he dies at 1 a.m. Interesting. There's a pretty woman. Or beautiful woman, sorry. Okay, so we know that one. And then, oh, and he disappeared. Because this can't be him. We have found nothing on Luna, or Loon. Yeah, I don't foresee Lucas being here. Okay. So nobody else is here. Can we finally go to the boathouse? Huh. Because Lucas has to be there. I don't know if Kanan's there, but Lucas has to be there. Yeah, I know. It can't be that, because that's not... Nobody's here. Okay, so a beautiful woman killed us. Last name... Seville. Okay, who is Petrovsky? No. I really doubt that. Yeah. Okay, so we need more names. How do we get more names? Do we have more places? Woo! What is this? Wednesday? Oh! What is this? At midnight. I don't know anything about midnight. I know at 2 a.m. Where do you think he was? He was in the study making a phone call with... Okay, so I know that's where he was at 2 a.m. I like this. Okay, so I do that, and then he's deceased. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. So, at 4, sorry. We know, yeah, he was in the study. Okay. That was interesting. See, but add theory. Add docs with... I think. Because then he made the call. Being like, there's somebody here. Tuan Bone is waiting for you in the library. We get to the library, and that was at 4. So at 5? Who told you? So anywhere between 5 and midnight, he might be here. Because you die in the study. Okay, so there's nobody here at that time. Where has Loon been? Where does she come into the picture? I just noticed this will say nothing happened at this hour. Okay. Instead of saying, we need more info. Nothing happened at this hour. So, somebody... My reconstruction is incorrect. Okay, let's just do Lucas around. Okay. Okay. So none of you guys were in the library. I still think it's Lucas in here. It's Lucas and somebody. Okay. Hmm. I do like that, like, if somebody's locked in a different location, they remove them completely for that time. Because then you're not sitting there trying to figure it out. Okay. Okay, so at 3 o'clock, I still think it was... Like, Lucas had to have been there. Unless it was all 4 of them. No. It's gonna be somebody I don't have. No, not the study, the library. Okay. I feel like Loon would have been in the... Did I already check Loon in the library? I must have. That's good, though. I feel like it's better when they share cases of stuff that you just don't know about. What is that? Mind's Eye. Oh, this is Mind's Eye. So something... Why are these red? Oh, I thought you meant that you don't know of. And I was like, well, that's good, isn't it? Okay, so I have to guess more people. I have to have somebody's name. Well, Seville is the woman. Oops, I meant to do... Did I miss names? Because this is showing a 2. Or is that like there's 2 yellow? 1, 2. Yellow. And then how many yellow are in this one? 1. Why is it showing the 4? Hi, Harley! How are you? I'm so confused. What do these numbers mean? Global timeline. Appreciate you. That's not helpful. That's not. I'm trying to figure out. I don't know what. Help. Thank you. When you discover a scene, the timeline block will get a green outline. The outline will turn to fully green square when all new guests, items, and locations in the text have been clicked on. But why does it have that? I don't like. I don't like. Ugh. Partial echoes. Everyone who's in that scene. Okay, but that's fully green. So it says that's good. Everything's good. Oh, the numbers in the red bubble on the timeline are hints. They indicate how many clues or to events you haven't discovered are in this scene. Oh, okay. So there's 4 clues of things that we haven't discovered, which I think the Twan's Gold or Twan's Dose we're gonna find more about. Petrovsky we're gonna find more about. Onbo is waiting for you in the library, but we went to the library. at 4 and he didn't like it. Yeah. Okay, so who would have been in the library with him? All of you? Okay, we definitely have to have somebody's name. What are we doing game-wise? This is called What Happened, or not What Happened. Is it What Happened in Borneo? No. I was like, why is it saying What Happened in Borneo? It is the Red Pearls of Borneo. We are a psychic who has been asked by uh, Jeremiah's son, I'm assuming son, like their child, and then Loon's sibling, to find out what happened in 1941. They were told, thank you, the client was told that their family died during the Japanese bombings or the Japanese takeover, and they found out that they were actually dead before. So we actually just found out that somebody at 1 in the morning? At 1 in the morning, somebody actually poisoned his father. And that's how he died. So he actually died a full 7 years before, or like 6 years before you found them. Since you lied to me, I'm sorry. Again, I had to protect myself. A lot of people just wanted my Discord to send me crap. So I really needed to. I needed to protect myself, okay? Inventory documents. The only document we have is this. J. Goodwill Jr. Okay, so it's son. Oh, identify the owner of the... Oh, okay, this is... No, I was gonna say he wouldn't have. What? Is it somebody I don't... Oh, we don't know who's the owner. Smells faintly of fish. So it's none of you? The object resists your touch. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the objects. We're gonna get a hint. You can see the Kanan and Lucas scene at the boathouse. Did I not try those two at 3? So, Jeremiah... Have I not been here since? Am I insane? Have I just been jumping between... No, I thought I came back here and I got nothing. Jeremiah said Kanan was interrogating Lucas at the boathouse. I'm assuming that was in progress before Jeremiah made the call. If Delphine selects... Okay, maybe this is because I asked for a hint. The numbers in the red bubbles on the timeline are hints. They indicate how many clues to events you haven't discovered are in the scene. Girl, you'll have decreased... I'm so confused. By discovering this interaction between Lucas and Kanan, you will have decreased the hint number in the study at 4 p.m. from 2 to 1. Okay, I swear I put them together. Crazy. I see someone pulling a small raft onto the dock. He seems like a prim and proper young man, but his uniform is tattered and soaked with blood and mud. It's Lucas Sterling. He is looking exhausted. Kanan's large frame is blocking his path, hand on his sheathed sword. Halt! Not another step. Who are you? What are you doing? My good man, 1 minute. Just let me explain. Can you talk to your master? This is a British plantation, am I correct? I could tell from a distance when I saw the steam engine and the unmistakable croquet lawn. You're telling me they're playing croquet out here? You have to respect a nation that will doggedly try to recreate the English lawn in the jungle, and a damn fine job they did, I might add. It feels like home away from home. Cool. Lucas Sterling has managed to get on shore and is now close to Kanan, trying to charm his way into the house, but I'm not sure Kanan is buying it. I'm not here to cause any trouble. I'm just seeking asylum from the night. My ship was attacked by pirates just off the coast. I managed to hide behind the piracy grill. The threat of a pirate hijack was so common that steamships in the 1920s were equipped with the piracy grills, heavy iron bars and grates that separated the bridge and first-class quarters from the rest of the ship, essentially turning the officers' area into a fortress. That's insane. Okay. Your crew got massacred. I'm with the British government. We're carrying a cargo of chandu, but the pirates took it all. It's opium. Got you. Pirates took their goddamn drugs. You're far too young to be an officer on a Royal Navy ship. Why would they put someone your age in charge? And if you were not, how did you manage to get behind the grill but not the actual officers? And it's mighty suspicious you're the only one left alive. You're going to turn back, jump on the raft, and take me to the boat. I'm going to check the veracity of your story. It is not a victimless crime. Apparently, we should all, like... I was trying to say, like, I was trying to think, do you think we could put one in cars? But no, there's too many access points for a car. That's wild. Do you think boats still have them? Now I want to go into a piracy, girl. There's no need for that. There's nothing there but gruesome sight of my dead crewmates, I tell you. Lucas is being remarkably evasive. There's something more to his story, obviously. I best make a note of this. I'll come back to it later. A woman's scream can be heard in the background. It's coming from an observation deck perched on the edge of the cliff overlooking the South China Sea. The sound distracts Kanan long enough to stop the line of questioning. The young woman intervenes, getting in between the two men. No points for guessing that it's Loon Goodwill, looking giddy. Maybe cruise ships. Oh, yeah. Maybe? I still think that would be fun. I'm just imagining, like, a Nancy-style trap, though. Like, you get in, and then you push a button. Like, these, like, huge gates just go over you, and now you're protected. Oh, stop it. Father will want to see him. Let him come through. Why? Why are we letting him in? Like, in Secrets Can Kill... Yeah. Set Kelp. Yeah, literally everybody just, like, puts in the wrong code. But here's the thing. If you put in the wrong code, it's not going to, like, close in on you. I wonder, like, it would have to do something else. Maybe it could have, like, a push, like a little spring trap. You're going to do great. Thank you. Yeah, what's going to happen is you put in the wrong numbers and actually something comes and pushes you out and then locks behind you. That's what happens. Instead of being trapped, you get kicked out of the trap. Loon rushes to meet Lucas, holding out her hand for a handshake. Don't mind him. My name is Loon. What's your name? My name is Lucas Sterling. I think they're gonna fall in love with each other. We're going to the veranda. Her mother, Teresa's already there, having her first sundowner. I was there too, and so was Father. We watched you arrive on your raft. Father rushed off to the study to tell on you, I'm sure. He could be so paranoid he'll be back by 6 for his sundowner. Okay, so Dad at 6 in the library. That's good to know. Okay. Miss Goodwill, I don't mean to be rude, but I've just experienced the most traumatic moment of my life. Could you point me to somewhere I can freshen up and get some clean clothes first, if it's not too much to ask? Oh my, where are my manners? Of course. Come with me, I'll show you to the guest house. Kanan, can you tell... Oh? Aisha? She's a local servant girl. There's only one in my pile of photos. I'll assume it's her and identify her. Thank you. To come get to the guest house with fresh guest towels for Mr. Lucas. She was just in the kitchen. Can I click on her and then write? No? Okay. Was in the kitchen at 3. And then they're heading to the guest house. Of course, little Mem will go find her, and then they go. Okay. Now, go back to library at... Oh, that's 6 a.m. 7, 5, 6. So who was with him in the library? Those 3? No. No? Okay. We don't know who he was with yet. That's fine. We're going to the kitchen. The kitchen, we know she was there. Okay, she is preparing snacks for sundown. She is shelling peanuts for kachang. Kachang means bean or nut in Malay, usually peanuts roasted with spice. I just saw the German man in the hat by the jungle entrance. You told me to let you know. Thank you. I'll go meet him in the usual spot. Can you take over? These need to go to Miss McIntyre in the veranda. Oh, but we don't have Mum. Yet. Teresa? What are you guys? You're Goodwills. Okay. No? Okay, I was like, I know the three of them were there. Jeremiah enters the veranda. The girls are there. It's about time you got here. I'm parched. My dear, what did you do while I was away? I've only been back for a few hours. Did you go thirsty for these last few days? Just start pouring already. Are sundowers alcoholic drinks? My research shows that a sundowner is local... I know the word. Colloquialism. Colloquialism. I hate that word. For an evening drink taken when the sun is setting to mark the transition from the heat of the day to the cool of the evening. Okay, cool. Teresa takes a pill from her purse and swallows it. It must be her Twan's dose. What is that again? To fight off malaria. Right. Have you seen Bone yet? I need to talk to him. We're losing the Orient. What does that even mean? Confound it, Teresa. You never listen. There's no Orient. They have no luster. It's that bloody nuisance of a crimson swirl, I tell you. I just don't understand. They all do. The Tokeis? The Chinese Tokeis are powerful and influential merchants who controlled the pearl trade in North Borneo before the war. The Bajaus are a nomadic sea people who live in the waters around Borneo. They're amazing divers and experts on pearl. What? The Japs. They all say it. There's no Orient, so they are all worthless. All 10 tons of the warehouse. Absolute waste. The tobacco trade is drying up. Uh-oh. 30 years ago, North Borneo was world famous for its high-quality cigar wrapper leaf. However, by the 1930s, many tobacco companies began to wind up or switch to rubber or coconut because of cigarettes becoming more fashionable and soil exhaustion. It looks like the Goodwill were behind the curve and feeling the pressure. Okay. We were starting to really get a handle on reliably finding tons of shells, but now this, I just feel cursed. Stop bothering me with your problems. I was just humoring you while you were pouring the drinks, but you're really starting to bore me now. What a lovely wife. I don't care about any of this anymore. Where's Rose? Who is Rose? Shouldn't you be sounding off to your lovely new wife instead? Oh, that's our ex? Whoops. Jeremiah downs his drink in one gulp and slams the glass down on the bar. He pours himself another. Blast it all. You know damn well where she is and who with. I don't know what she sees in Vitalina, but they're together more often than not these days. Actually, your new friend said she was going to go up on the balcony to greet Rose after she finishes her phone call. I haven't seen Vitalina yet today. She's not my friend. She's my lady solicitor. What is that? A lady solicitor? Are we talking about a solicitor of the night? Or... Okay. It's Vitalina's husband I need. Where is Bone? So Vitalina and Bone are together. He's at the clubhouse. It's the only place him and Dieter can hide to do the you-know-what, the nasty. I saw Mr. Tanaka go there just now. Do you think he's also a registered smoker? You have to register to smoke? Teresa mimics taking a long drag from a pipe, using the straw from her drink, then she laughs. Father, look, there's a raft approaching. It's coming from that big ship anchored further up the coast. Okay, puts his drink down, pops his head. Go to the boathouse and see who that is. Don't let them land without checking them first. Loon, girl. Mother, look, he's young, like me. Darling, he's not a child. He's probably twice your age. I'm not a child, Mother, and he looks very nice. Why is Kanan being so rough with him? Why not? She doesn't seem to care. It's okay. I don't like the look of this. I'm going to the study to contact the constabulary And then he goes, Loon waits for her father to leave, hitches up her skirt, and runs down the stairs towards the boathouse. Loon. Okay, so then he's gone. So it's just you. Okay. Teresa's alone on the veranda, nursing a drink. She picks up a faded photograph from the mantelpiece. Look at you. She drains her glass, stares at the photo with a mixture of hatred and pity. He'll tire of you too, my dear, just like he tired of me. And then it will be little Miss Seville's turn, you'll see. She slams the faded photograph face down on the table, and she spots someone outside and runs to greet them. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so we still don't know who's... Is it your vial? No. The photograph is going to be his. On the back it says, my darling wife and her lovely temper. He's kind of a shit person, huh? Oh, new profile, Rose Goodwill. Oops. Is this Rose? Yes. Okay, so who else's name? I have Dieter, Vitalina. Oops. I'm just going to try every name. Oh, Vitalina Petrovsky. Well, that's hers then. There we go. Okay. What other names? Dieter and Jirohiro. Sterling Tanaka. Okay. Dieter. I would feel like a Petrovsky would be a good match. Dita. Okay, we don't have Dieter's last name. That's good to know. I was like, is this how many people are there? No. No. Okay, let's go. So guest house, we know. Okay, cool. Oh, at 5 maybe? Lucas and Loon went. They go to the guest house. The guest house is on the right here, just past the wash house. Can I use the wash house now, quickly? Is there water? Oh, yes, we always have water. Follow me. Do you not want to wait for Isia to come with fresh towels first? I just really need to get cleaned up. In this heat, I will dry very quickly. Oh, but you must wait for the towels. I shall be quite all right. Is this it? Loon nods. He opens the door, goes inside, takes off his tattered uniform, and just holds onto a pouch that he is hiding under his jacket. Lucas grabs a gayong, traditional plastic or metal ladle, scooping water from a jar. Okay, for bathing. To scoop cold water from the Shanghai jar. Sure. And pours it over his hair, face, and body, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. He scrubs away at the mud and blood for quite a while. When he finally stops, he just stands there for a minute, then looks down at his right hand. It's trembling uncontrollably. He starts sobbing, as one does. Compose yourself, man. It's over. You made it. You're safe. He looks around the small room. The floor is made of stone to protect wood from rotting. The floor is sloped towards the drain. He jumps as he hears Aisha? I want to say like Alicia. Aisha? Arrive. He stays still for a minute, listening to Loon and her conversation, and waits for Aisha's to leave before he resumes his search. Notices a loose stone on the floor, pries it up, and hides the pouch underneath it before replacing it. I have the towels and some clean clothes. It's starched whites. What are starched whites? The standard attire for men in colonial houses: starched white shorts, white knee-high socks, and a white shirt. Gross. It's not as fancy as what you're used to, I'm sure. Can I pry the door open and hand them to you? Lucas lets his hand out the door and places towels and clothes. I hope they fit. They belong to a young cousin of my father who died from the fever. He was about your height, I reckon. Don't worry, the clothes are clean. Okay, my parents... Why are we telling this? We're just going right in. Okay. My parents divorced a year ago. My mother has been, well, you'll see soon. She's a lovely woman. She was the most beautiful woman in the whole Sabah when she was younger. It's a state. Thank you. But the sun took its toll over the years. My parents divorced and my father remarried within weeks. My mother drinks a lot now, but she's lovely. You'll see. And I have a brother in London. He left for boarding school when I was a baby, but I think you know that already, don't you? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Bosh, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Loon gives him a knowing look as if expecting him to confirm this fact. Thank you for the clothes. They fit very well. I don't know how to thank you. Were Lucas and her brother a special kind of bestie? Huh. Huh. Okay, let's go back to the veranda. Let's just follow these guys. And mother. Oh, there was somebody else? Did Asia come back? Jeremiah? Jeremiah came back. Okay. She's still nursing her drink. Gosh, she probably had 20 of them. Mother, look who it is. Mr. Sterling is all cleaned up. Doesn't he look smart? He certainly cleans up well. A vast improvement on the bloody mess that arrived on our doorstep. You are too kind, Mrs. Please, call me Teresa. There's no Mrs. here. Just an ex-Mrs. As you wish, Teresa. Oh my god. Oh, I was like, why is my water bottle not closing? Me. Excuse me. If I may ask, who exactly is on the plantation at the moment who feels busy? It's a veritable circus. Let's see. Our neighbor is here, Dieter von Guntram. Don't know why. Edward is here with his Russian girlfriend. They're old family friends. Bone is practically an uncle to Lynn, so I assume Edward is Bone. Excuse me. Um, then there's Rose, Jeremiah's new wife, and Cynthia is here too. She's Jeremiah's personal lady solicitor, ostensibly here for legal and financial discussions. But then again, Rose was the nanny, so we never know with Jeremiah. Okay, so a solicitor is an accountant. Good to know. Oh, a solicitor. I guess, yeah, that's a lawyer, huh? I don't know, you say personal lady solicitor and it just doesn't sound legal. Um, she's so pretty and stylish. I love her glasses. That's quite a gathering. And we can't forget the help. There's Jiro. He handles all the maintenance around the estate. He taught me how to fish. Indeed, you've met Kanan, our head of security, a ray of sunshine, isn't he? And Asya runs the household staff. Okay, so Jeremiah comes in. So the prodigal stranger is making himself at home, I see. Kanan tells me you claim to be a government agent. Mr. Goodwill, well, I wouldn't say that. I didn't actually say who I was. Kanan just assumed, and a loud bang echoes from the clubhouse. Okay. About 7. 6 o'clock at the clubhouse, something happens. What in God's name? Wait, wasn't Jeremiah supposed to be in the library at this time? Okay. Maybe notes are bad. That sounded like an explosion. Mr. Goodwill, you lead the way. Wait for me, please. No, Loon, it's too dangerous. You stay here with Teresa. Where is Kenan? I would have expected him to have run over here to check on us. Maybe he's already at the clubhouse? You're probably right. I will need to put my trust in you right now, Mr. Sterling, but know that this isn't over. We will resume our little chat soon. As the two men run out, I can see 2 other women enter the veranda from the back. Probably these. There we go. Loon and Teresa are joined by Rose and Vitalina, which actually we've got... Is this your boyfriend? Edvard? Okay, we don't know Eddie's last name. Bachu would be Dita von Guntram. And then you're going to be Cynthia Savelle. So then who are you? You're not a Goodwill. You're not a McIntyre. Okay. We need one more name. Mama, what was that report? Is it them? Are the nips upon us? honestly, I feel like I should have blurred these, and just so that I don't think nipples. Can I change that to... I can't. Okay. Because all I can hear, are the nipples here yet? Shh, Loon. Compose yourself. I knew the wireless was lying. Father insisted they were leagues away, but I knew they'd come for us in the night. I should have gone with Mr. Lucas. I should feel infinitely, jeez, safer under his wing. He would know what to do. We've got another place. Do be sensible, darling. If that were a Japanese battery, we would already be dead. This is some other devilry. That is hardly a way to reassure your daughter, Teresa. We haven't been bayoneted yet, is a rather thin consolation. Rose, maybe don't speak to her right now. I'm purely stating facts. Hysteria is a luxury we cannot afford. I want to go to the chapel. I need to pray. Please, Mother. Oh, for heaven's sakes. The girl's quite overwrought. Suddenly, the doors to the clubhouse swing open. Jeremiah, Lucas, Theater, and a scruffy man stumble out, but instead of blood and battle, they are bellowing with laughter. Is that they're laughing? She sees Lucas walking largely unharmed, and a relieved smile breaks through fear. Vodka! Vitalina! Vodka! You be me. Oh, man. I don't know that word. You mad beast, you glorious fool. Because she got vodka? The group coalesces, tensions melting into relief and joy as they move towards the dining room. So everybody goes to the dining room. You... was Kanan there? Oh, nothing happened at that hour. I thought they all came. Oh, nothing happened at this. Oh, I'm in the veranda. I never moved to the kitchen. Or the dining room. Damn, I was like, what? Y'all just said you were there. Who? Oh, maybe Cynthia's not there? Okay, interesting. Is the study where he died? Yes. Okay, so here... Unselect all of you. Let's see that empty vial here. There we go. No, bring me to the empty vial. What? Show me the empty vial. You just showed it to me and then... Why am I in the master bedroom? Oh, when I click on the word, it changes. Okay, I was like, this doesn't make any sense to me. The study is deathly quiet. Fiddling up steals into the room, placing the tincture bottle she recovered from the master bedroom and a glass of water upon the mahogany side table. Okay, so master bedroom at 11, Vitalina. Hopefully he thinks Aisha brought it from his quarters. Is it bad? I thought that was a girl. Okay. She starts. The empty blue vial she was clutching slips from her fingers. Oh no! She freezes, unable to retrieve the vial with Jeremiah watching. I crave your pardon, Jeremiah. I was just on my way to Bones' room. It's the shock of the evening. I think I need to lie down. She glances frantically at the armchair, then turns and hurries out of the room. Okay. So now, where did this photograph come from? Okay, so at 11 in the bedroom. What? Maybe, no, because you're... Oh, do I know your boyfriend's last name yet? Edward? No. Okay, so maybe I can't do that yet. what do I have? A pouch. The pouch belongs to you. Close. Oh my gosh, there's so many things. The chapel. So now she wants to go. Nobody's here. Actually, let's just start with this and see what times nobody's here at. Maybe the chapel. I swear she said she needed to go pray. Okay, something. I don't have any information to identify the soldiers or follow the trail past this hour. I should come back later. The soldiers? Okay. That's good to know, I guess. Boathouse. So we've got that. Come on. And Jeremiah? Who else would have been there? Rose? No. No, because, what time did you guys hear that scream? Oh, these are only, I hate that. It's only the things that, like, I've said. Okay, the veranda. Clubhouse. Okay, so clubhouse at either 6 or 7. Lucas Dieter. Oh, because they said there was a Jeremiah, Lucas Dieter, and a scruffy man. Him. Why does nobody give me his last name? Okay, and then at 20, we should be in the dining room. Oh, because I don't have that guy. Okay. Do we have the bathhouse? Or not bathhouse, but that sounded. I guess the guest house? Escorting to the guest house, they got there, and then they immediately leave. But I'd love to know about the pouch. Oop, oop. Okay. Cynthia is heading to the guest room to freshen up before dinner. What on earth? She showers and changes into a fresh dress and walks out as Kanan runs past her in a panic. She smooths her dress calmly and heads towards the dining room. Okay, so Cynthia was with them in the dining room, but it would have been at, I guess, 20. No. Okay. I was gonna say, can this tell us anything more? No. I am very appreciative that it just tells you something's not happening. Okay, so something happened at midnight there. Okay. I feel like midnight. Is it just Lucas there? No. Is it those two? It's those two. Okay, he emerges from the small wash house, his face pale and grim. Luna's waiting for him on the path. It's gone. What's gone? My kit, the pouch. It was hidden right here under the loose floorboard. Someone has taken it. Taking things that don't belong to them seems to be the order of the night. Interesting. You don't understand. I need a weapon. The revolver was in there. If things go south and that sample is dangerous, if anyone who has it doesn't know what it is, who knows what would happen? Okay, now they're going to the workers' quarters. We keep rifles there for the boars. They hurry along the path as they pass Teresa's room. They can hear screams from within. Good God, what is that? Is someone hurt? Keep walking. That sounds like it's just Mother. It's just Mother. You know how she is. Just screaming for the hell of it. Who are you yelling at? I feel like you would yell at Rose. No? Okay, we don't know yet. Where was that photograph was in the study, I believe. Somebody picked it up. It's with the vial. Successfully used 10 items. Oh, thanks. I used the same one multiple times. Okay. Oh, the picture wasn't in the study. All good. The picture was on the veranda because Teresa looks at it. Okay. No. Okay. We know it's Jeremy's. Or Jeremiah? I don't know what his name is. It's Germs. It's Germs. I just don't know where. Can you do both? No, it has to be one or the other. Okay. Honestly, I feel like this is a good strategy. Hold on. Just so I can see where I have to care about for their rooms. Plus, it eliminates the fact that they would be in one room versus the other. This feels like a big game of Clue. And I love it. Okay, I was gonna say, something has to have happened in Bones' room at some point. Was Bones literally never there? Okay, so we have Bones' room, but nobody's ever in Bones' room. Interesting. What would be in the clubhouse? I'd be intrigued. A lot happens in this clubhouse. Okay. Is the clubhouse where they went to eat? Wait, these guys went... Maybe not Jiro. No? I genuinely feel like it's because I don't know Edward's last name. Okay, so we think Cynthia maybe has the pouch in her possession. The dining room. I've tried the dining room. To her telephone. Why won't it click? It's weird. They were in here. Again, I'm missing Edward. Do you need to figure out inventory? Do I have more items? No. Hmm. The jungle. We've not seen the jungle. Why would anybody be in the jungle? Dieter was in the jungle. That was a guess. Kornbrand. It's a German brand of grain spirit. Okay, it's vodka. Similar to vodka, but distilled at a slightly lower proof to retain the flavor of the grain. Ew. Thank you. Have a good day, Harley. So he emerges from the jungle path, clutching a bottle of fake vodka. He pauses at the edge of the clearing, scanning the grounds nervously. Clear. Good. Okay. Instead of heading to the main house, he approaches the perimeter fence. He uses a tool to loosen the wire of a fence post, leaving the mesh loose but visually intact. He tests the concealment, nodding with satisfaction. It looks undisturbed, but a firm push would open a man-sized gap. He tucks the bottle under his arm and hurries off, disappearing toward a distant cove. Are you okay, sir? Okay, so he came out of the jungle and then somebody came back into the jungle. I'm sure it's him and somebody else he's gonna push. Oh my gosh, somebody was really enjoying the jungle today. That's insane. Okay. Okay, so we know this. I saw. Oh, hold on. Kitchen, jungle. No, not you, Dieter. Dieter and Isa. No. Are we sure? So they said they're gonna go meet each other. Oh, in the usual spot though. So maybe they don't meet there. Kitchen, jungle entrance. Because they're both here. And then where would they... Maybe the workers' quarters? No. I'll go meet him at our regular spot. Interesting. Very... Okay, people are here. Just say everybody was there. No, okay. I just had to double check. Okay, we got something at 12. Teresa's room. The observation deck. People, who is at the observation deck? Apparently Rose. Rose stands alone on the precipice, staring into the swirling green mist rising from the Sulu Sea. It would be so easy. Scarcely a single pace. Would it hurt? Slashing... Oh! Rosie girl is not feeling it. Um, how's it going? I'm lost and confused. I feel like I'm playing a detective game. uh, Rose wants to die. The wind whips her hair. She screams into the void, then composes herself. Oh, because people hear the women scream. Or maybe that young man down there arriving in his raft. Maybe he's my St. George coming to whisk me away from this godforsaken rock. Yeah. Cynthia is climbing up the stairs to the deck. Rose violently wipes the tears from her cheeks. She fixes her hair and paints on a smile. Pull yourself together, Rose. Showtime. The mistress of the house must greet the master's latest little acquisition with becoming dignity. Rose and Cynthia. Okay. Rose turns back towards the sea as Cynthia climbs the stairs. Good evening, Rose. I'm Cynthia. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm sure it is. Rose keeps her back turned for a moment longer, then polite. It's a beautiful late afternoon, isn't it? That mist is very eerie. Do you know what it means? The end of days, Miss Seville. Just like the black smoke coming from the south. The war is coming this way. We couldn't continue living like this forever. The land below the wind is about to face its greatest storm. So what is the deal with Miss Petrosky? She seems far too beautiful for a man like Mr. Bone. He is so scruffy. His beard looks like it hasn't been washed in a long time, and frankly, from what I gather of his accounts, he is in decidedly strained circumstances. One wonders what on earth she finds in him. He is stony broke, that's for sure. Love is mysterious, isn't it? Or perhaps it is merely a case of mutual tastes. Mutual taste? They both have quite the appetite for the pipe. Opium binds them closer than any physical attractions ever could. That's very dark. Let's change the subject. She's coming. Okay, Vitalina joins. Am I interrupting? Not at all, my dear. We're just solving the world's problems, or at least the plantations. Did the Lord answer your prayers? I don't know. I'm not sure I believe in him anymore. It's nothing more than a ritual at this stage. So, can you tell me about this Von Guntram? It doesn't feel right having the Hun wandering about the clubhouse, especially with the way things are brewing in Europe. Haven't you seen the poor creature? He's been trailing after Teresa like a stricken animal these past weeks. Sure. He looks fine to me, but okay. Uh, haven't, it's deucedly pathetic. He's been carrying a torch for her for a long time, hasn't he? Always. But now she is divorced. He thinks he has a chance. He does not. A wet rag of a man, no backbone to speak of, and he's a Jerry. Don't know what that means. Marrying into that lot is hardly the done thing these days. One simply wouldn't be seen with him. What about you and Jeremiah, Rose? Oh, she takes a long sip of gin. Jerry, he swept me off my feet once. I was a green girl, full of nonsense. I thought I'd walked straight into a romance novel. But once the novelty wore off and he'd had his way, well, I became another trophy. Something to be kept on the plantation for the neighbors to admire. I am bored to distraction, ladies. If it weren't for the gin and the scandal, I should quite lose my mind. You'll pardon me for being frightfully blunt, Vitalina, but you and Mr. Bonfire, it seems a rather rum match. Okay, Edward Bonfire. Now we'll find more things. You are quite an inquisitive woman, Miss Cynthia. I crave your pardon. I spend all my hours over the ledgers working with nothing but numbers and statistics. I'm afraid I've quite forgotten my social graces. It might look odd to an outsider, I know, but I do care for him quite deeply. He is a transparent soul who wears his heart on his sleeve. You see. He would move heaven and earth for me, even despite his habit. The pipe is a hard master. The pipe? It is the only thing that dulls the ache, those great war wounds. They never truly mend. They haunt a man. But I have connections in Shanghai. I can source proper pharmaceuticals, medical grade. I'm making arrangements to have them shipped down to the islands. I merely have a certain obligation to fill for a gentleman here first. Okay, connections in Shanghai. Are you a Bolshevik agent? Everyone has their theories these days, but the truth is quite a bit more prosaic. My dear, I am simply a white Russian, one of the thousands who fled the Reds when our world went up in flames. Believe it or not, my mother was a Grand Duchess of the Old Empire, but the Civil War is a great leveler. I found myself in Shanghai earning my bread as a taxi dancer in a jazz cabaret. I was swept off my feet by a soldier on the line. Well, you know the rest. Well, this has been illuminating, but I must excuse myself. I have some ledgers to put in order in the library before my meeting with Jeremiah later. So she leaves, so then it should just be those two. You're getting yourself in a frightful state, Rose. Little Miss Seville is merely a business resource to Jeremiah. She's not a bad person. She seems civil enough. I don't give a fig about her resources or how nice she is. Look at her. She is a lady solicitor, darling. Her profession demands she be both commanding and decorative. Do you find her fetching? Is she younger than me? I can't tell. Her skin is so tight. You're a stunner, Rose. Jerry chose you. Did he? Or was I simply the only young white woman within 50 miles of this godforsaken jungle? A deafening roar tears through the air. The crystal tumbler in Rose's hand slips and smashes upon the floorboards. Good heavens, what was that? There's smoke coming from the clubhouse. Quickly, they bolt towards the veranda. Okay, so then nobody's here. So everybody goes to deal with the clubhouse. And let's just keep this going. We'll go to the study. I think it said that's where Cynthia headed to. Okay. Now, the study. Or did she go to the library then? Okay, she came to the library. Cynthia enters the library. She sees pearls scattered on the floor. She kneels down and carefully picks them up, inspecting the reddish swirl in their luster. She shakes her head and places them into her blouse pocket. She walks over to the bookshelf and selects several heavy volumes. She sits at the desk, opens the briefcase she brought with her, and spreads out a series of ledgers. She lights a cigarette and begins to work, her brow furrowed in concentration. She runs a finger down the column of expenses. They're hemorrhaging money left, right, and center. How much for drinks and opium? She slams the ledger shut and rubs her temples. I really must go and make myself presentable for dinner. It is wretchedly hot, and I couldn't possibly appear in these damp things. Just as she's about to leave, an explosion shakes the house. Cynthia stands still for a moment, then once everything seems to have settled, she resumes her walk to the guest house calmly. So then who was in here? Okay. Oh, I've got something new in the inventory. We've got a new document. Okay, so this is how much they're spending. Okay. On tobacco, they are... Oh, they're spending... Don't ever feel bad. 450 pounds for their, I'm assuming workers. I don't know what coolie is, but I'm going with worker. Shed repairs, drying racks, fertilizers, oyster farm, interesting. Compound provisions, opium products. Is this like per week or per month? This is for the month. They're spending 150 on booze and then 120 on opium. Land tax, Raja's protection levy. Wow, they're spending $1,100 more than they're making in a month. Just on booze. Okay, now let's go see. The clubhouse. Observation library. Yes, and then we know that she goes to the guest house through that. Pouch tells us. Teresa, I don't think has been in her room much, if at all, that I can think of. I'm sure at some point she's gonna go to bed, but maybe not. Oh, Teresa, you're with somebody. Who are you with? Okay. Interesting. She spends 3 hours in her room in the middle of the night. Or somebody else does, and she's somewhere else. This is the time of the murder. Ice cube trays? Yeah. Oops. We have so many because I'll buy them because I want ice. Yes. I know. I have so many, like, trays for ice, but they rarely fit nicely in our freezer. So they just come live down here with me now. Oops. Clubhouse. Oh, this is the croquet lawn. Edward? Edward, is it you? In the croquet? We haven't seen, like, half these people. I really don't think. Oh, Dieter and Teresa. No, I know. Sometimes cold coffee, and I find sometimes cold coffee is softer on my stomach than it is, like, hot. So I don't feel as sick as fast. Plus, you could chug it. It's so good. Okay, Dieter is crossing the garden, which I wonder. Okay, jungle entrance. And then he's been from here to here in what, 2? Continue, thank you. Because he was there at 3. And then it took him 2 hours to get over there? So where was he in between? Because there's nothing on the way. Am I in Bones' room? Is that why that's green? Or is that... Oh, that's right. That's it filled. Okay. Croquet. I keep reading this recipe where you take coffee and ice cube form. Put... Yes! I've seen that too. I was tempted to try it, but then I'm like, I feel like that's going to be coffee milk instead of... Or like milk coffee instead of coffee. I don't know. No, yeah, coffee milk instead of milk coffee. Like, it's going to be overwhelmingly milk. And then you have to wait for the ice cubes to melt. Excuse me, for coffee. So I don't know. Okay, so he crosses the garden. Wait, do you want a sundowner? No, thank you, Teresa. Bonage, you are waiting for me at the clubhouse. Okay, good to know. Runs over to catch up with him. Please, Dieter, I just need a friend to talk to. Can I just accompany you on the way? Of course, my dear. You always know I have time for you. Jeremiah's frantic about the pearls. No one wants to touch them in their current state. I know I act like I don't care, but if we lose the plantation, he laughs. I was trying to figure out why that was purple. Jerry and Bone are idiots, both of them. This red swirl would have never happened in our oyster farms back home before the war. What do you mean? Do you know something? I'm not helping them, and neither should you. Not after what he did to you. Why would you help him? But they're your friends. Friends? What kind of friends are they to me, really? They only tolerate me, but I know what they say behind my back. There's no love lost between them and the Germans. I wouldn't be surprised if they thought I was a Nazi despite everything we've been through just because of my heritage. To hell with them. Damn. Just tell me for old time's sakes, please. It's not a curse, Teresa. That's all I'll say. You need to tell them how to fix it. You're a good man. Don't be so petty. And then they all... she goes back to the veranda, and he goes to the clubhouse. Okay, so at this time in the clubhouse, though, now we know it was Jiro and Edward. Kana? What? Was Jeremiah there? What? Didn't he say he was meeting those two? Oh, they all go in together? I guess? Okay, is it just Jiro then? Okay. Let me see. And Ed? Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to see. I think Jiro's been there all day. Jiro and Ed have been in there for the morning. Okay. So, it's not morning. It's 3 o'clock. Um, Edward sits alone in the dim light of the clubhouse. On the table, before him is a jar of chandu, a small oil lamp, and his pipe. Patience bone, nearly there. He dips a long steel needle into the dark paste, pulling out a pea-sized glob. Holding it over the lamp's flame, he watches the opium bubble. He rolls the warm substance against the flat surface of the pipe bowl, shaping it into a small cone. Finally, he places the pill onto the ceramic bowl. All right, where are my boys? Speak of the devil, have you seen Eruditor? We're starting with a hit. I won't be able to think straight. Can't we just finish the job first? Stop worrying. It's all ready. One hit won't hurt you. I do remember I'm rigging up the still for you as a favor. I have better things I should be getting on with. Come on, man. Stop being a bore. Fine. One hit. Good man. Here, take a seat. Edward moves to the wooden bench, reclining on his side. He props his head on a hard pillow. He holds the pipe over the lamp, positioning the cooked pill just above the heat, careful not to touch the flame. As the opium vaporizes, releasing a sweet aroma, Edward takes a long pull. He holds it, eyes closing in ecstasy. He scrapes the charcoal like dross from the bowl and mixes it with a fresh dab of chandu. Waste not, want not. He hands the pipe to Jiro, and he mimics the ritual. A look of profound relaxation walks over him. Interesting. The air in the clubhouse is thick with sweet smoke. Edward and Jiro lie motionless on the benches, eyes glazed. Jiro, do you still regret getting pushed into this? Quiet. Minutes pass in silence. A tentative knock at the door echoes through the haze. A servant peeks in. Tuan Besser is... Tuan is standard address for officials. Tuan Bone. Oh, I thought that was the medicine. Tuan Bone is the head manager in charge of the entire estate. In this case, Kanan is referring to Jeremiah Goodwill. Got you. Okay, so we know it's Kanan. He's waiting in the library. Somebody is waiting for Bone in the library. Tell him I'm indisposed. He said it's urgent about the pearls. All right, tell him I'm coming. Okay, so then him and the library. So Cynthia was in library. But she wasn't there before. So who's Basar? Also, I thought I had him in... Oh, it would have been this time. He's meeting somebody. So it is him. Jeremiah. Okay. Jeremiah enters and Ed enter the library. Jeremiah opens the cigar box on the ornate ivory table, handing out a cigar to Edward Bonfire and lighting it up with his lighter. New item. We know that item belongs to Edward. No? Was it Jeremiah brought out the lighter? Okay. Who owns the pearls? Not Jeremiah. I know Cynthia put them in her pocket? I know it's not his. They're Ed's pearls. Okay. Interesting. We're just university police. We don't do much. Yeah, I think they just give them the police title to be like, yay, you've got it. But like, I don't know. I don't know. Not a fan. Not a vibe. Um, it has the unmistakable click of a Dunhill lift arm, and then he puts it back in his pockets. The whole batch of pearls has no orient bone. That's the verdict. But they do have a lot of orient in them. They're not glassy. I can see the luster. They're trying to rip you off. I know what you're saying, but everyone I've seen agrees that that red swirl that's appeared in all of our pearls means they might as well just be a piece of rock. They're worthless. They just cannot use them as a mother of pearl jewelry. What about the shells, though? They're still good. There's more value in the shells with that kind of volume we have. They won't touch the shells. They're sacred. They're scared our pearls are contaminated with a curse, and the ones who don't believe that think it's chemical warfare from the Japs to kill us off. I'm telling you, Jerry, they're right. It is a curse. First the tobacco business drying up, now the oysters gaining this ominous red swirl. Don't be so ridiculous, man. Look at them. Just look at them. They look like the devil's work. We're finished. It's the Brook Raja's Bomo. Bomo was the spiritual medicinal Bornean shaman. Okay. He's trying to drive us away. They've wanted this land for years, and the chartered company doesn't care now they have their rubber and palm oil gold mines. The company cares, Bone, but they are preoccupied. We all should be. This isn't a curse, it's geopolitical instability. The Japanese threat is real. Europe is in economic turmoil with the rise of Nazism, and that's why the markets are spooked, not because of some witch doctor. You're blind, Jerry. You're too far removed from it all, sitting here in your ivory tower. Have you seen the green mist over the horizon? How the hell do you explain that? It's been getting closer for weeks now. Or maybe you're the one who's blind. You don't see what's going on out there, spending all day in the clubhouse high on opium. If it's not a curse, then it's the triad. What is the triad? The Chinese triad was a highly organized criminal empire. Ooh. They've done something to our stash, conspiring with the merchants to devalue the pearls so they can buy us out cheap. Enough. You're being paranoid. Stop this nonsense. We need a plan to save the plantation, not ghost stories or paranoid conspiracy theories. We'll meet with Cynthia after dinner. We need to go over the financials and see what our options are. That's why I brought her back with me today. Of course it is. Anyway, it's 6 p.m. Time for sundowner. Are you coming? They're waiting for me at the clubhouse. I'll join you after. And then we saw Cynthia. So what happened at the clubhouse once he left? Jiro is trying to shake off the last of the drug. Shimada, my head. Stupid idea. Stupid idea. He stands up unsteadily and moves to the drinks cabinet. He pours himself a glass of water, splashing some on his face. Right. Pull yourself together. Focus. He looks at the corner of the room where a collection of copper pipes and a pressure cooker are piled up. If I don't get this bloody still working, Tuan Bone will never let me hear the end of it. Rolls up his sleeves, picks up a wrench, and approaches the makeshift distillery equipment. Edward and Dieter can be heard laughing just outside the door. And then all of them are here. Okay. I was like, did I already read this? I had not. Aha! The master craftsman at work. How goes the Enterprise? It's coming along, just finishing the condenser coil. The setup is a marvel of improvisation. A large pressure cooker sits atop a gas burner connected to a water-cooled bucket acting as a condenser. Wunderbar. It looks strictly scientific. It's crude, but effective. Pour it in. Dieter pours a clear spirit into the pressure cooker. Jiro seals the lid and ignites the burner. They watch in anticipation. Slowly, a few clear drops drip from the copper tube into a jar. Is that it? A trickle? We'll be here all night. Distillation takes time, Tuan Bone. You can't rush physics. Nonsense. More heat, more pressure equals more speed. Oh, God. Ed reaches for the gas dial. No, just don't touch that. Just a tad more. Cool. Ed cranks the flame. The cooker begins to shudder violently. Get down! The lid blows off with a deafening roar, filling the room with steam and alcohol vapor. Oh, there we go. I was like, I think it was all the men. Jeremiah and Lucas burst into the clubhouse expecting the worst. Instead of carnage, they found Dieter Ed and Jiro bent over double, rolling with laughter. The room smelled strongly of alcohol and singed hair. What in thunder is going on here? We thought the nips had finally landed. Oh, Jerry, not quite, oh boy. Just a minor technical difficulty. Yeah, a hitch. Grosser Gott. What a bang. I told you the pressure was too high, Mr. Bonfire. I told you. Explain yourself, so be quick about it. Well, you see, Vitalina was complaining that she missed her vodka, and Dieter here had all this corn bran lying around. So Mr. Bonfire instructed me to rig up still to distill it, to give it a bit more kick. A surprise for the fair, Vitalina. It was a marvelous surprise, very loud. You could have leveled the Bali. Oh my gosh. Bali Clubhouse. Oh my god. I'm really bad at drinking, guys. You could have burned us all to a cinder. Details, details. Everyone is intact, and look! Edward holds up a small glass of clear liquid. We managed to save a solitary tot. For the lady. Jeremiah sighs, the tension leaving his shoulders. He shakes his head, suppressing a grin. You're all stark raving mad, the lot of you. I think I'm going to fit in here just fine. When you've quite calmed down and made yourselves presentable, dinner will be served. You may all join us in the dining room. Jiro, you can join us too if you wish. It's the least I can do for my friends here, dragging you into their folly. Thank you most kindly, sir. I am very grateful for your generosity. Kanan finally scrambles onto the scene. You're a tad late to the party, my good man. What on earth kept you? I crave your pardon, Tuan Bessar. Why Bessar? Oh, Big Master, right. I was all the way on the other side of the plantation by the jungle entrance. What happened? Is everyone all right? Everything is shipshape, Kanan, as you were, old chap. Okay, so Kanan at 6 was by the jungle entrance. Cool. Everyone leaves towards the dining room, leaving Kanan standing alone and puzzled at what he witnessed. I shall return to my rounds, shall I? Okay, so he was near the jungle entrance. Maybe he was in the croquet lawn? No. It's that or Teresa. But Teresa's room only had 3 hours filled with stuff. Okay, let's see. I have to go back to the library for the pearls. Because somebody stashes them? Or is it the study? Somebody had the pearls in their pocket. I don't know. Okay. Let's see what things have been happening here. Okay. And were you by yourself? You two were together? Okay. Okay, somebody else was in here at midnight. Because at some point, Rose also passes. Potentially everybody dies, actually. I just realized. There is that potential. Everybody's gone. Okay. So Aisha enters the kitchen through the window and quickly closes it behind her. What? Where were... Aisha, where were you? Hold on. Let's go to guests. Aisha. Right, we have to figure out where they were. Okay, so everybody's been accounted for this hour. 3, 4, 5. At 5 o'clock, everybody's together. Or everybody's been accounted for. Kanan and Aisha or something at 6. No. They're somewhere else. That's 6. So they're probably in the workers' quarters. Perfect. Okay. This is actually very helpful. Violina and Cynthia. Oh. Okay, so the blue vial was in the chapel. The shaman! Oh! He emerges from below the altar. It is not the land that is sick, Mem Petrovsky. Isn't it? Okay. It is the master, but I don't have the shaman as like a person, so that's why I can't click her here, I guess. A dark shadow clings to him, a spirit of greed and despair. It bleeds into everything he touches. The pearls, they are but tears of the infected sea. I cannot. But the spirits of the deep offer a bargain. Okay, so Vitalina, used the blue vial. This water is blessed by the sea spirits. It will cleanse the shadow from his soul. He must drink of it. 1 draught, and the curse will lift. The pearls will clear. Are you certain? It looks dangerous. The shaman bows and retreats into the shadows under the chapel. Vitalina clutches the vial to her chest. So then, was Cynthia just not... Like, we know she was there, but the issue is there were nobody else was with her, I guess. Or we don't have the shaman, so we can't. Oh, where I was like, was people really in the... Okay. Croquet lawn? Sorry, this is very helpful to be like, okay, I need to find out where everybody is. And it really feels like Clue, where it's like I need to just do like a quick little deduction and find everything that, or everywhere that people are not, so that I can fit them better where they are, or where they belong. Okay, so I just need to do that for the master bedroom too. So yeah, nobody should be in here. Nobody should be in here. I wouldn't see... So, wait. Somebody... Dieter? No. Why is Vitalina in my room? Oh, it's not my room, I guess. The room is empty. She slips inside, closing the door softly. She approaches the nightstand where, a medicine bottle sits. She pulls a vial from her pocket, uncorks the medicine bottle, and pours its contents into a plant pot. Oh, I was like, wait, you just got this vial. Why are you dumping it? She then pours the liquid from the vial into the medicine bottle, recorks the bottle, hides the empty blue vial, and turns to leave. As she exits, her gaze lingers on a letter resting on the dresser. Oh, Rose. Okay, what is our letter? To my husband. Oh no. I find that I can no longer endure this wretched existence. The stifling isolation, the heavy silence of the jungle, and this constant gnawing dread have become quite unsupportable. It is clear to me now that you are wedded to this estate and its resources. While I have become little more than a ghost in your house, I care for you. Indeed, I have cared for you with all that remains of my heart, but I fear I am now a stranger to you. I desire only for this ache in my breast to cease. I beg of you, do not come in search of me. By the time you read this, I shall have been quietly claimed by the sea. I'm going to the cove in our secluded beach. I have always held it dear, for it holds the ghosts of the days when you still looked at me with kindness. I shall reminisce on those lost hours as I allow the tide to take me. Okay. So Rose is trying to die. Oh, but she's not. Where's Rose? was gonna say, has Rose made it to, like, did she ever actually get here? I don't think so. Somebody was there. This would be where Rose probably would die, if that's the case. Hmm. Yeah, let's try with these first. Okay. So somebody was in the secluded beach. Oh, this is their hideout, like their hideout spot. There it is. The secluded beach is empty, save for Dieter and Aisha. Standing in the shadow of the large limestone cliffs, is all in readiness. The jungle track to the bungalow is unguarded. Excellent. And our guest, Captain Harrow. There will be more people coming, I guess, because I got another name. Captain Harrow will be signaling at sundown. I have trimmed the lamp and set it upon the ridge as a beacon. I shall be glad when this is all over. The waiting is killing me. You had best be right, Mr. von Guntram. If this venture fails, it is not merely my situation on the line, is our very necks. Have faith, my dear. The chaos will be our cover. No one will suspect us. I shall see to it that Canaan is occupied. You must ensure the company remains at the table in the dining room. Okay. Aisha turns and slips away into the undergrowth. Dieter remains for a moment, watching the tide. When he is certain he is unobserved, he makes his way back towards the croquet lawn. So this is where he was before. Okay, so we have found everything for the first 2 hours of the day. And for some reason... No, we know Vitalina was in the church. I don't know where Cynthia was. And then we're just missing Cynthia for 7 p.m. So where would Cynthia have been at 7? Let's look here. Boathouse? No. Pearls? Okay, it's something I don't know. Okay, still don't have those. So there's still definitely more people, potentially more places. Because what does the map look like? Because we're probably going to be able to see over here too. I would think. So maybe we're missing like maybe 2 places? And then obviously we're missing guests. Oh, this is like all accounted for. We don't know where these 2 were. That, okay. So all of these are, oh, yellow because we already know where he is. Okay. Bones room is done. Teresa's room should also be done, right? Oh, no. It's because I don't know who Teresa was with. Okay. Let's look. Go up. Okay. So, something's happened at the boathouse at 5. We just don't know what. At 7, Cynthia is still the only person. Okay, so she's with somebody. We don't know who. The dining room. This should be where everybody is. Right? Except for... Aisha? There we go. So everybody but the hill. Dining room is crowded. Air is thick with smoke and the smell of roasted pork. Interesting. I want to welcome our unusual guest to our little gathering. I must admit, I was very suspicious of the young man when he arrived, but one can see the true character of a man in his actions. I must say, I was pleasantly surprised by the way he reacted to our little incident. I can see he has a heart by how he protected Loon, and gumption with how he didn't hesitate to run to the clubhouse. Of course, it turned out to be a false alarm, but he did not know that at the time. Anyway, I just wanted to give a toast to the young man and welcome him to the plantation. To Lucas. Cheers. Cheers, Mr. Goodwill. Thank you. I feel very welcome and honored. I hope we have made you feel welcome so far, Miss Seville. Oh, yes, everything has been wonderfully welcoming. Thank you. And did you manage to reach out to your colleagues to let them know you've arrived safely? I let the operator send out a telegram. I believe that will be good enough. Splendid. Let's enjoy the evening then. Cheers. Giro, sorry about Bone and Herr von Guttrum. Don't feel obliged to help them in their harebrained schemes next time. They can be quite persistent and persuasive. Just kidding, not pervasive. Persuasive. Don't think on it, sir. It was my own errors that led to the incident. I'll be more careful next time. Further down, Lucas is flanked by Edward and Dieter. So, Mr. Sterling, what exactly is bringing you to this side of the world? Pardon me for being blunt, but you look like a new chum, and only an old hand would be sailing these dangerous seas as anything but a passenger. Believe me, sir, I am quite an old hand here despite appearances. Lucas rolls up his sleeves and straightens his arm. His hand is trembling. I don't like it to admit it, but I have the tremors. Too much quinine. And if we weren't in such lovely company, I would show you my jungle shin. Ew. Edward laughs a hearty laugh and slaps Lucas hard on the back. Good man, good man. I'm impressed you managed to keep the sallow away, I must say. Not for the lack of trying. I faced malaria quite a lot. I've just been lucky. Either that or my liver is made of steel. No such luck here. My liver is destroyed. Tidak apa. It's life. It's Malay for it doesn't matter. Okay. I was in the Navy myself, you know. Lucas, you'll like that story. Uncle Bone, well, he's a hero. Is he? I was in the Sunning, 1926. The Sunning? The officers that took that ship back with boiling water and fire axes? Edward rolls up to reveal a nasty scald scar. Boiling water, yes. We did what we had to. Do you know what happened in 27? The Royal Navy cleared out Bias Bay. Most of the fishermen, whether guilty of piracy or not, were massacred in the area. I was but a midshipman on the HMS Hermes. Why am I so bad at this? It was my first posting. I heard about the 27 operation. That must have been a sight. Lucas, you're a hero too. I knew it. In the corner, Teresa sits quietly, nursing her drink. Dieter leans over to her. This social dinner reminds me of the old days, Teresa, before the Great War, when the German plantations reigned supreme. Dieter, when are you going to tell them? Not so loud, they'll hear you. They deserve to know. Keeping what you told me on the lawn earlier a secret is indefensible. I would have thought that you of all people would understand. Why should I tell them? Let's change the subject. I can feel others starting to listen in. Sorry, I did not mean to interrupt. Across the table, Rose and Vitalina are pouring wine for Cynthia. Drink, darling. It will help you relax. The spirits cannot speak if the vessel is tense. Tell us more about your travels. It must be so exciting to be a lady solicitor in the city. Oh, it's mostly paperwork, but the journey here from Sandakan was eventful. I'm sorry to interrupt, Miss Seville. Did you say you came all the way from Sandakan? Why, yes, on the straight steamship. Ooh, iced tea. Nice. You sailed 20 hours from Sandakan to Tuau, past the pirate-infested waters of the Sulu Sea? For a lady, that is remarkably intrepid, or positively foolhardy. I was under Jeremiah's protection, naturally. His legal affairs required my attention, and I considered it merely a matter of duty. I visited Sandakan with Father on several occasions. It is a grand place. I've never seen such a spectacle of a harbor. With all due respect, Loon, Sandakan wears a very different face depending on whether one frequents the governor's set or not. They say it boasts more millionaires than any city on earth, but the gilding is quite thin. There is a great deal of squalor once you leave the cliffside bungalows. Lucas is correct, though. I shouldn't change a thing. I should have never have met my intended otherwise. Your intended? You are spoken for, then? Yes, I'm due to be married when I return to the city. I've only been away 48 hours, and I confess I miss him dreadfully. Cute. I'll drink to that, to the lovers. Then something happens very suddenly. A loud crash and gasps, and someone new enters. Their aura is very strong, but also very dark. I do not know them. Who is it? No. No. Okay, so it's somebody new we have yet to meet. shows up. I don't know why I keep going to the map. Nope, nope, nope. I want this. There we go. At 8, who is unaccounted for? Kanan and Asya. And we have the jungle entrance. So, could you... No, not them. Okay. Asya kneels beside Kanan, her hands trembling as she cuts the ropes binding his wrists. I thought I could control this, but they are monsters. What? What happened? Ludwig. Thinking, that man, Ludwig Harrow. He carries himself like a king, not a common bandit. Is he infamous enough to be in the papers? I need to call Armand about the distress call on the phone right away. I'll ask him to check for the archives for Captain Harrow as well. Armand, it's Delphine. Listen carefully. I have a phonetic transcription of a call made from the plantation in Malay. I was wondering if you could translate. Goodwill Mati, British Navy. My Malay is rusty, but Mati means dead. It sounds like he was claiming Jeremiah Goodwill was murdered by pirates and requested immediate assistance from the British Navy. They were due to have arrived by 9 the next morning. Efficient. He painted a picture of a massacre to ensure a swift, lethal response. I have another request while I have you. It's going to sound very strange, but bear with him. The leader of these pirates was a man named Ludwig Harrow. I was hoping beyond hope that there might be some information about him somewhere. Harrow? Startling. He is a legend, Delphine, but not for piracy, but for the war. He led a guerrilla unit against the Japanese occupation, saved hundreds from the Sandakan death marches. Okay. Guests. Oh, I don't even have to... He's right there. Okay, so I think Ludwig is. Ludwig is not going back to the jungle. He's going to the tracks. What is he planning? So it's going to be the 3 of you now. Okay. Kanan moves silently through the dense foliage, his weapon drawn. He spots movement ahead, a group of armed men waiting in the clearing. Pirates, I knew it. He unsheaths his blade, ready to strike. A heavy blow strikes the back of his head. Pain explodes behind his eyes, and the world tilts sideways. He crumbles to the ground, his blade slipping from his grasp. He looks up, vision blurring, to see a tall man towering over him. Clumsy work, old son. A trained man like you should know how to keep eyes in the back of his head at all times. Ludwig raises his pistol, aiming specifically between Kanan's eyes. Hold your hand. Ah, the little canary. Have you a weakness for this stray dog, then? He has nothing but a bullet now. Will ruse the whole plantation. Rouse. The gunshot will echo from the cliffs to the very veranda. A fair reckoning. Tie him up, leave him here. He can't stop you. Ludwig just stares at her for a second, calculating his move. Very well, but if this bites me, my girl, you'll be the one bleeding for it. Ludwig signals his men. They start walking silently towards the plantation. Okay, so I think they join them for dinner. Ludwig. Yes. No? Who leaves? I guess... I didn't think anybody left. A loud crash. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, that's right. Jiro was with them. Jiro. So everybody. Everybody's in the room. Okay. A hush falls over the room as the doors fly open. A tall white man, Ludwig Harrow, strides in. 2 rough-looking locals are standing outside the room, guarding the door. He is heavily armed. Sorry to crash the party, folks. Don't mind me. Lucas is about to stand up, but Jiro puts his hand on his shoulder. Don't. This is Harrow. You do not want to mess with him. Trust me. What are you doing here? How did you get in? Where is Kanan? Sit down. Kanan is not coming. What did you do to him? He had best be alive. Your guard dog is taking a nap, but he's fine. One of your young servants is tending to him. I'm just here for what's mine. You missed the deadline. I only just got back from Sandakan. I need more time. I don't care about your excuses. Ludwig walks over to Rose and Cynthia. Excuse my intrusion, ladies. I wish we could have met under better circumstances, but your man here doesn't pay his debts. Rose growls at him. Cynthia just looks down. Ludwig pulls out a cigarette. He pats his pocket. Anyone got a light? Jeremiah hesitates, then reaches into his pocket and pulls out a lighter. He flicks it open and offers the flame. Thank you. Ludwig takes the lighter from Jeremiah's hand. He turns it over, admiring the gold plating. Nice piece. Solid. I'll take this. As a down payment. He slips the lighter into his pocket. I want my money soon, Jeremiah, or I burn this whole place to the ground. My apologies for the interruption, ladies and gentlemen. Please resume the festivities. Ludwig turns and marches out, his laughter trailing behind him. So everybody but Ludwig. No, other people left? Oh yeah, those three. I was like, hold on a sec. After an uncomfortable minute of silence, Teresa walks up to Jeremiah and slaps him. What have you done, you silly, silly man? Teresa storms off, followed by Dieter. Giro feels out of place and tries to slink away towards the library. Edward joins him. Let's get a drink, Giro. My treat. Loon starts crying. Loon, come back. It's all right. It's over. They run out towards Loon's room. Nice. Rose and Cynthia watch them go. Rose turns towards Jeremiah and laughs. Now you've gone and done it, haven't you? I can't wait until they come back and murder us all. I'm sure Cynthia, Vitalina, and I will be the last to die. These men were looking at us, though they meant to devour us whole. Girls, the heart is getting to me. Oh, heat. Let's go to the deck to refresh. I will get teas and coffees brought up. I'm afraid I'm in need of Miss Seville's company. If you want to find a way out of this mess, that is. Rose stares at Jeremiah harshly. Enjoy your company, Jeremiah. I will see you in the morning. Do not come to the bedroom later. I will not wish to be woken up. Come, come, Vitalina, let's go. Vitalina and Rose walk out the room, leaving Jeremiah and Cynthia alone. Okay. Oh, is Dieter still there? It says just those two. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so what happened? We're at the boathouse. You go tell Isia to come. Ooh. It's a guest house. She was just in the kitchen. I have nobody here. Okay. Potentially only Cynthia here. And then potentially everybody here. Okay. Oh yeah, Loon's room. Let's see what's in her room. For sure after dinner. Whenever that is. The two of them will be here. Loon, Lucas. There we go. Oh, cleared out one room's time. I already did that, though. My instincts tell me I've uncovered everything there is to see in this location. The remaining hours hold no secrets. Oh, so it automatically tells you it's done. Great. So, Loon flows onto her bed, burying her face in the pillows. Lucas sits on the edge, keeping a respectful distance. Loon, please, it's over now. They've gone. They'll be back. I know they will. And Father is powerless to stop them. But you can stop them, can't you? I know who you are. I know your secret. I haven't the foggiest notion of what you mean. You don't have to keep up the charade with me. I've known since I saw you on the beach. You're my brother. You've come back from England. What? Your brother? You've come to take me away, to take me back to London, just as I've dreamed for 10 years. You came to rescue me from this jungle. Lucas sighs, running a hand through his hair. He looks at her with a mixture of pity and sadness. Loon, listen to me very carefully. I am not your brother. You're not? But you are right about one thing. I do have a secret, and you must swear on your life to keep it. I swear. I am an agent of British intelligence. A spy, like in the novels? Love it. I was sent to investigate Japanese military movements in South China Sea. That green mist isn't natural. It's a chemical weapon. My crew wasn't massacred by pirate saloon. We were intercepted by a Japanese destroyer. They caught us red-handed with evidence of their tests. Oh my heavens. I managed to salvage a sample of the agent. I hid it in the wash house at the guest house along with my service revolver. I need to retrieve them, but between the pirates and the nips, I must be armed to protect you and the sample. You will save us? I shall do my utmost. Now stay here and bolt the door. Try to get some sleep. I can't sleep now. I'm coming with you. Okay, so then those two go to the boat. Nope. Where do y'all go? There's something on a deck. Okay, Jiro and Edward are in the... Hold on, sorry. Jiro, Edward in the library. Edward, Jiro. Okay, there we go. The library is dimly lit, smelling of old paper and stale smoke. Edward is wrestling with the lock of a glass-fronted cabinet. Confound it. Jerry always did keep the good stuff under lock and key, and with the clubhouse looking as though it's taken a full broadside, we don't have much else to drink. Edward produces a small knife from his belt and jams it into the mechanism. With a sharp crack, the wood gives way. Open sesame. You really shouldn't have done that, Tuan Bonfire. Tuan Goodwill will be positively livid. Jerry has bigger fish to fry tonight. Besides, the man's in my debt, whether he cares to admit it or not. To surviving the night, eh? And to keeping our heads on our shoulders. Do you think they'll come back, the pirates? Harrow? He's a shark. He's caught scent of blood in the water. He'll circle until he gets what he wants. I've seen his ilk before in 26, men who think they can take what they want. You saw them off then, though, didn't you? We gave him a scrap. That's the crucial distinction, Jerry. He fancies he can negotiate a settlement. You can't parlay with a shark, old son. You have to punch it squarely in the snout. Ain't true. I really must beg your leave, Mr. Bonfire. Oh, decamping so soon? The bottle is still full. I have to, well, I must see a man about a dog, as they say. Sure. A dog, is it? Or a bitch in heat? Girl. I'm sure I don't follow your meaning, sir. Oh, don't play innocent with me, old boy. I've got eyes. Off you go, then. Mum's the word. My lips are sealed tighter than a clam. Thank you, Mr. Bonfire. Jiro leaves. Okay, Edward, right. Where is the party at now? I can't be the only one who still needs a stiff drink. And then he goes to the veranda. Okay. Goes to the veranda at midnight. Okay, so we do know he shows up. But there's other people, probably Teresa. Oh, Jiro wouldn't be there. Oh my god. No. Okay, so there's a multitude of people up here. Okay, Teresa. I think it's Teresa and Vitalina. Rose? Or was it Vitalina and Rose that went away? Nope. Okay. The clubhouse. Did I already go through this? I feel like I did go through the clubhouse part. Master bedroom. The lighter, maybe? Photo. Oh, nothing happened here at this time. Sorry. Nothing happened. Distorted. Hear you out? Okay. This is the master bedroom. It'll be Rose. Rose and... Well, it can't be him. Because he dies. Rose and... Rose, who are you having an affair with? Who do we think you're talking to? Vitalina, maybe? No. Cynthia? Cynthia! But for a receptionist, and it's not with State Farm, for a private insurance company. Okay. That could be good. Oh, you don't want to go for the licensing. Do they require you to have licensing, though? I wouldn't think so. Cynthia Seville is pouring a generous measure of gin into 2 glasses. Rose grabs one and sits down on the bed. Choices. You know, I positively envy you, Cynthia, a lady solicitor, an independent woman with a career in her own right. Oh, don't waste your envy on me. The bar is a boys' club. They look at a woman in chambers as if she were performing a performing seal. Remarkable for a member of the fairer sex, they say, with a sickeningly patronizing tone. Um, and the pressure Mother is incessantly harping on about when I mean to settle down. You can't argue cases forever, Cynthia. Think of your ovaries. Yeah, think of your ovaries. As if one's womanly functions had a best before date stamped on them. At least you have a life of your own. I have this, waiting for Jerry, fearing Jeremiah. I used to dream of treading the boards, you know, on the stage in London. You have the face for it, and the theatrical flair. I'll give you that. I do, don't I? Let's play dress up. Must you always wear these drab, stuffy suits? Let's see you in something positively divine. Oh, I could possibly, well, perhaps just the one. Put this on. It's Parisian. Jerry bought it for me to wear to the governor's ball, but I never did. Cynthia clumsily changes into the dress. Oh my, you look ravishing, Cynthia. A regular screen siren. It is rather dashing, isn't it? She spins around giggling, and as she does so, she knocks her blouse from a nearby chair, and pearls and the biohazard sample fly out from her blouse and scatter on the floor. Rose stops, staring at the pearls. those, those are Jerry's pearls, the accursed ones. Why do you have them? Are you stealing from us? Is it worse? I've heard stories about the Sandakan, why not? Oh my God, Sandakan triads. They pay well for the inside men. Is that it? Is this high-class solicitor act just a cover? Don't be absurd. I found them in the library. They were just lying on the floor. I picked them up to keep them safe. I was going to give them back to Mr. Goodwill. It seems trust is in short supply around here. The air grows in the room. The air in the room grows heavy with tension. Then Vitalina crashes through the doorway, tears pouring down her face. Vita! My instincts tell me I've uncovered everything in the location. Okay. Um, Vitalina falls to her knees at the foot of the bed, sobbing. Vita, speak to me. What's happening? It wasn't supposed to end like this. He wasn't supposed to die. Die? Who is dead? Jerry. Jerry? No. No, you're drunk, Vita. He's in the study. I killed him. I didn't mean to, I swear. Explain yourself. What did you do? The curse, the pearls. I just wanted to save the plantation. That's the shaman. I doubt I will be able to find a photo of him. He is too obscure, too hidden in the shadows for history. I will have to deduce his presence by other means. I need to think outside of the box if I want to be able to piece together his movements. So we don't have him listed here. Biohazard sample is Lucas's. Okay. Interesting. He promised me a cure, a potion to cleanse the oysters, but he tricked me. It wasn't a cure, it was a tuju. It's a curse, where a shaman, the bomo, magically sends an object into a victim's body to kill them. The victim suffers sudden, unexplained agony, and Western medicine finds nothing wrong. It's a terrifying concept, blending psychological warfare with deep-rooted superstition. I gave it to him in his medicine, thinking it would remove the hex upon him, and then he fell, and he didn't wake up. You poisoned him? It was an accident. I love Jerry. You know I wouldn't hurt him. A tuju? He gave you a tuju to kill Mr. Goodwill. He said it would drive away the bad spirits, but it was poison. No. No. Rose scrambles off the bed, tripping on her gown, and bolts out of the room towards the croquet lawn. Rose, wait! Cynthia grabs Vitalina by the arm, hauling her up. We have to go now before you say another word to anyone else. Cynthia picks up the biohazard sample, drags the wailing Vitalina out of the room, chasing after Rose Goodwill. Okay, so now we know that they are at the... or they should be the croquet lawn. There we go. Rose stumbles across the croquet lawn, sobbing hysterically. She trips over a brass hoop and sprawls onto the grass. She lets out a piercing wail, a sound of pure heartbreak. Cynthia and Vitalina catch up to her. Vitalina pulls Rose into a strong embrace. Shh, shh, my love. I am here. I am here. He is gone. It is your doing, your awful, awful doing. As Vitalina holds her tight, Rose begins hammering her fists against Vitalina's chest, striking her over and over in a blind, hysterical fury. Black ash begins to rain down harder, coating their hair and skin in soot. Cynthia looks up, shielding her eyes. In the distance, she sees the lights of invasion barges hitting the strand on the secluded beach. God in heaven. Cynthia reaches under her dress and pulls out a revolver. Rose stops crying, staring at the weapon. You? Who in good blazes are you truly? You are right to be suspicious, Rose. I am not who I say I am. But that doesn't matter now. What matters is that we are in grave danger. The Japanese have made landfall, and we must get a move on. Cynthia helps the women to their feet. We must muster the others to the study on the double. As they enter the house, Ludwig's party can be seen in a distance, arriving with torches in the darkness. Okay, so now they have to be in the study. I was gonna say, it's not just them. Who else? Do they get everybody? No. Oops. Come on, come on. No? You know it's not Ludwig. Um... Okay. Oh! That's fancy. Where? Oh, we're at the boathouse here. I still have nobody. So we're at the boathouse. I feel like the biohazard should give us some clues. Here specifically. There we go. Lucas and Rose haul themselves onto the jetty, gasping for air. What in the what? Wow, what in the blazes was that? Come on. Lucas quickly dries his hands on his trousers and examines the wound. It's bad. She's lost too much blood. Come on, Loon. The raft is ready. Lucas grabs Loon, who is screaming and kicking. Forgive me, Rose. Untie the mooring. Let's get there quickly. Is it not Cynthia? Who did you guys kill? Oh, and why am I doing Rose? I'm looking for Loon. Okay. Rose. Okay, so they're with Rose, maybe? And more? Lucas and Rose haul themselves onto the jetty, gasping for air. A deafening explosion rips through the beach behind them as a rocket impacts. What in the blazes was that? Divine intervention? Come on. They swim to the boathouse. Inside, Teresa is slumped against a crate, her dress soaked in blood. Okay, I had a feeling it had to be her, just because of how intense Loon was. Mother, please get up. Not this time, little moon. Not this time. Lucas. Oh, so we could only see Lucas's point of view from this. Okay. Come on, Loon. The raft is ready. No, I won't leave her. Go, my darling, live. Live for the both of us. This place, it is all I know. It is fitting I stay. Teresa grabs Rose by the hand. Take her. Promise me you'll look after her. I know we didn't always see eye to eye, but you're a good person and Loon loves you. I promise. Forgive me. He hoists her over his shoulders. Rose squeezes Teresa's hand one last time, and Teresa nods. Aye, aye. They push the raft out onto the water. I can see the lights in the darkness. Is that your launch over there? Let's get there quickly. Oof. Okay. Were you guys already here? Huh. Who else would have been? I guess anybody else could have been here. I feel like everybody would have been here. No. Okay. We know at least these four were here. At the very least, those four. But now I feel like I have to go back to any that are just pure blue. I mean, I do know Cynthia's here, but I don't have... I know, I'm like, oh my god, I feel like I've been here for so long. And then I'm like, no, wait, I started a whole hour later. Because I also had the exact same thought. I was like, ah, shit. Like, I'm staying pretty late. 5 at the chapel. Oh, Cynthia was back at the chapel. Cynthia paces nervously inside the small stone chapel. Where are they? The boathouse is still empty. The roof. There's a whole new location now, too. God. What in God's name? Her eyes slit as she spots 2 figures on the roof. She watches Lucas and Rose scramble out to the observation deck. Mad, utterly mad, she turns back to the chapel interior, her eyes scanning the stone floor and walls. Wait a minute. The companionway. This isn't just a chapel, it sits atop a reinforced structure, a war bunker. Oh, she pushes aside the heavy altar cloth and finds a trapdoor secured with a rusty padlock. Got you. She grabs a heavy stone, but before she can strike, she notices something. The lock is already opened. Cynthia examines the trapdoor. The dust is unsettled. Someone was here not long ago. Well, she opens it and then goes down into a trapdoor. Okay, she pries open the wooden crate. Inside, covered in dust, are hail rockets. God bless the British paranoia. She rushes to the window. Down below, Lucas and Rose have surfaced and are swimming towards the boathouse. The Japanese soldiers are lining up on the shore, taking aim at the helpless swimmers. They're sitting ducks, not on my watch. She heaves one of the rockets onto the windowsill. It's an old, crude missile, heavy and rusted. She strikes a match against the stone wall and lights the fuse. Fire in the hole! The rocket hisses, sparks flying, then screeches out of the window in a powerful blast. It streaks down towards the beach, slamming into the sand right in front of the Japanese squad. Sand and shrapnel spray everywhere. The soldiers scatter, diving for cover, visibly shaken by the unexpected artillery. She reaches for another, but the crate is empty. Damn, there was really only one? Bullets start chipping the stone around the window. Great, now I'm the sitting duck. She crawls back inside the chapel as a hail of lead hammers the exterior. Has she just been in this the whole time? Cynthia's pinned down in the chapel, stone chips flying as bullets strafe the interior. She risks a glance out the window and sees the raft pushing off from the boathouse. Get on, get out of here. She checks her revolver. 2 rounds left. I could make a run for it, try to swim. She looks at the beach, swarming with soldiers. Who am I kidding? I'd be cut to ribbons before I get hit to water. Well, Cynthia, you wanted a more exciting life than drafting wills. Be careful what you wish for. Right, let's make the king proud. She stands up, preparing for a final charge, but her moment of heroism is cut short as a different sound cuts through the gunfire. Sirens. Boat sirens. She looks out the window. Rounding the headline are the sleek white cutters of the armed constabulary. And behind them a line of gray warships. The cavalry. The bloody navy is here. She sinks to the floor, laughing tears of relief as the heavy guns of the destroyers begin to thunder. I don't know. I don't have enough information to identify the soldiers or follow the trail past this hour yet. I should come back later. Okay. The gunfire has ceased, replaced by the orderly shouting of naval officers as they unboard them from the launches. Cynthia walks out of the chapel into the morning sun, holstering her revolver. She looks out over the estate. The fires are being brought under control by the scars on the land are permanent. She reaches into her pocket for a cigarette case, her fingers brushing against something smooth and round. She pulls it out. It is a single perfect pearl. The red swirl inside it catches the light, glowing like a dying ember. She rolls it between her fingers, thoughtful. A souvenir, lest we forget. She slips the pearl back into her pocket and lights a cigarette. A Navy officer approaches her, hand on his holster. Relax, Lieutenant. I am Cynthia Seville, MI5. I have all the information about what transpired here tonight, but first I need to clean myself up. Then I will debrief you. She walks past the stunned officer towards the washhouse, head held high. A superior officer by the veranda is not shocked as easily. You go clean up and meet me at 10 a.m. sharp for a debriefing. Okay. Seville pretends to ignore him, but smiles as she continues walking to the washhouse. Oh my god. Okay. What? Let's see what's... Okay, so she was also in the guest house at 7. Cynthia's heading to the guest room to freshen up before dinner as she steps... Oh, this is how she finds the biohazard sample. She feels a large stone wobble. Curious, she kneels and pries it loose. Underneath, she finds a heavy leather pouch. She opens it. Inside is a revolver and a small glass bottle with a biohazard label. What on earth? She pockets the sample and the revolver. She takes the empty pouch and tosses it into the tall grass behind the washhouse. Showers, changes into her fresh dress, and walks out as Kanan passes her In a panic, she watches him passively as he sprints from the worker quarters towards the source of the blast. Okay. And then she heads to the dining room. We still have nobody for these two. Oh, right. We got a whole railway. Which I think is Dieter's place. Oh? Okay, people I don't know yet. Did she start already? I didn't think she did. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, I feel like she started early today. Usually she's not on till 2, our time. Are we surprised that she's early? A little. Or are we surprised about my husband? Because I'm not. Okay. The roof. Cynthia saw people on the roof. I swear she said she saw people on the roof. What? Oh, nice. Okay. I'm honestly so out of the loop half the time. Okay, so two people were on the roof at 5 in the morning. Oh, that's right. That's when she saw the two on the roof. Is it the couple? Okay, sorry. 5 a.m. from the chapel. Lucas and Rose. Lucas and Rose were on the roof. Nope, that's Clubhouse. Lucas, Rose. We're on the roof. Okay. We've got everything on the roof. Perfect. Lucas climbs out first, finding a precarious purchase on the soot-slicked tiles. He rushes back to help Rose Goodwill. Rose struggles with her voluminous silk gown, and the wind whipping the fabric around her legs, she slips, a tile clattering into the darkness below. I've got you. Careful now. Bloody dress. I should have worn trousers. Look, the sun is on its way. The darkness is lifting. In the light of the incoming dawn, the horror of the night is laid bare. Smoke columns rise like black pillars from the estate. Below them, near the burning clubhouse, small figures are engaged in desperate melee. Lucas uses his binoculars. Before I forget, the binoculars are Lucas. This pearl is Jeremiah's? No. Wait. I thought he's... What? The pearl should be owned by Bone or Jeremiah in theory, but it was with Cynthia for so long it's imbued with her essence. Thank you. Okay, so it might be his, but maybe Rose has been using it? No. Okay, I do appreciate them telling me that. Oh, he uses the binoculars to have a closer look. Lucas spots Edward, recognizable by his sheer size, fighting off a group of Japanese soldiers. Small figures. At the clubhouse? Kapu Cave. Nice! Okay, so Edward was at the clubhouse? Okay. Let's finish this first. Nope, not the chapel. This. Is that Bowen? He's fighting them off with his bare hands. And who's that running towards the chapel? Is that Miss Seville? It is. She made it. We need to keep moving. The ladder to the observation deck is this way. Okay, so you guys go from the roof to the observation deck. Dawn is breaking, painting the sky in blood-red hues. The black soot is starting to disperse. Lucas and Rose stand at the edge of the observation deck, looking down at the devastation. The clubhouse fire has spread, consuming the gardens around it. To the south, the railway fire has reached the dry tobacco fields, turning the horizon to a wall of flame. In the jungle, the pirates are retreating, their shadows flitting away from the advancing Japanese lines. The soldiers have secured the beach and are swarming the plantation. Look, down there! At the boathouse, Loon and Teresa are struggling with the raft's mooring rope. A squad of Japanese soldiers is closing in on them. So it's just Loon and Teresa down there. Okay. They're trapped. They can't get the knot undone. Lucas raises his rifle and fires. Rose joins him. They pick off the lead soldiers, but the range is too great and they are running low on ammunition. Damn it, I'm out. Me too. They're still coming. I have to go down there. Lucas climbs. Lucas, don't. You'll be shot the moment you surface. I have to try. He dives into the churning sea below, watching him disappear into the water. Oh, to the hell with it. Let's go, girl. Get in there. Geronimo. Geronimo, Geronimo. Oh, they fly like dominoes. Okay, so we want Teresa and Loon were together. Loon and Teresa stumble into the boathouse, slamming the door against the chaos outside. Loon rushes to the raft, her fingers fumbling with the mooring knot. Come on, blast you. Mother, help me with this. It's stuck. Teresa is leaning heavily against a stack of crates, her face ashen. Mother? Loon rushes to her side. Teresa's hands are pressed against her side, blood seeping through her fingers, staining her dress a dark crimson. You're hurt. Why didn't you say anything? We had to keep moving, Little Moon. There was no time to stop. Suddenly, the boathouse door splinters as rifle butts smash against it. Loon screams, backing away. She raises her rifle, her hands shaking but determined. Get back. I'll shoot. The door gives way. Japanese soldiers crowd the entrance, bayonets fixed. Loon closes her eyes, squeezing the trigger, but before she can fire, cracks of gunfire erupt from high above. Amazon trays for $5 which is cheap, and they were selling singular to 10. Yeah. No, it's insane. Like, the Dollar Tree went from everything's $1.25 to everything's $1.50 to everything's $1.75, and even then it's like most items are now, but you go in there, it's like $3-4 items everywhere. Everything's insane. The lead soldiers drop and the others scramble back, confused, looking up towards the cliff. Loon following their gaze. High on the observation deck, two figurines are silhouetted against the dawn sky, rifles flashing. Lucas, I knew it. I knew you wouldn't leave us. Okay. And then he joins them. And then they sail off. I still don't know what has happened in this clubhouse at these times. But we don't need 5. Right, but when they're $1 per, just, you know, sell the other ones for $2. Make a profit. The chapel. Is it you two? I know it's her in the chapel. With a shaman, but we don't have the shaman's face. Okay, so all these, nobody exists there. The clubhouse. I was gonna say, is there even anybody to be in the clubhouse? Okay. You guys, potentially, you're not in the clubhouse, though. That I know. Are you? Okay. The jungle entrance. You should be there. You two are there. No? You two are there? You 3 are there. No, we don't know who's there or why. I still have not found out where that picture goes. The jungle entrance. Okay, so things are happening here, because this is Kanan. But they leave. They go towards the railway. In the distance, tall figure strikes out from the entrance of the main bungalow towards the railway. It is the captain, or it's the pirate captain and his men. So Ludwig goes to the railway, though. That's Ludwig. Okay. Yeah, I need 50. Here's the thing. You don't realize how many ice cubes you actually need to put in things. Like, flat out. So you're like, oh my god, 50 sounds insane. And then it's like, actually, I just used like half of them. So ICR emerges from the tall grass to see Ludwig standing by the old steam engine. His men are dousing the wooden carriages with kerosene. Yeah. What are you doing? This is madness. Why destroy the steam engine? You've scared Goodwill. You'll get what you want. I have a distaste for loose ends. I'm a man who believes in a bit of insurance. This iron rod is a double-edged blade. It's the quickest route for your master to bolt or for the armed constabulary to send their guards in a hurry. I prefer my guests to stay put and my enemies to walk. Ludwig tosses his lit cigar onto a kerosene-soaked carriage. With a roar, the cart ignites. Flames leaping into the night sky. Asia stares in shock as the fire reflects in her wide eyes. Look alive, men! Let's go! Asia screams and jumps on Ludwig, grabbing his blade. One of his men shoots her before she can strike. Ludwig gestures to his men to leave her as he kneels down to grab his blade back. Not a bad attempt, little bird. You have some gumption about you. As he is keeling over, grabbing her side, she starts to crawl towards the secluded beach, leaving a trail of blood behind her. Ludwig gestures to his men to make their way back to the darkness of the jungle entrance as he watches her go. Is she still here? With Kanan, maybe? No. So somebody is here, but we don't know. Yeah, because it's not going to be those two. Because you're going off to the secluded beach. Hi, Vega. How are you? I'm doing pretty well. Um, we're trying to figure out what happened to um what happened to the people who were working and living on this plantation, sorry, in 1941. We are a psychic detective, and our client was informed that his sister and father were killed during the Japanese invasion, and he found proof that they actually weren't. So now we have to figure out how they actually died, if they died, what happened. So it's a bit confusing because sometimes you'll get end pieces before you get middle pieces, but oh, nice. I love that. A nice big sleep in. Okay, these ones were all done. She was going to the secluded beach. That's where we were at. Asya stumbles out of the jungle path onto the sand, clutching her side. A dark stain is spreading rapidly across her white uniform. She collapses near a set of caves in the limestone, her breathing ragged and shallow. Oh, Dieter. I guess, yeah, Dieter wasn't there. You said you would be here. Wait by the rocks, you said. We will sail away. You promised. She tries to crawl towards the water, but her strength fails her. Her hand falls limp to the sand as the tide gently laps at her feet and the life fades from her. Aw, man. Does that... Yep. Okay. As we find them... How did Eddie die? Yes. Lights, camera, and parted? Yeah. Did we? Oh, we didn't read this one. Oh, nice. Are you typically like a night? I don't ever want to pry, sorry, but I'm like this. Are you typically a night worker, or was it like a special? I'll say a special J. But glad you could join in. Usually, I'm quite the early girl, so we start around here at 9. But today we started later, so I'm here a bit later. And I also hate leaving with a game that you feel so close to being at the end of. Ugh. Okay, Edward moves through the garden like a demon shooting his way through the invaders. 3 Japanese soldiers fall in quick succession. He empties the revolver and hurls it at a soldier's face. A bayonet lunges. Edward deflects it, drawing his knife in a blur of motion. The blade finds the soldier's throat. Oof. Edward catches a bullet in the thigh. He grunts but doesn't slow down. He catches a dead soldier's pistol and fires point blank into the next attacker. He is surrounded. A soldier raises his rifle to execute him. A pirate bursts from the bushes, a kriss flashing in the torchlight. The soldier is skewered. Oof! More pirates join the fray, engaging the Japanese in brutally close quarters. Edward staggers on, ignoring the chaos, his eyes fixed on the burning clubhouse. He takes another hit to the shoulder and another in the gut. He reaches the inferno and sees a hand sticking out from under a collapsed beam. Vitalina. Vita? Oh, nice! Honestly, though, I feel like that's nice. And then, yeah, you still have time to, like, do things during the day, so it's not like you're on a complete reverse cycle. Still got my new projects left on me. Honestly, I feel that. I feel like sometimes a nice, like, late night work session is just fantastic. And yeah, nobody's really gonna bother you. So, you probably don't have to deal with, like, people, because who's gonna be awake? Perfect. He plunges his hand into the burning wreckage, flesh sizzling. Ugh. He heaves the beam. Okay, so we know she's in the... Oh, God. Aside with a roar of pure agony, he drags Vitalina's broken body onto the sand. She is gone. Ed collapses beside her. He brushes the ash from her face with a trembling hand. I'm here, love. I'm here. He kisses her on the forehead one last time. He looks up and sees lights a little away from the shore. Look, love, a launch. Oh, it's coming to save us. We can still make it. He does not move again. The fire roars over them, consuming the clubhouse and the lovers together. Okay, so was he here then the whole time too? So him and somebody else. Who would he have sent away? Okay, but we know Vitalina was in... Oh, he was in the clubhouse. Okay, just kidding. So it's the two of... Not just the two of them? Does he come because... Oh, that's pretty cool. I'm okay. Actually spent yesterday drawing a few things myself, so it's all good. I do appreciate it, though. No, you're not with us. Where in the clubhouse are you? Anon, are you here in the clubhouse by yourself? No. I swear we're still missing somebody. Okay, Lucas's boat. They leave the boathouse at this time. But it's not them because they're on the boat. So Loon and Lucas. Did Rose join them? Yes. Okay. They row frantically towards the large boat anchored offshore. Bullets zip past them, splashing into the water. Row, row harder. The shooting stops suddenly, but they're too focused to notice. They reach the launch and scramble aboard. The deck is a grim sight. Bodies of British and Japanese sailors lie rotting in the sun. Lucas goes to check the engines. She'll run! They look back at the shore. A line of gray warships has appeared on the horizon. The Union Jack flies from their masts. I cannot bloody believe it. The Navy, they're here! Too late for the plantation, but just in time to give the nips a bloody nose. If your nipples have bloody noses, guys, go to the doctors. Loon stands at the stern, watching the smoke rise from her home. Do you want to go back? Loon looks at the burning land, then at her companions. There is nothing left for me there. Not for me. Jerry's gone. Vita, everyone. Then we go. I have contacts in London. We can start fresh. New names, new lives. Oh... Lucas guns the engine, and the boat turns toward the open sea, leaving the nightmare of Goodwill Plantation behind. So Loon made it out of the plantation alive. I need to let Mr. Goodwill know as soon as possible, although I do think there is still more to discover about what happened at the plantation and why. Maybe I can find some clues as to where they went from here. Okay, because now they're officially, like, nobody's on the boat, I would assume. Yeah. I wish there was like a quick tab or something. I think actually What else do we do on this boat? Because obviously there's something here. The pouch? Oh my god, yeah. Um, can you send me... Yeah, shut up. Can you... Cough, cough. You're gonna hold that over my head forever. Again, when I started, I couldn't trust people, okay? I've had not bad experiences on Discord, thankfully, but I have had, and by... Why am I doing all of those? Sorry. And by issues, it's like my paranoia really hits hard. But I've had issues in the past with my phone number being put out. So I get very stressed and anxious about that. Yeah, I was gonna say, even if you send me a link to Floria's Discord, and then I can join, and then I'll have to figure out how to make one, like a server, I guess. I don't understand it. Um, so maybe I'll have Floria help me. Um, okay. So something else happened here. We're still missing things. Oh, the binoculars. I don't know whose binoculars they are because I thought they were Lucas's, but they're not. If I click enough, I think they're just gonna try and tell me whose it was, maybe. They're Jiro's. Jiro's binoculars. Okay. Wait, they're not showing roof, held, roof. So Lucas had them, but at some point they got... Am I chopped liver? No. Do you know how to make rooms? Do you know how to work this? Have you created a Discord server? That was my only thought, was like, I'm like, oh, maybe because she's done... Why are you telling me something? Oh, documents. Okay. We're gonna... Yes? Oh. Well, then, yeah, you can help me too. I'm not completing this investigation, by the way, because I know there is, like, so... Like, there's still something from here. Arb's done... Oh, fair. That's fair. Okay, there's still something in here. It doesn't feel right having the Hun walk about the clubhouse. Von Guttram. But the clubhouse... Oh, now the binoculars exist. Okay, so whose binoculars were there again? Sorry. Jiro. Okay, so Jiro was... Oh, but I've already got all these. Okay, so Jiro. Go by guest. Let's see, where was he? So I can try and follow him. Clubhouse, dining room, library. Okay, let's head to the library. Okay. Ooh. Lucas and Rose scramble up the stairs, bullets chipping the plaster around them. Into the library. Move. They dive into the library and Lucas slams the heavy oak door, throwing the deadbolt just as the heavy impact shutters the frame. That won't hold them for long. We need that key. What do we do now? We're trapped. And then what? Jump? It's suicide. Okay. So, I now know it's these two in here. Yes. I'm not married to you, but you know. Okay, so we're done with the library now. The key is not there. Someone's taken it. The clubhouse is gone. Secret passage is useless. If we climb out of the window, library window, we can get to the roof. Okay, so then this is where we followed them. Because they go from here to the roof, to the observation, to the boat. Well, to here, to the boathouse, then to the boat. Why is that hollow? Oh, because there's people we don't know about yet. Oh, we need the superior officer. That's right. We need to find the officer. Library? Who was in the clubhouse? Huh. Were you in the clubhouse? No. Like, I know I'm missing people. And I can't quite figure out why. Or how. My darling, what a... where are we? Clubhouse. Clubhouse. Dita. Dita and Edward? Dita Edward Witt? Dita Edward Giro? No? No. Okay, Lucas's boat. We don't know who that is yet. We don't know who these are. Don't know who... Somebody else needs to be... We need the shaman. Okay, that's telling me I have like one more hint out of here. I think that's what they said it was. Where is it? Oops, inventory hint help. Timeline are hints. They indicate how many clues to events you haven't discovered are in this scene. Okay, so there's one clue that we have not discovered. Jiro, sorry about Bone and I was in the Navy, sunning. Okay. Midshipman. Teresa Dieter. Yeah, what's happening with Teresa and Dieter? That's what I need to know. What's happening with Teresa and Dieter? Dieter's not there. There we go. Okay, because Teresa and Dieter... And then they're still there. Still there. Because this is the dining room. Teresa leaves, followed by Dieter. Okay, where did they leave to is the question. Because I don't have them anywhere. So they leave. They're gone. The observation deck? No. Once upon a motherfucking son, I wanted you. I wanted you. Okay, they were on the veranda. Okay, they're seated, drinks in hand. Dieter, you must tell them, Jeremiah and Bone. They are chasing shadows with this cursed nonsense. I will tell them nothing, my dear. But why? It's cruel. Why should I save Jeremiah's empire when I am poised to inherit it? Huh? What are you talking about? The Brooke Rajas are making their move. With the company weak and the war coming, they're expanding their influence. And I have facilitated their entry. What? And the pirates. Captain Hero is a blunt instrument, yes, but effective. He clears the board so that we may set the pieces anew. You helped the pirates? I did it for us, for you. I know you, Teresa. You have expensive tastes. You would never look twice at a penniless Hun, but a Hun who owns the Goodwill Plantation? That's a different matter. Join me. Be my wife. We can do this together. You utter, arrogant idiot. Do you think I care about the money? Do you think I care about this blasted plantation? You brought pirates to our doorstep. You have endangered Loon. Loon will be safe. I have assurances. Assurances from pirates? I don't give a damn what happens to Jeremiah or to me, or to you for that matter. We can all rot in hell for our sins, but if a single hair on my daughter's head is harmed, I will kill you myself. She's good. She's good, guys. What was that? Oh, a tap on the glass. I have to go. Stay away from me and stay away from my daughter. Teresa storms off, leaving Dieter with the drink. Jeremiah and Edward can be heard coming this way from inside the house. Dieter also makes an exit. Okay, so Dieter's gone, but now it's Jeremiah and Edward. Oops. Did you see the look on that young pup's face? Utterly terrified by a rabble of Sulu devils. You can't judge him too harshly, Jerry. He fancies himself a tough customer, but he hasn't the nettle. He hasn't the metal for this rock. Ha! Soft as metals, a lot of them. They haven't the iron in their blood we had in our day. Indeed, my mind's been wandering back to 15 tonight and the run-down business. Trekking through that god-forsaken Murret country for weeks, wet rot in your boots, and the constant dread of a poison dart in your neck. The silence was the killer. You never heard the sumpiton? Just the sound of the darts finding the men marching beside you. And those underground forts. We were chasing ghosts in the mud, outmatched in the deep jungle by an enemy we couldn't even see. But we held the line, didn't we? We always hold the line. We did, Jerry, we did. I'm feeling rather weary, old boy. I think the excitement has taken it out of me. I don't know if I have what it takes these days. I'm not the man I once was, Bone. I haven't the fortitude for another scrap. I truly fancied tobacco was a forever trade. I never expected the world to take to these wretched cigarettes and render our cigar leaf quite obsolete. And we always had the shell, didn't we? Mother of pearl was meant to be the bedrock, and then it simply vanished from beneath our feet. Jeremiah looks out at the night, fine black soot. The ash from the torched oil fields to the south begins to rain down from the sky. And then there's the war. I'm tired, my friend, so tired. I'm going to retire to the study. I'll finish my glass here. Keep an eye out for any further uninvited guests. Jeremiah claps Edward on the shoulder. He heads inside. Edward hangs around for a bit longer. Oh, there's a croquet mallet. Watching the sky, he turns his head towards the back of the plantain and sees a strange orange glow in the distance. What in the hell? Edward grabs a croquet mallet from behind the bar and heads towards the source of the glow. Okay, so Edward found master bedroom, the railway. Jeremiah's in the study. What would have blown up? Okay, items. So now we have a croquet mallet, and if he's been the one holding it the whole time, then it'll have his essence. Huh. True. I forgot. Yeah, you can use stickers and stuff. Sorry. Okay, so there's still something. I think that was like the random man. No? Is it because I didn't click this? No. Okay. He's been trailing after Teresa. What? Elena, but you, Mr. Okay. To put an order in the library before my meeting with Jeremiah later. Which, does she ever actually meet with Jeremiah? Jeremiah and Cynthia. When were you guys ever in the same room other than dinner? You weren't. So what happened on at 11? Oops, sorry. The dining room. Could it just be those two? No, because I thought he left. The biohazard. Okay, so it is her and Jeremiah. Cynthia is visibly shaken, her hands trembling as she lights a cigarette. Who is that man? It may not be up to you soon, Goodwill. Kanan. Okay. So it's Kanan. Those three. There we go. Perfect. A mistake. Just a mistake. I must confess I've put myself in a frightfully tight spot. I've gone on board rather heavily. I have to. That's his name. His name's Jeremiah. Heavily against the estate, took a bit of a flyer to expand the shell beds. My thinking was, well, everyone is mad for rubber and oil now that tobacco has lost its polish over here. I thought if we could simply double the haul, we might seize the lion's share of the shell market. It's going to be Dickwad soon, probably. I mean, he is dead, so... And corner the trade and mother of pearl before the Dutch caught on. But the venture is a dead loss, a complete washout. The pearls are quite hopeless, wormy crimson things without a lick of orient. Now I'm left staring at a mountain of dead lime and a mountain of debt. All right, we have options. We can sell the land to the Rajas. The Brooke family has been eyeing this coast for years. Absolutely not. This is my plantation. I am not moving anywhere. It may not be up to you soon, Mr. Goodwill. If the Japanese invade as predicted, they will take everything by force anyway. You should leave while you can, sell, take the money, and go. The workers, the Bajau, the sea people, okay. They are worried too when they are perfectly calm by nature, usually. If they are scared, I need to think on this. The guest room has been prepared for you, but I'm afraid you'll have to share with Mr. Sterling. We only have one guest house, but it has multiple chambers. Share with a man? I certainly will not. That is completely improper. Mrs. Goodwill offered earlier. I will stay with her in your room. In the master bedroom? You go enjoy my marital bed with my wife then. I'll see you in the morning. Tombasar, are you all right? Is everyone all right? Dear chap, you're making a habit of arriving after the fire. I'm afraid I was taken off guard and knocked unconscious by the jungle entrance. I'm really sorry. That's terrible, but yes, we are all right. This was all my fault and it will not happen again. I don't understand. We had bloodthirsty pirates on the premises and you're acting as if nothing happened. I need to call for reinforcements. We need to secure the premises. We need to... Tomorrow. There is no urgency. They will leave us alone, for a while at least. Tonight we rest, and tomorrow you can do what you want. Kanan accepts his master's advice and bows. He makes his way to the kitchen. Okay, so Kanan's in the kitchen, and Cynthia to the bedroom as Jeremiah heads out to find some companionship. Okay, so Kanan is in the kitchen. We know that. Aisha? The stove is cold and there's no sign of them anywhere. That's odd. She's never absent from her post. He checks the back door. It's unlocked. Where has that girl got to? He paces for a moment, a sense of unease growing in his gut. Something is not right. I feel it in my bones. I must inform Tuan Goodwill immediately. He heads towards the study. Where... Quickly runs to get help. Okay. Okay. The study is deathly quiet. Vitalina steals into the room, placing the tincture bottle she recovered. I thought we did this. Hopefully he thinks Asia brought this. Oh, anything with that gold vial. She's about to turn away when she hears Jerry, we'll call him Jerry, in the corridor outside. Vitalina starts. The empty blue bottle she was clutching slips from her fingers. It hits the rug with a muffled thud and rolls under the leather armchair. Oh no! Who's there? Vitalina? She freezes, unable to retrieve the vial, with him watching. Whatever are you doing in here? You look positively ghost-ridden. I crave your pardon. I was just on my way to Bowen's room. Why are you all of a quiver? Your hands are shaking like a leaf. It's the shock of the evening. I think I need to lie down. Quite. Well, I shan't detain you. She glances frantically at the armchair, then turns and hurries out of the room. Singular woman. Positively rum. So she's gone. So, oh, he came back with help? I'd assume it was all the men. Oh, it's just Jiro. You see, I didn't know who to turn to. I don't know who to trust. Jiro checks it for a pulse. None. He sees the empty blue vial and pockets it. Ooh, we got an opium pipe. He places his own opium pipe on the floor next to the victim's hand. Accident. It has to look like an accident. It's better this way. We can say it was an overdose. Bonfire knows about the affair. He'll hang me. Huh? What affair? You're sleeping with Rose? Stop worrying. I'll take care of it. Damn, I don't speak Malay or Dayak or whatever language that is. I will need to try and transfer what is being said phonetically and reach out to Armand in Oxford. Okay, we figured that one out. He continues speaking. They're on their way. You should go. What do we tell the others? What about Loon? She'll be devastated. Little Mem is stronger than you think, and she has us. I'll go see Therese. That's where I will be if you need to find me. What are you talking about? You can't do that. Forget her. It's 2 in the morning. Just go to bed and don't let anyone see you. All right. Yes, you're right. I'll wait for the reinforcements here. You go. Does Therese... Is Therese... Is Therese and Jiro together? Nice. Teresa sits alone on the wicker chair, deep in thoughts, a glass of gin in her hand. Jiro hurries along the veranda, intending to pass. I don't like that this notification was poor Jiro. What happened to Jiro? Intending to pass by, but stops when he sees her. He hesitates, torn between duty and emotion. He takes a breath to compose himself, but a sob escapes him. Teresa. What is it now, Jiro? Another calamity to keep us from our stolen hours? It's the Tuan. It's Tuan Goodwill. What has he done this time that could be worse than selling us off to pirates? He's dead. Well then. Don't be ridiculous. Men like him don't just die. We found him in the study. He was gone. Oh, he has the vial now. I found this near him. Stares at the empty vial, then up at Jiro. Her face is pale. Dead, truly, and finally, I hated him. I despised him, but I loved him. God help me, I loved him more than anything. Suddenly, shouts erupt from the garden. Torches flare in the darkness, followed by the crack of gunfire. They watch in shock as the clubhouse erupts into flames. The world is ending. Did you know? No, I'm no traitor. Teresa pours another measure of gin, her hand surprisingly steady now. She downs it in one gulp. She stands up and grabs Jiro, pulling him close. She kisses him, a desperate, passionate kiss. You're a good man. You need to find yourself a good woman, someone who isn't broken before it's too late. I have a good woman right here. A genuine smile spreads across Teresa's face. A shot rings out and Jiro falls to the floor, dead. Teresa stares down, aghast. So he's dead now. Who would be in your room with you? Kanan showed up? Dieter? Edward? Luz? Who showed up in your room, babes? Everybody else is dead. Inventory. Let's get that opium pipe. That was Jiro's. Okay. Now let's try these two. The railway. It was just Ludwig. No? Okay, it's also changing colors for you guys, so at least I'm not crazy. Is this when you start the fire? Ludwig started the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. Ludwig for the fire. Oops. Okay. Maybe he did. I think he's still dead. Oh, hold on. What did I get? The croquet mallet. Edward arrives at the railway. Oh, I'm at the railway, right. He stops in his tracks. Bloody hell. Harrow's handiwork, no doubt about it. He's torched the only way out. Edward runs towards the water tower, grabbing a bucket. He throws water onto the nearest carriage, but the fire roars back with redoubled fury. It's no use. It's too far gone. I have to go warn Jerry and the others. Who goes there? Dieter? Okay, and then he rushes towards him. But Dieter's not there. It's one of these guys. Maybe? It's not. Oops. The jungle. I was gonna say, yeah, it has to be him staying at the jungle. Memories come crash back to him. The sudden blow, the pirates, someone else. Someone untied him. Somebody he knows, but it's too much of a haze. He scrambles to his feet, swaying dizzily and looking towards the distant lights. They'll kill them all. Ignoring the throbbing pain in his skull, he stumbles out into a desperate run towards the main house. Ludwig and his men are walking back from the railway tracks looking for a spot to set up a temporary camp. They start a small fire to heat up some canned food. Ludwig takes off his vest, the gold lighter visible in the front pocket, and sits on a log, sharpening his blade in preparation for a fight. Okay. Clubhouse, yeah, Clubhouse we don't have anything for those times. Railway we don't. Observation deck. You guys chatting? The air on the observation deck is cool, but Rose is shivering from more than just the wind. Rose, I must confess something. I was in your room earlier. That's the master, right? Okay, we did know that. That's fine. I saw the letter, the one left upon the vanity. Rose, were you really planning to end it all? Rose looks away, staring out at the inky depths of the Sulu Sea. She lets out a jagged little laugh. It was merely a passing fancy. A passing fancy? One does not pen a valediction. In a passing fancy, it is a cry for help. I suppose it was. I've been desolate. Simply desolate. Jerry was away for what felt like an eternity, and then I heard she was arriving. The thought of her here with him, it was the black dog on my back. I got into a positively frightful state. So you wrote these words merely to give him a fright? I wanted him to find it. I wanted him to find me. Perhaps on the very precipice, or perhaps merely the note. I wanted him to worry, to panic. I thought if he thought he might lose me, really lose me, he might fight for us. He might try to save this hollow sham we call marriage. But I would never have gone through with it. I've not the fortitude for it, or perhaps I'm not that restless. Men like Jeremiah, they do not save things, my dear. They only acquire them. I know, but a girl can dream, can't she? And it turns out I was wrong about Cynthia. She's not so bad after all. Did you truly invite her into your bedchamber? I just thought it would really infuriate him, a bit of spite to seize in the evening. Rose, you are monstrously wicked. I must confess something else. Do pray, go on. I must beg your leave and take my departure. I have certain private affairs that require my attention. How frightfully mysterious. Run along then, darling. I'll stay here a bit longer. I do suspect Cynthia will be a while before she concludes her business with Jerry. I'll join her in the master bedroom soon with the nightcap. Maybe I can get more gossip about Jerry from her. Yeah, of course you can. I shall see you at breakfast. Sleep well, my dear. And then, yeah, we don't know who was at the railway. The jungle entrance. See, I feel like I'm absolutely missing something. Railway, secluded beach. Oh, Dieter was supposed to be there, wasn't he? Yeah. Dieter sprints onto the sand out of breath. He stops short as he sees the motionless figure of Asia, sprawled on the beach. He rushes to her and checks her pulse but finds none. Black soot starts raining down from the sky, ashes staining his face and clothes as he kneels beside Asia. Incredulous of what is happening. Verdammt? This wasn't supposed to happen. Where's the launch? Where's the signal flare? A roaring sound from behind makes him spin around. High on the ridge, fire consumes the railway carriages, the orange glow illuminating the scene eerily. They're penning us in. The boat was never coming, and now the steam engine is gone. The Rajas aren't extracting us. We are not partners. We are loose ends. I have been played for a fool. Probably. A spot's of light from the ocean. He jumps up, waving his arms. Over here, over here. The light grows brighter, then another appears and another. A whole line of them. Dieter stops, waving. The silhouette of a massive iron hull looms out of the mist. It's the Nips. Girl, if it's cold out, it's always the Nips. He hears the churning of engines and splash of landing craft hitting the water. Invasion, not extraction, invasion. He looks down. With a grunt of effort, he scoops Asia's lifeless body into his arms. He turns his back on the incoming fleet and runs towards the cover of the jungle. Okay, so it's him. I thought it's him and Asia. Is Ludwig there? It's definitely him. Okay, it's a through voice. Edward stares at the body in Dieter's arms. He recoils in horror. Is that Asia? She's gone, Bone. What happened? How? There's no time, Bone. The Japanese are landing on the beach. The Nips? Here? An entire invasion force. Destroy our landing craft. Dozens of them. We have to warn the others. We have to get everyone inland. But Asia? We can't just leave her. A deep voice booms from the shadows of the trees. He is right, old man. There is no time for mourning. Ludwig steps into the light, flanked by two of his crew. Edward tenses, raising the croquet mallet. Easy, I am not your enemy. Not anymore. You torched the steam engine. You trapped us here. I cut off the escape route of a coward. I did not know the wolf was already at the door. I'm sorry about the girl, truly. She fought like a tigress. She deserved a warrior's death, not this. It was self-defense. My men, they are jumpy. Self-defense, she was a servant girl. She had a knife at my throat before I knew she was there. She had spirit, but arguing will not bring her back. My men and I, we can help you fight, or at least help you escape. Why should we trust you? Because the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and because if the Japanese take this island, there will be no place left for free men. Cool, fine, but if you cross us, save your threats for the Nips, Englishman. You're going to need them. They all head towards the house. Through the lawn and past the clubhouse. Okay, so this one is going to be Eddie Boy by himself. No? Is it the two of them? Who else would it have been? Interesting. Okay. Okay, so from... God damn it, what time was that? We were in the forest, or the jungle. Jungle. In the jingle, jangle, jungle. Croquet lawn. Okay, so it's Dieter, Edward, and Ludwig. Dieter, Edward, Ludwig. Okay. They emerge onto the croquet... Sorry, what did she say? I unlocked what? Everything? I didn't think so. Onto the croquet lawn, along with Captain Harrow's crew of pirates. They were armed with pistols, blades, and burning torches. Edward is still wielding their croquet mallet. Wait, I think I see Vita over there heading into the house. Quiet. A crack of gunfire erupts from the darkness near the beach path. Two of the pirate crew fall, cut down instantly. Oh. Dieter clutches his shoulder as a bullet grazes him. Ambush, fall back. We need a diversion. The Japs will overrun us if we try to make a stand here. The still in the... Oh, I think that was supposed to go. The still in the clubhouse. It's a powder keg waiting to blow. You want to blow up the alcohol? It'll create enough chaos to cover a retreat. We need to get to the main house and gather the others. Do it. Run to the study. So they sprint towards the main house as flames begin to engulf. Dieter notices Therese in the veranda and splits from the rest of the group. Okay, so Dieter then goes to the veranda. With Teresa. No? Oh, Jiro. But Jiro's not there. Jiro left. Who would have joined him? What? Ludwig? Splits. Okay, so Edward and Ludwig go to the main house. Where in the main house, though? Secluded beach study? I think they said the study they wanted to go to. Edward, Ludwig. Okay. They stop short at the sight of Jerry's body on the floor. Ed falls to his knees, dropping the croquet mallet, checking his friend. He looks up, confused and devastated. He's dead. A comedy of errors. I come to collect a debt of blood, and I find everyone is doing my work for me. Stop it! Have you no respect? Respect is for the living, Englishman. The dead don't care. That's fair. We miss the others. Where could they be? He freezes through the glass. He sees Vitalina Petrovsky and Cynthia running towards the burning clubhouse. No! I didn't realize Cynthia was there too. As he watches, the clubhouse explodes in a ball of fire. Shit. Edward scrambles to the door, but Ludwig grabs his arm. Let her go. The place is swarming with Japanese. It is suicide. Get your hands off me. She's down there. Okay. Edward breaks free and sprints out the room, running towards the Inferno. Ludwig watches him go, shaking his head. Fools, all of them. He looks around the silent room. He walks to the desk, takes a cigar from the box, and lights it with a lighter he pulls from his pocket. He takes a long drag, then leans down and tucks the lighter into Jerry's breast pocket. I believe this is yours. Ludwig turns and walks out into the night, vanishing into the shadows. His aura leaves the plantation. This was the last time Ludwig was here, and he cannot be felt after that. Okay, so after 4 in the morning, Ludwig's gone. He is not part of any mission. And then where were the girls? Because we definitely know... Okay, so these two would have been here. Shit. Cynthia and Vitalina race towards the clubhouse, ducking low to avoid the stray bullets whizzing through the air. They reach the edge of the clearing just as the roof is fully consumed by fire. The secret companionway. It's behind the paneling. We have to. A massive explosion rips through the building as the alcohol still detonates. The shockwave throws Cynthia backwards into the bushes. Timber and burning thatch rain down around her. Coughing in daze, she scrambled to her feet. Vitalina! Vitalina! There is no sign of her, only roaring flames and the sound of battle closing in. Between the smoke, she sees silhouettes of pirates clashing with uniformed soldiers. Confound it. The entire scheme has gone quite to the dogs. She spots a gap in the fighting towards the edge of the plantation. The others will have heard that. They'll know the route is cut. I must strike for the chapel alone, reach the planned rendezvous. It is the only card left to play. Okay, so then she heads... Because then we know she's been in the chapel this entire time. But she's been in the chapel with other people. Because there's 2 and something. I don't know why it's... Oh yeah, this guy. The superior officer. How do we find him? Why isn't he come out yet? Kitchen? Oh. I was going to say it's not... Oh no, because Aisha has died by this point. So who or what was here? Okay, we've got Teresa's room. Teresa and Jiro. There we go. Teresa drags Jiro into the room, kissing him hungrily. Finally, I thought tonight would never end. Teresa, are you sure no one saw us? Tuan Dieter? Forget him. He is evil, is what I've learned tonight. I don't want to talk about him and his schemes. I've missed you, God help me, I have. Oh, wow. Good for them. Good for them. So who else joins their throuple? It's definitely not Dita. Oh God, who do we think finds the 2 of them entwined? Canon. Jiro, ma'am. Go away, Kanan. I apologize, madam, but I know Jiro is with you. I require his assistance immediately. It concerns the Tuan. Tuan Goodwill? Ignore him, Jiro. It is a matter of life and death. Jiro looks at Teresa, then at the door. He starts to dress his face pale. I have to go, Teresa. You're leaving for him? If it's life or death, I know Kanan would... He would not be saying this lightly. Let me go see what this is. Go. Return to your Tuan. Teresa paces the room. Furious, she kicks the pile of clothes on the floor. Bastards, every single one of them. The room is frightfully hot. She wipes sweat from her forehead. I can't breathe in here. It's like a tomb. She hastily pulls on a light dress, abandoning her undergarments in the heat. I need air and a gin. Okay, and then she goes to the veranda, which we know she's there. Jiro meets her. And then Jiro's dead, so I thought it was just them. Did Teresa run? Okay. What was Cheetos? I don't think any of this was his. Okay, so I'm missing a person. Why would any of you be in there? Or on the veranda, I guess. The veranda does make sense. Interesting. Okay. Hmm. The railway. I have nobody there. The railway. I swear it's his men. Okay, it was just Edward. God damn it. Edward arrives at the railway. He stops in his tracks. Yeah, because they are all in flames. Harrow's handiwork. Runs towards the water tower, grabbing a bucket. It's no use. It's too far gone. I have to go warn Jerry. Didn't we? I swear we read this. He squints through the smoke. It's Dieter von Guntram stumbling under a weight of a limp body. Dieter. He turns to leave a spot's movement near the jungle entrance. Figure is emerging from the tree line from the direction of the secluded beach carrying something heavy. Okay, and then that's where they meet each other at the jungle entrance. But until then... Did I not try just Ludwig here? Goes through the corpses. Effects. Okay, he finds a key to a passageway. Ludwig gestures to his men to get the corpse out of here. He composes himself, putting his vest back on and splashes water from a canteen onto his face. It's time. Gather your gear, check your wallets. The plantation is gone tonight. Okay. What corpse did you find, my dear? You and somebody else. No idea. Okay. Key to the passageway. How long have you had it that it's yours? No, okay. And Vitalina knew about it. I think all of them actually knew about it. Should be Jeremiah's. Yep. Okay, the shaman. See, we need the shaman. The shaman Harrow. Belay that. This cannot be the design the Rajas intended. The plantation will be utterly worthless if you put it to torch. The oysters? But the pearls. They are worthless. The pearls are tainted. Rust? It's just rust? Steps back as he realizes the mistake he's made in running up here. You're with the triads? Please, I... The pirates rush the shaman. The shaman falls, stabbed to death. Okay. We need the shaman. Oh. Okay. I don't know why it's being weird. Ugh. Pain in my tushy. I don't understand this. Would be at the jungle. The clubhouse? Maybe Dieter's at the clubhouse. Okay, shaman. Shaman. Not shaman. Not shaman. Not shaman. Oh my god, a lot of this is... Oh, right, the blues. I've apparently absolutely killed my phone too, so that's fun. Okay, who is still unaccounted for? These two are still unaccounted for. But I think they were at the church with the shaman. Or she just never showed up. Dead, dead, dead. Okay, so after Dieter leaves the clubhouse... See, it says he notices her in the veranda, but then I go to the veranda. So it should be those two, but it's not. So unless, like, I don't understand. Are you all there? They're all there. We in and out, we shake all about. Yeah. I don't know. Twitch is saying we're unstable. OBS is saying we're good. I don't actually know what's happening. It's just a party in the USA. Okay, so Dieter gets on the veranda, his face twisted. He levels his smoking pistol at Teresa. The help? You would not have me, but you would spread your legs for the help? For a Jap, no less, with everything that's going on. You killed him, whore. I wasn't expecting that. Dieter advances on her. Oh my gosh. Loon's scream tears through the night. Dieter spins around distracted. Cannon raises his rifle without hesitation and shoots. Dieter looks incredulous as blood starts pouring down his face, a dark hole appearing in his forehead. He collapses over the veranda railing before he hits the ground. Sure. We have to move now. Oh my god. He is gone, Mem. But Loon is here and she needs you. The clubhouse is destroyed. Our route is gone. We must go through the kitchen window and sneak around. Okay, so these three are in the kitchen. What time are we at? Okay, so it's in the kitchen at 5. It's all of them. Okay. Water. The kitchen is dark. Loon is still standing guard as Kanan breaks the lock on the back window. He climbs halfway out, checking the perimeter. It looks clear. Come on. Suddenly, he spots movement in the bushes. Get back. A burst of automatic gunfire shreds the wooden window frame. Kanan is hit multiple times. He jerks violently and falls back onto the kitchen, blood pooling on the tiles. Why are you consistently going in and out? Sorry, I'm trying to charge my phone because it died. It's being weird now. A Japanese soldier appears at the window, pointing his weapon at Teresa. Loon screams and raises her rifle. She shoots, and the soldier's head snaps back, and he crumples out of sight. Loon grabs Teresa's hand. Run! They vault over Kanan's body through the shattered window, sprinting the darkness towards the boathouse. Which we know they're there. That's where Teresa dies. Teresa, sorry. So literally, I think Loon and Lucas and Rose. I think those are the only survivors. I don't know what happens with Cynthia. Because where do you go after this, Cynthia? They enter the house. With Rose. So where does Rose? Oh, I don't know where they went. Okay, they're somewhere at 3. In the house. Somewhere in the house around 3. The workers' quarters? No. Sorry, not at 3. Oh, I was at 2. Whoops. Rose and Cynthia, maybe? In here? No. It's got to be them. It has to be them in the study. Somebody else is in the study. Who is in the study prior? Jiro and Kanan. Oh, maybe they all ran together? No. I know the shaman wouldn't be here. Oop. Okay, so what is it? The binoculars? So Lucas is in here. Loon, Lucas, Cynthia. Okay, okay. Rose, Cynthia, Lucas, Loon. Is it everybody? Everybody's here together. She's a really cool dancer. Okay, so everybody's getting in there. Father? Papa, wake up. You're frightening me. He's gone. I'm sorry. It was a misadventure and overdose. The pipe finally claimed him. He took too much Chandu. Overdose? Look at his eyes. Opium doesn't cause that. Poison does. You did this. You were the only bleeding soul in this room. No, I vow on my life. I found him in this state. Ladies, come in. Hold your hand. Don't shoot him. It was not his doing. It was me. Oh. You? My love. It was an accident. I gave him the tuju. I thought it was a cure. Oh, I think we did read this. That's quite enough. Sit down and hold your tongue, girl. We are subjects of the crown, not savages. Can I see to that woman's hand before she bleeds out on the floorboards? Now attend to me, the lot of you. Jeremiah's gone, and no amount of hysteria will fetch him back, but the Japanese are on the beach and heading this way fast. If we stay here arguing, we join him. You're barking orders like a regimental sergeant major. Miss Savelle, just who the devil are you? MI5. I've been tracking a triad operation through the straits. Jerry's Pearl fiasco was attracting their attention. And Babalian... What's Babalian Antau? Oh, for fart's sakes, why can't we... It's the shaman! Let me use the shaman! SIS, monitoring the fifth column and gathering human intelligence on foreign powers, specifically sent here to monitor Japan activities. Well then, Mr. Sterling, it seems we are on the same side. We need to get these people to safety. Agreed, but it's not that simple. Okay. They've torched everything. Ed and Dieter are with them. Please tell me he's intact. He seemed fine from what I could see. The man can fend for himself. Asia helped them. I realize that now. I was in a haze when I saw her dealing with their captain, but it's all falling into place now. I say we try and get to the boathouse and reach my launch. It's a grisly sight. Secret companionway. Oh my gosh. This just keeps, like, getting more and more insane. It begins behind the paneling in the clubhouse, but we'll need the key from the library. We've got that. Kanan, Cynthia, you escort the ladies to the clubhouse. Rose, take a rifle and come with me. We'll secure the key as you know the hiding place. I'm joining the party. You vowed to protect me. Very well, but no more sharpshooting our friends. Do you hear? I am dreadfully sorry, Vita. I simply cannot grasp that Papa is gone. Shots can be heard from outside. Everyone steps to the window. Some of the parties outside have torches, but it's difficult to see anything in the dark, and with the soot still raining down, it's pure chaos. And Mother? Where's Mother? One hopes Jiro has her under his wings. We can only pray that they see the writing on the wall and find a way out. No, we can't just hope. It's my mother. I am not losing her too. Very well, little mem. Change of plan. I shall strike out and fetch your mother and Jiro. The rest of you carry on as arranged. Then it's decided. I'm coming with you. Okay, that's how she finds Mom. Sorry, Lucas. We have to part ways right now. It is my mother. It cannot be helped. See you on the other side, young lady. One last thing, Mr. SIS. I take this as yours. Indeed. This is a sample of the green mist, a chemical agent that the Japanese have been perfecting on the Sulu Sea. A lot of good men died getting the sample. I'm glad it wasn't lost yet. Distributes the rifles, and then everybody's good luck. Okay, so who would come back? No. Okay, so the shaman wasn't here. The officer. Okay. I seriously need the shaman. The shaman and the officer. Lucas's boat. The shaman again. Oh yeah, secret companionway. Actually, let's just see. What hours actually require. Shaman was in here. Cool. I think I'm literally just going to test everything with the shaman. Oops. Hello, hello. Oh my god, I love that. Does Cynthia get out through these? No. It's genuinely just the shaman. Okay. What about the railway? The shaman. Workers' quarters. Thankfully not the shaman. Oh, Lucas and Loon were at the workers' quarters. From the window which overlooks the plantation as the quarters are up on the hill, they have a terrifying view. To the south, the iron road is an inferno, flames licking the sky. To the east, at the cove, Japanese soldiers are disembarking from landing crafts onto the sand, and all around them, the sky is black with soot. It's worse than I thought. They're surrounding us. There's so many of them. Lucas picks up the binoculars and takes a good look at their surroundings. All right, I can see 6 launchers landing on the secluded beach with a dozen men each. And the blaze is giving me a good view of what's happening by the jungle entrance in spite of the darkness. It seems that Edward and Dieter are there with our friend Captain Ludwig. They're heading back towards the house. Lucas shoves handfuls of ammunition into a canvas bag. He slings 3 rifles over his shoulder and hands 2 more to Loon. Take these. Can you shoot? I think so. Father taught me. Good. Aim for the center of mass. Don't hesitate. We need to find your father. He can help us figure out the best way to get everyone out of here. He'll be in the study. Okay, and then they go into the study. Oh, who is down? Probably the important people. Or the higher up officer. Okay. The veranda. Where were you, babes, at this time? I mean, it could be her and that guy. Oh my gosh. Apparently I got 9 text messages while my phone was off. All from the same person. Oh, good. Please don't tell me who that was. That would just be horrendous of you to tell me who messaged me. Not them. I actually don't know whose number that was. Oh, now I know. I don't know why it's showing 9 new messages with them. My God. There's so many. I hate notifications so much. Okay, weird. Where else are we? The guest house? Which didn't we tried? Oh, Cynthia's in the guest house. Okay. Cynthia Seville looks around the estate, watching the Navy officers rebuke the last of the Japanese soldiers back to the jungle. The sound of gunfire dissipating and slowing down as they regain control of the plantation. Young soldiers are running around attempting to quell the clubhouse fire, while the tobacco drying sheds by the railway are but a smoldering wreck now. Cynthia enters the wash house and sits down next to the Shanghai jar. She dips her head in, the cool water washing away the exhaustion on her face. She carefully places the pearl on a countertop as she gets undressed. I shall leave her there, to the solitude of the ladle bath, contemplating her fate, and the fate of her comrades as she attempts to wash the soot of Borneo from her skin. Okay, so we're calling Cynthia out. She's done from there. Because this is white now. Okay, the veranda. That's right. This one I think is the guy. Yeah, I think that's her and the guy. The clubhouse. Shaman? No. You? No. Okay, it's gonna be... Ugh. How do I... Okay, Cynthia makes her way through the rushes to find Asio's body lying there. She drops to a crouch beside the girl. She reaches out and closes Aisia's eyes shut. Poor girl, you're a long way from the kitchen. I wonder what you were doing all the way up here, my dear. As she stands, Cynthia gets a glimpse of an unusual color further down the brush. What's this then? Cynthia pushes a few branches out of the way to find the shaman's body. Slumped against a tree trunk, she pats the body and finds the mist report tucked in his trousers. She takes a quick glance at it. Well, that's a spot of luck. Maybe not everything was a total washout after all. She slides the report under her shirt and gently picks Isia's lifeless body in her arms. Time to say the final goodbyes. As Cynthia makes her way down the hill, a group of men led by an imposing figure can be seen in the background arriving on a steam engine. So the shaman is dead. The shaman also dies. She's going... Dunno. We don't know. Railway? No. Shaman? No. Right, can't be shaman. I'm gonna ask for a hint. The Babalian's reflection in a secret companionway, partial echo, at 16 using the key. You can find his reflection. Secret companionway at 4. Didn't it say 16? But I did that. Oh, ghost image? There we go. Okay. Okay. There we go. Because a lot of this is going to be figured out with him. Babalian and Tao is rummaging through some crates in the darkness of the secret companionway. Where is it? They said the rations were stored here. He strikes a match to light a candle. The sudden flare illuminates his face and reflects it in an old mirror on the wall. For a split second, a ghost image of him, startled expression, hangs in the air. I'll probably just go to Nina. Babalian Antau is seated on a crate, eating rations from a tin. The noise from the boathouse seems to have died down. Finally, peace. He wipes his mouth and stands up. Let's see what the spirits have stirred up with this visit. He navigates the concrete bunker and enters the secret companionway passage. The air is stale and the tunnel is very narrow, so tight. He presses on, the walls closing in with every step. Finally, he reaches the end. He locates the hidden latch. With a soft click, he slides open the panel that leads into the clubhouse. Okay, which is good because I need him there. He steps out from behind the panel into the ruined clubhouse. He surveys the smoking debris, but his attention is caught by movement on the lawn. What the hell? He spots a familiar figure barking orders. Harrow, what is he doing here? The Rajas cannot be aware of this. Why go to the trouble of getting Jerry poisoned quietly to avoid suspicion only to send this brute? It makes no sense unless Harrow is double-crossing the Rajas. I'm sure of it. He retreats back into the shadows to watch. But he continues to watch from his vantage point. He sees Ludwig and his men move towards the railway. Moments later, flames erupt along the tracks. Madness! The tobacco fields are right there. The season has been dry. Everything will burn. The entire plantation will be consumed. This is not what the Rajas would have wanted. What is going on here? And then he rushes toward the spreading fire, which would be the railway. The heat is intense as he arrives at the railway. The fire is already spreading fast, consuming the dry grass all around. He spots Ludwig heading back to the jungle, a torch still in his hand. You fool, you bloodthirsty fool. Why are you destroying everything? Anger replaces fear. Bavalion steps out from the smoke and heads in Ludwig's direction. He catches up to Ludwig at the edge of the jungle. Harrow, belay that! This cannot be the design of the Rajas intended. The plantation will be utterly worthless if you put it to the torch. The Rajas? I'm in the pocket of the Triads, you witless simpleton. They don't care about the plantation. They just want to take over the oyster farm. The oysters? But the pearls, they're worthless. They're tainted. You're just as much of an idiot as the rest of them. There's nothing wrong with the pearls. Bone is too cheap to buy new cages. He's using the old iron ones from the 20s. They're rusting in the water and staining the pearls. That red swirl? It's nothing but common corrosion bleeding into the nacre. It's pathetic, really. Rust? It's just rust. You're with the Triads? He tries to back away, but the other pirates have surrounded him in the gloom. Please, And then he is stabbed to death. So, he is now dead for the rest of the time. But I do know... Oh, wait, not the boathouse. He was in the church with Cynthia. What? Maybe it's just the two of them? Okay. A small, dilapidated chapel sits at the edge of the plantation. Vitalina stands before the altar, twisting her handkerchief. Bavalion, an old wizened man dressed in traditional Bajau garb, emerges from below the altar. Have you found the answer? My husband really believes in you. Please, can you help me? It is not the land that is sick, Mem Petrovsky. It is the master. Oh, and this is where she gets the poison from him. Dark shadow clings to him. You have to purify him. Can it be stopped? Can you lift it? This water is blessed by the sea spirits. It will cleanse the shadow from his soul. He must drink of it, one draught, and the curse will lift. The pearls will clear. The cure for the soul is often bitter to the tongue. Trust in the old ways. Give it to him tonight before the moon rises. Boathouse. Okay, he stands on the jetty of the boathouse, shielding his eyes from the sun. He checks the bindings of a small wooden raft. Curious, where did you come from? He looks up to the sea and spots a shape in the horizon. Lucas's boat. A launch? Anchored so far out? This is all very queer. I mean, yeah. He makes a decision, unmoors the raft, and begins to paddle. I assume he comes back then. Secures the raft to the jetty. An explosion echoes from the direction of the clubhouse. He watches as smoke billows into the sky and tiny figures scatter in panic, running to the building. Utter chaos. They run like headless chickens. Even that fool Kanan, the so-called head Jaga. The bunker leads straight to the clubhouse through the passage. They will be too busy running to watch the shadows. I can make it there. Take a look around. Remain undetected. And then he goes through the tunnels. He climbs onto the boats, the raft. The scene is grisly. Several Japanese soldiers and Royal Navy officers lie dead on the deck. What the hell happened here? He steps over a fallen sailor and finds a report clutched in his hand. He glances at it, his eyes widening. He pockets the report. I must return. I don't think I'll find much else here. Okay, the study... Who... Who are you? It must be your superiors. Yeah, that's gotta be your superior as well. Rapid necrosis from marine life, mild hallucinations. That's fun. Okay, how do I find this guy? There's still echoes discovered between 3 on Tuesday and 8 on Wednesday. That's all. There's still echoes to discover. Where, though? The next chapter? What do you mean the next chapter? Okay, so between 3 and 8? Okay, you. There's nothing. I feel like I just need to touch everything that I can touch. Okay. I don't need that, but thanks. I'll drink to that. To Lucas. And then 8 in the morning. Is there something else here? Oh my gosh. So she wants me in the fan, but she also does not want to be in the fan. A Navy officer. It's... What? Really? That's all they're going to tell me? There are still echoes. I know I have two, and I can't figure out what they are. Do I have anything open for the next hours? No. Like, everybody is fully accounted for. So what? What could I have missed? Okay. I really am just waiting for her boss, I guess. Yeah, like somehow she's the only person who's available. There's two things over here too. The missed report. Unless I have to like open up the reports and it's the missed report. No. No, because that one we knew. Oh shit, there are things in here. Final report. Investigator's dossier. Oh, the missed report belonged to... No. He had it for a bit. Oh, but he stole it from Lucas. Right. Right. Okay, so now... If I do this, and I do the missed report... I guess the missed report wouldn't tell me anything new. A boss floss? That would kind of be funny, I'm not gonna lie. First quarters. So I think it's just her and her supervisor. God damn it. Okay. Why? Okay. It's only Cynthia. It's only. Why does this feel funky? I don't know. It's only Cynthia here. Transcripts glossary. Are there things in the glossaries that I can? The occult. Oh! Oh, I didn't realize. Okay, so it's all the same page. Colonies. British standards. Pearls. I love the ominous music. Okay, the occult. Tuju. Victim's body through the air. The victim would suddenly fall ill with the shakes. Wait, the tuju is supposed to be through the air. So why did she think she could do it? Oh, we don't know whose missed report that is. Okay, I think we're gonna have to end this. At least this part, and maybe we can come back. Mr. Goodwill, I've concluded my investigation into the events at Goodwill Plantation. The truth is stranger than the official report suggested. Your father, Jeremiah, did pass away on that night. It was not the Japanese who killed him, nor was it the curse of the pearls or the green mist. It was desperation and misguided occultist beliefs. However, I have life-changing news for you. Your sister Loon did not perish in the fires as the colonial records state. My visions show her escaping the island on a boat with your father's second wife, Rose, and a man named Lucas Sterling. They made it to safety. She could be alive, Mr. Goodwill. They were attempting to escape back to England under a new identity. She chose to leave that life behind, but I want to believe she survived. I hope you find her. Okay. Your sister Loon wasn't lost to the flames. She survived that night. Oh. I'm still not done on this. What? It says echoes between 8, right? Okay, anything that I can click, I'm going to. Because we just need the superior officer. swear, I promise you there are more. What? What was here that turned blue? The lighter. Okay. Do I have any? I do have some open spaces. Let's try the lighter in these if I didn't do that the other day. So he had the... Because, yeah, like, she's accounted for pretty much everywhere else. We just don't know where she was at that time. But I think she... Okay, so she has to be in the study. Is this... So what was the... In the study? The rotary phone. I... What? I swear I clicked her. Okay, so... She's there. So then really... We know she's here, but it's got the one clue because it's got the superior officer, and we don't know where he comes from. Boat sirens, the cavalry. Okay, we're in the chapel. The pearl. A souvenir lest we forget. And then we've got a Navy officer. Why is that? Oh, I was like, why is that red? And that's simply because I have a note for him as who are you? Meet me at 10 a.m. sharp for the debriefing. Somebody's in the study and somebody's in the veranda. Are you by yourself on the veranda? Are you by yourself in the study? No, in the study is the superior officer's lighter. So who's on the veranda? Because, yeah, from this point on, once we're here, there's also two things here. Okay, so what else is here that we could have? We got Babylon Antau. We find Asia's body. What's this then? She finds Babylon Antau's. Finds the mist report. Which I don't know who the mist report belongs to. Because that would also be very helpful. A group of men arrive. Okay, so there's two things. I think the one is going to be the mist report. And I think once we figure out who owns the mist report, because I think I've tried everybody here. Oh, I swear I tried Lucas. Maybe I was really tired yesterday. Because, what? Okay, so we've got the mist. So now let's go through these using the missed report. Nope. No. I guess because the missed report would be if Lucas was there, right? Which, how do we go join Lucas? And where he is? We try the workers? Okay. So just kidding. The missed report didn't help. But I do want to know, like, where did they go? Like, they were on Lucas's boat and then just vanished? Maybe we could find some clues as to where they went from here. Contact. I mean, they're going to London. We know that. Something has stirred in my mind's eye. I should check it out. Something has stirred? Concentrate. Oh! The web of memories is complete. I can feel the resonance strengthening. It's pulling me beyond the island. We did it! The survivors, Lucas, Luna, and Rose, I can see their path. They didn't just escape, they endured a long, harrowing journey back to England. I've unlocked a new pathway at Maps and Return Point! Okay. There we go. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we're in the Soul Sea. Hello, everybody. Okay, so we know it's these guys. My instincts tell me I've uncovered everything there is to see in this location. Oh, amazing. The sea is calm, but the deck of the launch is slick with blood. Oh. Rose is in a cabin with a bucket of water and a somewhat clean rag, cleaning up Loon, who has finally stopped crying. There now, Loon, you're looking quite yourself again, though I'm sure I don't know what's to be done with your hair. It's positively unruly. It matters not, just leave it be. I only wish to curl up and sleep forever. Though I am frightfully peckish. I find I'm pining for Isia's kachang and the karapak. I would give anything for a savory right now. Rose smiles. I too, my dear, I too. Ladies, I shall require assistance on deck. Oh, and Rose, I found scissors. And for you, Loon, I've managed to forage some salt beef and a few ship's biscuits. Gross, but we can't be choosy. Loon reluctantly accepts the ration and begins to chew the leathery beef with a look of grim resignation. Rose uses the scissors and begins to hack the hem of her silk gown, shortening the Parisian finery into something more serviceable for a life at sea. They step onto the deck to face the rotting bodies. Lucas drags the body of a British sailor to the rail. Loon and Rose struggle with the dead weight of an Imperial Japanese soldier. Oh wait, don't just heave them over. Get their belts, boots, timepieces, and anything else of value on them. Lucas, that's positively ghoulish. Okay, we're going to Singapore. It's survival, Loon. We have nothing. No coins, no credentials, and the world is on fire. I must say, this is a rather rum way to spend the week before Christmas. Oh no. The nips will have yen, perhaps even a bit of bouillon. The sailors may have a few sovereigns or Straits dollars in their pockets, and sidearms too. We trade all of it for clothes, food, and passage to Europe when we reach Singapore in a couple of days. Sick but resigned, they strip the dead of their valuables before committing them to the deep. Okay. Singapore. What? Oh, right. I was like, what do you mean? They arrive in Singapore and the place is in chaos. Air raid sirens are wailing. People could be heard discussing the HMS Prince of Wales and Repulse having been sunk by a Japanese air raid days ago. Everyone is panicking. Collier Key is a bustling area. Okay. Luna and Rose are huddled together on the Collier Key, watching the last of the grand ships leaving the harbor. They are still wearing their clothes from days ago. They've tried to clean them and restore them best they can, but they look like they've been through hell. Lucas comes through the crowd, sets of clean, secondhand clothes in hand. There you are. It's so crowded here. No, I keep hoping this is like a name. Everyone is scrambling. This was the last ship. I've heard there will be no more now that the Japanese are here. What are we going to do? Lucas, I'm scared. The crowd is crushing us. Don't worry, I have a plan. I still have the biohazard sample. I should be able to get a hearing with the Colonel Secretariat. They'll provide us with papers and passage on a tramp steamer. A merchantman in the water. Okay. For now, I found you a room at the shop house for a couple of straight dollars. It's not much, but it'll give you a chance to rest and clean up. What about you? I will stay downstairs. I won't be far if you need me. Lucas hands Rose the clothes. I'm sorry, this is all I could find. I hope they fit. Don't apologize. You've done so much already. Go rest. We have a long day ahead of us in the morning. Lucas has departed for Empress Place to secure their papers at the Secretariat. In the shophouse cubicle, Rose finally scrubs the last of the grime from her skin and changes into the cotton dress Lucas bought for her. She looks almost human again. Loon is famished and devours the hawker food Lucas provided, satay, rice cakes, and various sugary confections from the street barrows until she turns a pale shade of green and curls up on the bed groaning. Lucas returns as evening falls, looking pleased with himself. It's done. I've spoken to the harbor master. We are no longer stateless. We have credentials. Thank heavens. However, it means I have to carry a job for them. We are to take the sample to Whitehall ourselves. They think it's safer with us as we travel incognito. Of course they do. Also, for the sake of propriety and to avoid any uncomfortable cross-examination by the port authority, I've had to arrange our papers in a particular fashion. Loon, you are now Loon Sterning, and you are to be my sister. Loon perks up instantly. Forget her nausea forgotten. She beams. Your sister! Oh, Lucas, how perfectly grand. And Rose, I beg of you, just hear the logic of it. Lucas begins to squirm, turning a dark shade of crimson. The papers define you as my wife. It was the expedient choice. A man traveling with his spouse and sister raises fewer eyebrows than whatever this motley crew is. Your wife? Really, Lucas? Was there no room for a distant cousin or perhaps a maiden aunt or even just another sister? Do you think me too old to play an older sister? Is that it? I needn't have been a matrimonial farce. Lucas sheepishly produces 2 plain gold bands from his pockets. We shall need to wear these. If we are to be inconspicuous, we must dress the part. Rose stares at the rings, then bursts into laughter. The absurdity of it all is too much. Loon's smile vanishes. She glowers at the ring, visibly jealous. Lucas notices. He kneels beside the cot and pulls a small velvet pouch from his pocket. I've not forgotten you, Loon. He fastens a string of pearls around her neck. Loon gasps, touching the cool gems. Lucas! We need that money for food and the long haul home. You've spent it on baubles? Steady on, my darling wife. We have more than enough to see us through. You're taking this marriage nonsense far too easily, Mr. Serling. He waves a set of tickets in front of her face. Passage area. Passage to Europe is secured. We depart on the morning tide. It's a blue funnel merchantman, not a luxury liner, but there isn't another bolt hole out of the city. I was incredibly lucky to even be able to get these. I have to warn you that we aren't heading into open water. We have to run the Malacca Strait Gauntlet, 500 miles of the narrowest, shallowest water on God's earth, and the nips hold every inch of the northern coast. They've captured the airfields in Kadalor, Star, and Sangai Patani. That means their bombers will be only 20 minutes away from our deck at any given moment. They'll be hunting for the ship's wake from the clouds and will be navigating in a total maritime blackout. No lighthouses, no channel markers. If the captain miscalculates, we'll be sitting ducks for a strafing run. And then there are the I-boats, the Japanese submarines. They're corking the funnel at the top of Sumatra, waiting for the few of us who don't get caught by the planes. So, by all means, get your rest now. A delightful bedtime story, Lucas. Well done. I shall take my leave then. I'll step outside. Sleep well, ladies. Rose grabs Lucas's hand. You'll do no such thing. Stay in the room with us. After all, it would raise eyebrows if a husband and wife were found keeping separate quarters. There's space on the floor. I'll get you a spare blanket and a bolster. Oh, I was like, it already canceled before she told me. Okay, the group get woken up in the night. A loud wail begins to rise and fall over the city. They get dressed and go downstairs to see what's going on. Lucas notices a disheveled British soldier, a veteran by the look of it, huddled in the archway of the shop house. I say, soldier, what's happening? The Nips, they've taken to strafing the city on a regular basis now, a nightly turnout, as it were. The soldier gestures vaguely towards the shattered storefronts across the street. Did you not notice the blown-out glazing? I should find a hole if I were you, and I should do it sharply. The streetlights suddenly go out. The soldier laughs. At least they've learned from last time. Bally incompetence. On the first night, the governor left the lamps burning like a lighthouse. The Nips didn't even need a compass. Bombers simply followed the light straight to their targets. That actually happened? The soldier nods, crushing a cigarette under a battered boot. Now, seek cover, they're nearly upon us. The air raid sirens start to wail again. The thrumming begins, a low vibration that rattles the teeth in their gums. The ground beneath the shophouse starts to shudder. The siren! Get under this table. It's a heavy teak table. It will hold. Lewin and Rose scramble under the table. Lucas holds onto them tight. Sounds of bombs exploding get closer and closer. The blast wave shatters any remaining windows in the area. Glass shrapnel sprays all around them. The blast creates a vacuum that sucks the air out of the room, popping their ears, replaced by a searing wall of heat and dust. Loon, are you intact? Loon nods, a terrified look on her face. We cannot remain here to be buried alive. We must strike for the key. Let's get to the ship, quickly. They stumble into the street. It is pandemonium. The sky is a sickly orange, and the air chokes them with the smell of rubber and roasted spices from the hit warehouses. The Japanese raid used incendiary bombs. The wooden roofs on the shophouses are on fire. The auxiliary fire service are already on the scene, struggling with hand-drawn pumps. In the crush of the panicked mob, Loon is torn from Lucas's grip by a surge of fleeing people. I say, pardon me, madam. Step aside, my sister. Have care, you brute. Lucas tries to navigate the throng with polite frustration of a gentleman at a crowded railway station, but he's woefully ineffective. Loon is being swept further away into the darkness. Oh, for heaven's sakes. Rose shoves Lucas aside and plunges headlong into the fray. She delivers a sharp blow to a man blocking her path and kicks another squarely in the shin. Move it! Get out of my way! Loon! She grabs Loon by the collar of her dress and hauls her back. Come on, we are departing this instant. They sprint for Keppel docks, scrambling up the gangway of the Blue Funnel merchantman just as the mooring lines are cast off. As the ship pulls away, the black soot of the north begins to fall once more, coating the shivering survivors as Singapore burns behind them. Oh my god. Okay. I was like, what time is this? What time are we at? Oh, these are just days. We're going by days now. Okay. The Blue Funnel merchantman was a labyrinth. Every inch of deck was occupied by distressed British subjects, huddled on crates or sleeping on dirty blankets. The vessel moved with a slow and heavy rumble. It was a constant reminder that they were sitting on thousands of tons of cargo and fuel, a prime target for a Japanese torpedo. Lucas spent the first morning on the boat deck, scanning the horizon for the silver glint of periscopes. Good morning, sir. Quite an adventure, I must say. What's your story? My wife and I were in Borneo. We made it to Singapore, but only just. How about you? Okay. Borneo, eh? You chaps had it uncommonly quick. I spent 3 weeks in hiding before scrambling for the causeway. The brass in Singapore told us the jungle was impassable. Impassable! The Nips were riding bicycles through the thick of it like they were on a Sunday jaunt in Hyde Park. It's the same story everywhere, I'm afraid. The Royal Navy is stretched thin. They've been caught with their pants down. I saw the smoke over the strait when we pulled out. Did you manage to salvage much, or are you traveling on a Secretariat chitty like the rest of us DBS wretches? He gestures vaguely towards the cabin. I have my wife and sister with me. We managed a few trinkets and the clothes on our backs. Beyond that, well, I suspect I'm starting from scratch once we hit England. At least you've got your womenfolk intact. My mem was on the last P&O boat out in November. Pray heaven she made it to the Galle Face. I haven't had a scrap of news since the wireless went down at Ipoh. Ipoh? The man reaches into his pocket, producing a dented silver flask. Care for a lick? It's some rather questionable brandy I managed to liberate in Singapore before the siren started. It's got a kick like a mule. Ah, you're a prince among men. To absent friends, eh? To absent friends and to a short war. When evening hits, the ship is entirely blacked out. No lights are permitted on deck. It would make too much of a target otherwise. Lucas walks into the cabin. Did you two have a good rest today? You needed it. Yes. I feel most refreshed. I also finished our rations from land. I fear my greatest challenge is yet to come tomorrow, managing to keep the ship's fare down. Greasy mutton and boiled cabbage. Rose points to the railing outside their cabin. Lucas and Rose step out. I believe we've cleared the Malacca Strait without a tail. We strike for the open blue tonight. Thank the stars for small mercies. Rose takes 2 cigarettes out, offering one to Lucas, who refuses. Loon was crying in her sleep. Poor girl, she's been through so much, but putting on such a brave face. We'll keep her safe. She's very strong-willed. She will be okay. They stop the conversation when they hear Loon joining them. Singapore is gone, isn't it? I looked back at noon. There was only the smoke. Don't look back, little moon. There is nothing left for us in the east from here on. We look to Blighty. Lucas? Yes, Loon? You're still wearing the ring. You haven't taken it off since we left the key, even if this in the safety of the cabin. Lucas looks down at the gold band on his finger, then at Rose in the twilight. The cabin is a stifling iron box. Rose is vigorously scrubbing the dirty porthole with a damp rag, while Loon lies motionless on the lower bunk, her face the color of spoiled milk. Rose tosses the rag into a bucket. There, at least now we might see the torpedo before it hits us. Loon, do sit up. You spent the morning looking like a figurehead on a shipwreck. The smell coming from the galley. It's positively medieval, Rose. How can they expect to eat boiled cabbage in this heat? One eats what is put before one when one is a distressed British subject, my dear. Oh my gosh. Now get up and put on your dress. We are going on deck for tea. Tea? We're on a rust bucket in a war zone and you're talking about social graces? Precisely. If we look like rabble, the authorities will treat us like rabble. In this part of the world, starched linen is the only thing standing between us and the abyss. We are the Sterling family now, and we shall play the part. Lucas enters the cabin, his white linen jacket stained with coal dust. The deck is crawling with people. It's so hard to get around without knocking people over. Miller from Johor, the old chap I was talking to yesterday, is pestering everyone for news, and the staff are overworked. You look as though you've been stoking the boilers yourself. Come now, Loon. The tea won't wait. Let's go. Later on the boat deck, Rose sits regally in a rattan chair as months-old copy of The Tattler open on her lap. Lucas stands behind her, his hand resting passively on her back of her chair, his eyes scanning the horizon. Loon is leaning against the rail. So I was like, Lucas is doing what? Sorry. Staring at the white wake unspooling behind them. It looks like a shroud, doesn't it? Unrolling all the way back to Sandakan. If it's a shroud, then it's a funeral one, Loon. No, the Nips have airfields in Kada now. The entire state is now under Japanese control, and we're about to go past that coastline. If a Nell or a Betty spots our wake... A Nell or a Betty? The Allied reporting news for the Japanese twin engine. Okay. Spots our wake, we're in the soup. Why in the soup? Do talk about something congenial, darling. The group of old women over by the lifeboat are watching us. They've already asked me where we wed. I told them Singapore 3 years ago, St. Andrew's Cathedral. St. Andrew's, was it? You have frightfully vivid imagination, Rose. Be a sport and fetch me some of that ghastly lukewarm water they're calling tea. I'm thirsty. Loon follows Lucas to the tea caddy. 3 years. You've erased my father in a single afternoon's chat. Lucas turns around, touching Will's arm affectionately. We haven't erased him, Loon, until we get to the gall face. We need not draw attention to ourselves. Study the buffs, Little Moon, please. Why is everybody calling her Little Moon? Oh, because Loon. Wow. That took me way too long. Loon stares longingly at the sea, holding back tears. I'm steady, Lucas. It's the world that's gone all adrift. I miss Mother the most, but I did love my father too, you know, and he loved Rose. Please remember that. Don't sully his memory. Lucas gets 3 mugs of lukewarm tea and starts heading back. Come on now, Loon. Wipe those tears and have some tea with us. Lucas? Yes, Little Moon? Do you promise we will look for my brother the moment we set foot on the quayside? Whoops. I give you my word of honor. I wonder why Lucas didn't keep that promise. Did something happen to them on the journey? The blue funnel merchantman has finally emerged from the claustrophobic squeeze of the Malacca Strait. The sea has opened up into the vast Andaman Sea. For the first time in a week, the horizon to the east is clear of the smoke of burning Malaya. Lucas is on the deck. He can see Nicobar Islands. These islands were being reinforced by the British in a desperate attempt to create a defensive line. Lucas is relieved. This area is still under British control, and seeing the landmark brings him hope that they have a chance of survival. It's Christmas Day, 1941. In their cramped 4-bunk cabin, Rose has performed a minor miracle with a few scraps of silver cigarette foil, creating some shiny festive garlands. Lucas returns to the cabin. The captain tells me we've put Sumatra behind us. We're in the Andaman now, striking west for the Gulf face. Thank the stars, a bit of luck at last. Loon is sitting on the edge of the bunk, looking more alive than she has since Singapore. Is it true, Lucas? Are we truly away from the Nips and their airfields? We're beyond the range of their bombers at any rate. We've still the submarines to consider, but the open blue is a sight better than the death trap of a strait. Rose goes under the bunk and produces a dented tin that was hidden under there. And then I declare a double celebration. One for the captain and crew of this fine vessel, and one for Father Christmas. Rose, is that a plum pudding? Don't ask me what I had to trade for it, and it's a bit battered, and heaven knows it won't be hot, but it's Christmas in a tin. Lucas grins as he reveals a bottle with a handwritten label from his jacket pocket. And I've secured some celebration spirits from our friend Miller. It's strong enough to strip the paint off the hull, but it'll serve for a Yuletide toast. I just realized, are there going to be more? Okay, we're still the same peoples. Lucas pours the pungent rum into 3 mugs. The blue funnel merchantman rolls gently, the first hint of the Bay of Bengal swell. To absent friends. Loon touches the pearls at her throat as her voice trembles. To Papa and Mama. To absent friends and to us, the Sterling family. May we reach Tilbury before the gin runs out. Good heavens, it's like drinking a lightning bolt. It'll put hair on your chest. Do you think they're listening to the king's speech back home, around a fire with real holly and proper snow? I expect they are, though I imagine His Majesty has a deal to say about the current unpleasantness in the east. Tidapa. Tidapa? Lucas, for tonight we shall pretend we are at peace. No soot, rain, no sirens, and certainly no pirates. Just a puka Christmas in the middle of the ocean. Rose hands a slab of pudding to Loon. Loon chews the rich, fruity pudding, a tear finally escaping and rolling down her cheek. It's the best thing I've ever tasted. It's a start, isn't it? A few days of clear waters and a bit of duff. We might just make a go of this, Rose. You're incorrigible, Mr. Lucas. Don't get sentimental. It doesn't suit the husbandly image. Now, be a sport and pour me another tot of that vile firewater. I have a Christmas spirit to maintain. Oh. The ship is wallowing through the Bay of Bengal, far from the sight of land. They are being escorted along with a dozen other ships by a British Navy destroyer. The northeast monsoon has turned the sea violent, large waves crashing the blue funnel merchantman unceremoniously. The ship is pitching violently. After a day of constant vomiting, Loon has finally succumbed to a heavy seasick sleep in the lower bunk. Lucas and Rose have left her to rest during the galley getting some tea. Rose is bracing herself as she tries to pour a measure of water. I've had enough of this stupid boat swaying like a drunkard. I swear my internal organs have switched places. Lucas is attempting to steady the small table. The monsoon in the Bay of Bengal is traitorous, but we should clear it soon and arrive at Colombo. This is when we shall finally be able to relax, leaving both the storm and the nips finally behind us. You've remained unnervingly calm throughout this whole ordeal, Lucas. Is it part of the SIS training, learning how to remain shipshape while the world goes to the dogs? That's not training, it's life. I've lived through some harrowing moments. Once you've seen your whole crew get murdered in front of you, while you were helpless, you realize that fretting is a waste of a man's final hours. Out of nowhere, a thunderous explosion shakes the hull. It is not an explosion on board, but a depth charge dropped by their escort destroyer a mile away. The emergency gong begins to clang. That's the submarine alarm. Rose, get your life belt. Now, I'll go find Loon. Panic erupts in the passageway outside. In the chaos, Rose stumbles as the ship takes a massive roll. Lucas turns back around to catch her, his arms wrapping around her waist, pinning her against his chest to keep her from falling. The ship is still rolling. Dishes and bottles are clattering and clashing all around them as they fall from tables and shelves. Hold on to me. Don't let go. If we hit the water, stay with me. Do you hear? For a long minute, they stand locked together, the thumping of Lucas's heart echoing against Rose's ribs. The blue funnel merchantman rights itself slowly. The explosions of the depth charges continue in the distance, but the all clear eventually sounds. Their eyes catch each other for a split second, then Rose puts herself back together. You can let go now. I'll be quite all right. They return to the cabin, the adrenaline leaving them trembling and spent. Loon stirs in her sleep but doesn't wake. Lucas sinks onto a crate, his head in his hands. I feel like there's hair in my mouth. Rose sits beside him and puts her arm around him comfortingly. That was positively harrowing. Where is your unnerving calm now? I lied. I hold it all in the moment, but it just comes out even harder after it's over. Look at my hand. Look. Lucas lifts his right arm and his hand is shaking uncontrollably. And today it was worse. I kept thinking of you and Loon. I did not care what happened to me, but it was hurting my heart so much to think something could happen to either of you. I'm sorry, Rose. You should be enjoying your life, not waiting to be gutted by a torpedo in the middle of nowhere. I was not happy at the plantation, Lucas. I was dying in a different way back in Borneo. Rose is trying to compose herself before she can say the next part. Her voice is trembling as she tries to hold back the tears. I had contemplated ending it all on numerous occasions, I had even penned a farewell note out of desperation and a need to feel noticed, to feel loved. At least here I feel vivid, even if I'm scared out of my wits. You've more pluck than any agents I've worked with in the East. Rose, leaning her head against his shoulder. What is the plan when we get to London? Truly. What is in your heart? There was no true plan, just to keep both of you safe for as long as possible. But now, after these last couple of weeks, Lucas remained silent for a while, stroking his ring. I've spent 10 years playing the ghost, Rose. No ties, no heart. But looking at you on that deck, I realized I don't want to cross that bar alone. You aren't alone. Are they gonna fall in love? Because I really thought Loon and Lucas were gonna be like the lovers. Pardon me? Cynthia? Cynthia, baby, how did you get here? What? The merchant ship docks at Colombo on New Year's Eve. The docks are absolute bedlam. Thousands of Ceylonese laborers are hauling coal baskets, while British MPs in red caps bark orders at a line of dejected-looking refugees. That's rude. Keep your chins up, both of you. We've managed the Andaman. Now comes the challenge of the Admiralty red tape. If we keep our composure, we should be able to navigate the paperwork checks without a hitch. I look like something the cat dragged in, Lucas. If the Gaul face sees me like this, they'll send me straight to the kitchen. Loon is awestruck, clutching her pearls, her eyes wide with the scale of the city. Look at the soldiers, Rose. So many of them. Are we going to be all right? As they clear the customs shed, a familiar voice cuts through the noise of the docks. Rose, Mr. SIS, little Loon. Good heavens, you look like you've been dragged through a hedge backwards. What? I wonder how Cynthia's journey went. I know my benefactor has no need nor want to have that information, but Miss Seville could yet. Okay, so Born, check in on her. I'm sure I can sense her journey in my mind's eye if I concentrate. I don't know enough information to identify the soldiers or follow the trail past this hour, so we'll come back. Okay, but at least we know Born Inferno. Oh, Borneo Inferno. Just kidding. At least we know she's here. They spin around to see Cynthia. She has a striking contrast to their ruin. She is in crisp tropical whites, a service armband on her sleeve. Cynthia, you're intact. I'm so happy to see you. Intact and on duty, Rose. When the Navy pulled us out of that Borneo Inferno, I don't know why I thought that was somebody's name. I was ordered straight to the intelligence hub here. I've been scanning the manifest for 6 days, hoping to see your names. Imagine my surprise when I saw Mrs. SIS on the manifest. It's a long story. Not that long, he just fancied himself the husband type. Rose and Cynthia laugh heartily as Lucas blushes. All right, we've had our fun, but I have some pressing issues to discuss. We're DBS, Cynthia, on a blue funnel merchantman full of refugees, and we're carrying delicate cargo. You still have the sample. I suspected as much. I have a staff car waiting on the quay. We'll get you past the harbor guards and straight to the Gaul face. Miss Cynthia, did you bury them? My mother and father? Are they at peace? Please tell me they were. Cynthia looks at the girl, her face softening for a brief pain second. I saw a great deal of bravery that night, Loon, and you were the bravest of them all. We quelled the fires, and I made sure they were all buried with dignity by the chapel. Only poor Vitalina and Mr. Bonfire were too charred to be buried, and we gave them a sea burial. Keep your heart up. You're with us now. Loon buries her face deep in Cynthia's chest. Thank you, Miss Cynthia. I really hope she's not lying to them. Later on the Gaul face green, the sun is setting on New Year's Eve. Grand Lawn is covered in anti-aircraft pits and sandbags, but the Gaul Face Hotel still stands proudly against the sea. After the luxury of a proper bath, Loon and Rose emerge looking and feeling so much better. Cynthia has outfitted them in beautiful clothes and straw hats. Ladies, you are looking positively a treat. Thank you so much, Lucas. Oh, and to you too, Miss Cynthia. Don't mention it, little moon. You are most welcome. They are sitting on the veranda, 4 soldiers with stengas in hand. The Indian Ocean roars against the seawall. The news is grim. SIS, Hong Kong has fallen. Singapore is under fire, as you know. They're calling this the blackest new year in the history of the empire. All the more reason to get this sample to Whitehall. If the Japanese are using green mist in the Sulu Sea, the War Office needs to know before they strike the Indies. For tonight, can we not be agents? Can we not be refugees? It is New Year's Eve, and we are safe and in fine company. Well said, Rose. To Goodwill Plantation, may it one day rise from the ash. And to the Sterling family, you're so charming together, you even fooled the master attendant. To the new year, may it end better than it started. As the midnight gongs begin to echo from the ships in the harbor, the blackout remains total. There are no fireworks, only the lights of a searchlight sweeping across the dark water, waiting for the inevitable. The next morning, Cynthia takes them to a back room in the Gall Face Hotel. The room is filled with chests and crates, and Cynthia unlocks the first chest. I've had my people raid the Admiralty stores and the local apothecaries. You're entering the most treacherous leg of the journey, and I'll not have you arriving in London looking like shivering specters. Take as much as you need. Is this Burberry? Garbadine trench coats for the lot of you. They're the civilian pattern, but lined with wool fleece. You've been in the 90-degree heat of Borneo for years. The Atlantic in February will feel like a literal slap in the face. Put them on the moment you clear the Suez. And the provisions, Cynthia? The merchantman's galley is already beginning to reek of rancid fat. Cynthia opens the next crate, producing a silver tin. Horlicks malted milk tablets. The RAF boys use them. I've also packed several jars of Bovril. A cup of hot beef tea will do more for your fortitude than a bottle of gin. What is this one? It smells strange. Hyoscine tablets. The Bay of Bengal was merely a warm-up. The Arabian Sea can be devilish this time of year. If the horizon starts to tilt, take one every 6 hours. It'll make your mouth feel like a Sahara dust storm, but it'll keep your stomach where it belongs. And the quinine, I've secured a fresh supply of tabloids, enough to last until you've hit London. The Mediterranean damp often brings the malarial shakes back with a vengeance. Keep the dose regular, Lucas. Lastly, British Army wool blankets. They're rough as a badger's back, but they're pure wool. Wrap yourselves in them once you hit the desert nights. The desert air is deceptively cold. Rose looks at the mountain gear. You've turned us into a walking supply depot, Cynthia. You'll need it, Rose. The nips are already striking with Burma. Ford Burma and the U-boats are everywhere. You're carrying an important package. Least the service can do is ensure you have a warm coat and a steady stomach when you deliver it. My only concern is that this bounty will draw the eye of every desperate soul on that deck. We're immensely grateful, Cynthia. Don't mistake me, but we must tread warily from here on. We'll need to keep our heads down and try to pack it in as small a crate as possible. Well, I'm staking my claim on the garbadines and the blankets. I've no intention of arriving in London as a human icicle. And I shall want the malted milk and Bovril, which means you shall have to just handle carrying it all for us, darling husband. Aye, Miss Sterling. Oops, right. Wait. We don't see Cynthia ever again. Upsetting. Lucas has rigged a makeshift tent using 2 of the British Army wool blankets draped over a spar to provide shade. Rose and Loon are seated on the remaining blankets. Do hurry it along, Mr. Sterling. I have a strong craving for a cup of Bovril. I never thought I'd see the day when a meat extract was the height of luxury, but there it is. Loon is busy popping a Horlicks tablet into her mouth and crunching contentedly. It's like eating a malted cloud, Rose. I'd forgotten forgotten things could taste like, well, like things other than boiled mutton and salt. Here we are, Bovril tea a la Cynthia. It's thick enough to float a coin in, but it'll put the iron back in your blood. As they sip the salty brew, a dozen flying fish burst from the water, gliding over the surface. One lands with a wet thwack onto the cabin floor. Loon gasps, then erupts in a fit of giggles. Lucas, we have an uninvited guest for tea. Lucas chuckles at the sight of the fish flapping frantically. I say, do you have your papers with you, little fish? Or are you a clandestine on our fine ship? Rose jumps up dramatically and grabs Loon by the arms. Quickly, Loon, he's a scout for the king of the sea. We must return him to his watery kingdom before he dries out. Rose and Loon both reach for the slippery fish, and it slips through their hands, and for a chaotic moment, they are both squealing with laughter as the fish eludes them. Sliding across the floor, finally they scoop it up and fling it back into the sea. Loon wipes a stray tear of laughter from her cheek. Oh, did you see his eyes? He looked positively affronted. It's a capital omen, little Moon. I didn't know fish could fly. I'd read about them in my picture books. I never dreamt I'd had one on my lap. When we hit London, I shall spoil you rotten. I shall take you to Selfridge's and we shall buy the most scandalous hats in the building. We'll look like screen sirens and we'll make my darling husband carry all the boxes home. I shall carry them with pride, my dear, though I suspect I'll need more than malted milk to survive a trip to the shops with the 2 of you. Rose reaches into the crate and pulls out one of the gabardine trench coats. She drapes it over Loon's legs like a heavy quilt. There, a bit of Burberry to keep the evening chill off. We're going home in style, Loon. Keep your pecker up. Different phrase, but okay. I'm keeping it up, Rose. I truly am. Lucas and Rose have gone to the upper deck to join the water queue, leaving Loon alone in the cabin. She is slumped on the loner bunk, weakly fanning herself with a limp hair handkerchief. The scent of Bovril tea Loon drank earlier still clings to the air. Loon notices a shadow under the door that lingers there for a while. Then there is an insistent rattle at the door handle. Rose? Lucas, is that you? The door is shoved open with a violent crack. Two men stand there looking menacingly. There, I told you, look at that stuff. Proper rations. Loon screams, scrambling back against the wall. One of the men tries to calm her down. We're starving, Missy. My wife hasn't kept a bit of ship's fare down in 3 days. We just want a bit of your food. Share it with us. The other spots the box of Bovril and reaches for it. Loon lunges for the small crate. No, it's all we have. Lucas, Rose! The rough man steps forward and roughly wrenches Loon's hands away from the crate. He shoves her back onto the mattress. Please, be a sport. We've lost everything, too. You've lost everything, have you? You've a cabin and a father in a white shirt. We're sleeping in the muck by the boilers. We just want our fair share. It's our turn. The two men run out, disappearing into the crowded corridor before Loon can even scream again. 10 minutes later, Lucas and Rose return, carrying a single lukewarm carafe of water. They find the cabin door broken and Loon curdled in a ball on the floor, weeping silently. Rose drops the water in shock. Loon! Lucas looks around and outside, looking the cabin for any clues. Good God, what's happened? Loon, speak to me. Did they hurt you? Loon gestures towards the crates, choking on her tears. They took it, the Bovril, the malted milk. I tried to stop them, Rose, but I was too weak. The evil vultures, they must have smelt it through the vents. It's not just the food, Lucas. They laid their hands on her in a British ship under the King's colors. We are being picked apart by our own. I'll not have this. I'm going to find the master at arms. We may be DBS, but we're still human beings, and I'll see those scoundrels in the irons before the sun sets. Steady on. You'll merely inflame the situation. We need to keep our heads down and keep our mouths shut. Now, cease this talk of a scrap and just be a family man I need right now and console Loon. Lucas nods and heads back inside the cabin. He kneels down and joins Rose in embracing Loon to console her. The sweltering heat of the tropics has finally evaporated, replacing by a biting chill that rolls off the desert sands at night. Lucas, Rose, and Loon are huddled together in the sheltered side of the deck, wrapped in the British Army blankets Cynthia provided. I never thought I'd pine for the humidity of Borneo, but this wind is positively glacial. I cannot feel my nose. I've never felt so cold. Is this what England is like? Only on a good day, little moon. By the time we hit the English Channel, you'll think this was a summer jaunt. Rose slaps Lucas's back hard. Don't tease her like that. She'll believe you and never want to go. I'm only mildly exaggerating. She'll just have to get used to it. I could never get used to this. I should be wearing big woolly coats and blankets and hats all the time and thick leather gloves. Drink some tea. It will warm you up. I know it's not Bovril, but it will keep the cold away. I'd give a sovereign for just one of those malted milks right now, just to make the tea taste better. You know, there is one rule I've always lived by. Never keep all your eggs in one basket. Lucas, what are you playing at? Lucas reaches into his pocket and produces his silver Dunhill cigarette case. He snaps it open, and instead of cigarettes, 3 white chalky discs sit nestled against the silk lining. The Horlicks, Lucas, you scoundrel, you hid some. I slipped a few into my case the moment Cynthia handed them over. A bit of insurance for a rainy day, or in this case, a freezing night in the Arabian Sea. Rose pops a tablet into her mouth and sucks on it as Loon crunches it contentedly. It makes the tea almost bearable, thank you. Lucas wraps his arm around them both, pulling the family tight against the wind. We shall all pull through. We'll clear the Suez Canal in 3 days, and then we'll be within the reach of home. Can you talk of the trains to London? Tell me again about the fog, the bridges, and the big clock. Lucas, Rose, and Loon stand at the rail of the boat deck. The view is no longer the infinite blue of the Indian Ocean, but a narrow river of water cutting through the Sinai Desert. Good heavens, I'd quite forgotten that air could feel like this. It's like a slap in the face after years of being boiled alive. It's the desert, Rose. We're in Egypt now. The Orient is officially behind us. Look, there are camels, real camels. I see camels. Can you believe it, girl? I can't. Lucas notices a rusted mast of a sunken merchantman sticking out of the shallow water near the bank. We're out of the Nip's reach, but we're in Mussolini's backyard now. Ugh. A small, flat-bottomed boat pulls aside the blue funnel merchantman. A man in a fez scrambles up the rope ladder. A crowd of refugees gathers as he reaches the deck. Who is this? I suspect he's a gully man, a performer. They're common in these parts, coming up to entertain folks for a few coins. The gully men. I don't heard the old hands at the club talk of them when I was young. I never thought I'd see the day. The gully man is a magician and approaches Loon, his hands moving in a blur. He reaches behind the girl's ear and pulls out a tiny live yellow chick. A chick. Oh, how did he look? He's perfectly real. Lucas tosses a small silver coin to the magician. Well done, good man. The three of them stand together, watching the magician's absurd tricks as the desert sun begins to dip. Lucas hands out a gabardine trench coat to Loon. Put this on, little moon. It's got some weight to it, but you'll be thankful for it by nightfall. It's so heavy, I feel like a soldier. Rose and Lucas don their own trench coats. Look, we're all soldiers now, Loon. This look suits you, Lucas. Lucas reaches out and adjusts her collar, his touch lingering for a second. We've the Mediterranean Sea to contend the next. It is likely to get hairy as we get closer to the Huns and the Italians. Hey. Actually, you know what? That's fair. I feel like the Italians. Probably. Lucas, Rose, and Loon are huddled on deck. Their Burberry collars are turned up against the spray. The blue funnel merchantman is part of a small convoy now, flanked by two elderly V-class destroyers. The mood on this boat has shifted very quickly. Even the stewards look as though they're waiting for a death sentence. They've reason to be. I had a word with the signals officer near that wireless room. Marseille, oh my God, is effectively a Boche harbor now, and the French government holed up in Vichy is playing a double game, helping the Nazis root out the remaining free French forces. They can't be trusted. Our only sanctuary is the rock, Gibraltar. My God, Gibraltar, is that far? 1,000 miles of open target practice, Loon. We have to thread the needle between Sicily and Tunisia. The Italians have their submarines lurking in the waters, and the Luftwaffe can reach us from the airfield in the north within 30 minutes. So from the Japanese army in Borneo to the Nazis in the Mediterranean Sea, is getting through life-threatening challenges just becoming our daily life, Lucas? I know I've said this countless times throughout our journey, but this is really the most dangerous part. The Huns are desperate to cut the Suez lifeline. Every ship that finds the bottom is a victory for Jerry. Who's Jerry? We'll be sailing in a permanent zigzag from here to the Atlantic. I don't know who Jerry is. Okay. Loon looks at the escort destroyer with concern. Can that little boat truly stop a bomber? I don't give much faith to our escorts. They couldn't have provided any older relics if they tried. Well, I've already survived a Japanese landing, an air raid bombing, and living in a tiny sardine can with you and Loon for weeks. I'm in no mood to be interrupted by an Italian torpedo. I promise you this. You and Loon will be in the first boat lowered if we do get hit. I'll see you to the rock if I have to swim the bally distance myself. Rose leans over and kisses him on the cheek. Don't play the martyr. It doesn't suit the husband I've grown accustomed to. Gross. A siren sounds from the lead destroyer. It's a signal to change course. The merchantman begins its first zigzag maneuver into the heart of the Mediterranean Sea. High in the northern sky, 3 silver specks emerge from the sun's glare. The ship erupts into chaos. The emergency gong clanks incessantly. Lucas, Rose, and Loon are thrown against the wall as their ship makes a tight turn. Stukas refers to the Junkers Ju-87, a famous German dive bomber. Okay. Get to the center of the deck, stay away from glass. A second later, a concussive blast rocks the ship. A bomb has hit the forward crane. The giant structure collapses, destroying part of the deck. The escort destroyers are firing with all their might. One of the planes disintegrates in mid-air. A second junker, its wing clipped, spirals down and hits the water hard. The attack lasts only minutes. The remaining Nazi plane flees north, chased by the destroyer's shells. The deck is full of wounded refugees hit by the fallen crane. Lucas and Rose step out from behind cover to take stock of destruction. Sailors are running around barking orders. Rose, help with fetching sand buckets. Rose discards her coat and rolls up her sleeve. Right you are. Lucas and Rose plunge headfirst into the fray. They join a frantic fire party of sailors and refugees. While Lucas helps out with plunging a leak, Rose works hard, passing heavy buckets of sand to smother the flames. In the galley, which has been turned into a makeshift dressing station, Loon is on her knees, her floral dress ruined, ripping long strips of white linen from a salvaged tablecloth to turn into dressings. She hands the strips to a ship surgeon who is tending to wounded sailors. Loon looks away from the blood, not quite ready for that yet. Rose enters the galley. Loon! Oh, there you are. Thank heavens. You're unhurt. We couldn't find you. I'm helping, Rose. There isn't enough lint. I've already used up the tablecloths I could find. I'm starting on the napkins now. Rose takes a pair of shears from a nearby table and joins Loon on the floor. Here, give me the other end. We'll strip the whole room bare if we have to. Lucas walks in, covered in soot and sweat. He sees the two women, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of respect. I'll get you girls some tea. After the terror of the Mediterranean, the site of Gibraltar feels like the first true sanctuary in Europe where they can finally put their guard down. Thanks to Cynthia's connections, the family is not sent to the crowded refugee camps on the racecourse. Instead, they are tucked away in a requisitioned flat in the old town. The house is small and only made up of 2 rooms, but it's more than enough for the 3 of them. A small coal fire illuminates the room. Loon is already asleep in the small annex, exhausted by the journey. Lucas and Rose sit before the fire. Rose is extending her hands towards the heat. I'm sure I shall never be warm again, Lucas. This dreadful rock is a refrigerator. It's the Atlantic air, Rose. It's purifying. They sit in awkward silence for a while. We've cleared the Mediterranean. The Secretariat isn't watching us here. We could stop the whole marriage shenanigans if you wished. You can take off the ring. Is that what you want, Rose? Rose just stares into the fire, pensive. I find I've lost the script, Lucas. I've spent years in Borneo playing the bored mem and then weeks on that rust bucket playing your devoted wife. I'm sure I don't know who I am or what I'm feeling anymore. I'll tell you who is there. A woman with more moxie than anyone I've ever met. They're gonna kiss, I swear. A woman who kept her polish while the world burned. A woman I truly respect and admire. More than admire. I told you in the Bay of Bengal that I didn't want to cross the bar alone. I wasn't playing then, Rose. I haven't been playing for a long time. Rose turns her chair to face him, her eyes searching his. Are you truly keen on me, or is this just the fever of the escape? Lucas takes her hand, his thumb tracing the ring he gave her in Singapore. It's not the fever. I've been carrying a torch for you for a long while. I don't want to be your intended for the manifest anymore, Rose. I want to be your husband when we get for real. Okay. Okay. Sure. You absolute fool. You could have any number of eligible women. Why a broken planter's widow? Lucas leans in for a kiss. Rose responds in kind, her hands finding his bare chest under his sweater. He leads her to the small bed in the corner. Outside, a searchlight sweeps across the window, illuminating them for a second before plunging the room back into the warm, private amber of the fire. Y'all did the deed. Oh my god. Poor Loon. How old is Loon? I think at the beginning it seemed as though Loon and Lucas were similar of ages. But I mean, I understand why Rose is treating Loon as a child because that is her stepdaughter, but like, why is Lucas? The arrival is not the triumphant return they had envisioned during those sweltering nights in the Malacca Strait. London is a world of ashen gray and charcoal. The shoreline full of destroyed warehouses and bomb craters. Good heavens, what have they done to the city? One of the sailors they've gotten friendly with over the journey is having a cigarette next to him. Is this Miller? It's been 18 months of relentless bombings, Mrs. Sterling. It's so quiet, so deathly quiet. They descend the gangway into the Tilbury customs shed. They see women in dungarees and heavy boots hauling crates. At the processing desk, an official in a civil defense armband barely looks up as he inspects their forged papers. DBS from the East, eh? You're the last of the lucky ones. Singapore's practically in the bag for the nips. Here's your emergency ration books. You've got 14 days of coupons. Use them wisely. He slides 3 small paper booklets across the desk, then stamps their papers. Move along. Loon picks up her ration book, staring at the coupons for various goods. What does this mean? Lucas takes the booklet and tucks them into his coat. It means we're not out of the woods, Loon. They exit the docks to catch the train to central London. Oh my god, are we going to be in London? As the train pulls out, they pass through the East End. Entire streets have been leveled. People are queuing in the rain for a single loaf of bread, their gas mask boxes slung over their shoulders. We fled one graveyard only to land in another. They look so shattered. We deliver the vial to Whitehall tonight. Then we find a hotel with a cellar, and tomorrow we start our new life together. He grabs her hand tight. She instinctively puts her other hand on his. Loon puts her head against the glass, stroking the pearls as she watches bearish balloons high in the sky. Blighty, Lucas. It's not like your stories. The psychic energy gets intense, and the full tapestry of their shared life together just opens up to me suddenly. I see Loon, no longer the happy little miss who had been broken by circumstance, blossoming into a woman of remarkable tenacity and independence. Lucas and Rose, fully in love and devoted to each other. I see where they have found sanctuary in London in a modest terrace house. They are happy. Stop! For the three survivors of the Goodwill plantation, the 4 years since landing in England had been slow. Oh God, it's already been 4 years. Wow, we've really, I guess, yeah, December 17th, 1941 on this end, all the way to July 1st of 1948. Oh my God. Okay. Had been a slow grinding climb. They had lived in a single room in Bayswater through the worst of the V rocket raids, surviving on dried eggs. But they had held together. Rose is seated at the small dining table in their house, a mountain of exercise books before her. She is now a teacher in a local primary school. She is sitting there marking homeworks. Honestly, I wish these boys spent half as much time on their long division as they do dreaming of flying Spitfires. Loon enters from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. She is 21 now. -4. So she was 17. Jesus. Her face no longer sallow with malaria, but that of a woman who has managed 4 years of ration coupons and blackouts. Leave them be, Rose. They're just glad they can run around outside without fear. I've managed to get some suet from the butcher. I thought I'd try my hand at a spotted dick for tea. Girl, pop off. You're a veritable wizard, Loon. I don't know how we should have survived all these years without your stew pot. The front door opens and Lucas enters. He looks older and more mature. Throughout the latter half of the war, he had been working secretly for MI6 to intercept and neutralize saboteurs attempting to strike the London docks. He pauses in the doorway, his hat in his hand. Rose looks up, her smile faltering. She recognized the cold, stern look on his face. Oh my God. Loon, come into the parlor, would you? You've had word from the War Office, I can tell. Lucas reaches into his pocket and hands over an official-looking envelope to Loon. I spent 18 months chasing his trail. I promised you on that boat 4 years ago that I would deliver him to you. I found him, little Moon, or at least I found out what happened to him. Tell me, give it to me straight. He was mentioned in dispatches, Loon. He was a man of metal. He fought on the continent until the very end. No, but he finds us. But he finds us. It's fine. We know the end of the story. He's okay. He's fine. I'm not going to believe this. It's fine. Loon doesn't scream or cry. She simply closes her eyes, her head bowing. Rose puts her arm around her. Oh, my dear, I'm so dreadfully sorry. Rose strokes the string of pearls, the ones Lucas gave her in Singapore, which she still wears every day. He was mentioned in dispatches, you said? He was. He died with his face to the enemy, Loon. He was a credit to the Goodwill name. Loon wipes a single tear from her cheek with the corner of her apron. Then we shall have that suet pudding after all. We shall eat it in his honor because he would have given a sovereign for a bit of proper duff, wouldn't he? I expect he would have, little Moon. I expect he would have. We are still a family, Loon. The Sterling family. We've survived the jungle, the seas, and the Hun. We shall survive this too. Steady the buffs, my love. Steady the buffs. We finally step into the Good afternoon. How may I help you? Ah, Mrs. Sterling, it's so good to finally meet you. You don't know me, but I know a lot about you and your family, and I would love to come in and explain. Come in, come in. Please don't mind the mess. I was in the middle of scoring tests. I'm a school teacher, you see. Thank you very much. Loon, we have company. Look at her face. Hi, baby. Loon, look at you. You're such a beautiful young woman. Excuse me, do I know you? It's a long story. Is Mr. Sterling around? I would very much like all of you to be here before I can explain my sudden visit. I'm sorry, my husband is still at work. He shan't be long. Well, I suppose I could start. The main person I'm here to see is in this room. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. The 12th of April. Yeah, he wrote us a letter. He lied. Your actual brother is alive, Miss Goodwill. What? What? What are you saying? How do you know that's not possible. Who are you? Why are you saying these horrible things? We've suffered and grieved enough. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. This must come as a shock, but I have proof here. Read this letter. I'm sensitive. I can see echoes of the past, and your brother hired me to find out what happened to you and your father, Loon. He thought you had both perished that night in Borneo, or he would have looked for you closer to home. But Lucas said, he lied to you, Loon. He lied to both of you. I don't know why, but he hid this fact from you these past few years. Oh, Lucas. What? What's going on? Rose throws the letter at Lucas. When were you going to tell us? Or were you never going to tell us? How could you do this to her? Lucas reads the letter. I'm so sorry. I didn't want to lose you. I didn't want to lose this. I love you. I love you both so much. Excuse me? I don't understand. How could you say you love me but break my heart so badly? You saw what it did to me to lose my father and my mother, and then you decided it would be okay to kill my brother too? I was so scared of losing you. He's your actual brother, and he's successful, rich, and I'm nothing. I don't deserve either of you. And what about me? What about us? What did you think it would do to us? I just don't understand why you love me, Rose. I keep expecting for you to come to your senses and leave me. And if Loon wasn't around, I feared you would have done so already. I fear you are only with me because it's convenient. You could do so much better than me. You are insane. I would have chosen you, Lucas. In 100 rooms, in 100 lives, I would have chosen you. I loved you. But now? Delphine, can you take us to see Loon's brother? Right away? Of course. I loved you so much. I loved our family so much. You've broken my heart, Lucas. I hope you're happy. Loon rips the necklace from her neck. Pearls go flying across the room. I'm ready. Let us depart. He's waiting for us at a cafe not far from here. No, not the real end. So how do I get me out of this? So how do I get the soldiers on the island? I really wish I could skip this. Not because it's bad, but I'm like itching. I have the burn. I have the urn. The burn, the urn. The burn yearn for the Borneos. Yes. I do yearn and burn with the Borneos. I wonder if we get to follow their, like, continue them. But for now, my dear darling. Okay. Map. Mind's eye. There we go. Okay, so hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. So we still have no information. This is amazing. Mind's eye. Let's go find Cynthia. Goodwill Plantation. Oops, I probably should click on Cynthia. What time was I clicking on? Commander. From the mist report. Okay, so I think, are they talking? Or is it just her? No. Okay, so I do need the mist report. The soldier nods, and Cynthia enters the hastily constructed command post in the Goodwill Plantation. Miller! We know Miller. We know Miller. Miller's a good guy, I think. We've done what we can here, sir. Their fires are out and the dead are committed to the earth, but we both know the Nips are merely regrouping in the mangroves. They'll be back soon and they'll bring heavier metal next time. I understand, which is why I must beg you. Okay, so this is the only half. John. Sergeant. Okay, so I have a picture of John. John who? It's John a few weeks ago. her pocket. She looks for a moment, then hands it over to him. Emerges from the washout where she recuperated the pearl and her affairs. Cynthia, where are you in this? A photo of Cynthia's intended. Oh, okay, so that's her. John Fairfax. That's her lover, I'm assuming. A, B, C, D. A, B, C, D, E, F. You told me it was John Fairfax. Okay, whatever. I guess I don't need to know about John Fairfax. Okay. Oh, nothing's happened at this hour. I think the mist report and the... I was gonna say, and the pearl, obviously, the pearl. Are we only on the plantation for this one moment? Because there's no way we come back. Okay, so then this takes us from December 17th to December 23rd. So we don't do anything more in there. Oh. Clubhouse, workers' quarters, railway, veranda, command post study, jungle interest. I thought I had more of these. There is a new place, command post. Where the heckaroni was that? Command post. Jungle observation. Oh, it was right beside the veranda. I'm so smart. All right, we're just going to start with a small photograph everywhere. Because I know it's got to be her or him, actually. Okay, Wednesday. When? Girl, if nothing happened here, just tell me. Okay, so Cynthia is at the guest house. Fairfax. John Fairfax. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Now. The superior officer. This is now closed. So that's good. Is this Cynthia? Okay, Cynthia is here at the command post. Cynthia's out of the guest house, having grabbed some spare clothes she had left. We also now get a mess hall. She feels as refreshed as is possible considering the circumstances after her bath. She can see the Navy has been hard at work setting up the lines. A mess hall has already been stood up and a makeshift soup is already on the fire. Cynthia enters the command post, the dim light of the oil lamp casting long shadows across the room. Ooh, we get a manifest. There's photos of key personnel. I can only feel them from 8 on the Wednesday morning. Their launch would have been too far from the plantation before then, and anyway, we finally get them. We get the officers. The blue boys work mighty fast, I must say. There's a deck with a map of the estate spread out before her, a radio on the shelf, a distinctive gold lighter, and a stack of paper spread out. She notices the manifest and flicks through it. Where is Fairfax? He told me 8 a.m. sharp. Where's the manifest? And transcripts? Glossary? Where's my manifest? What? I can gather from the residents, I can feel which ones will be important. So from 8 on. Oh, so I still have to guess their... I still have to find their names. So from 8, which was the concern? So the mess hall. Okay, so somebody's in the mess hall. Not her. We've got more people in the mess hall. Interesting that we get all of these back. Okay. Oh god, do I need to know what makes a corporal and a sergeant? Um, I'll call you the corporal. Find names and clues first. Do I not have names? Oh, I need first names, huh? Okay, so if I put, what if I say it's her? No, okay, so it's her and somebody else. Cynthia, an older officer, and a young soldier arrive at the mess hall. Corporal Hudson, where's Sergeant Miller? A tall officer, okay, so older officer. Grab my pen and paper. Okay, so tall guy? Hold on. Okay. So we have older officer, younger soldier. They arrive together covered in sweat. So I'm guessing the older officer is Corporal something Hudson. Good to meet you. Okay, so then tall officer. Sergeant. Something. Miller. Private Bird Whistle. Okay, so then there's also private something. Bird Whistle. The corporal is a survivalist and dealt with the Ulu jungle. Okay, the corporal has a knife. Tall officer turns away and continues eating. Young soldier runs over and sits down next to him with a large bowl of soup and a small bread, oblivious to the tension. That's quite a knife, corporal. A young soldier resumes his slurping. Donkey is breading it as he goes. He stops abruptly and looks up at the stony-faced sergeant and the steely Cynthia. Okay. And there's not going to be anybody. I just want to clear this off for my own sanity. So I think now this is the other map. Okay, so we still have stuff at the Goodwill. Is it you guys? Is it all three of you? Is Ludwig there? Because what did the miss say? Is the commander in the command post? Soldier nods. The superior officer. So the superior officer is also the sergeant? Commander. No. So superior is commander. I don't know that one. Okay, the Ulu jungle. I wonder if it's gonna be. I was gonna say, I wonder if it's gonna be the pearls this time. Could it potentially be? Is it just Cynthia? We're still missing people, man. Okay. Cynthia is standing guard at 3 a.m., chewing on a licorice fruit, staring at the orange glow of the destruction happening miles away. I'm not tired. I'll start up a small fire. Do you want a brew? I'd really like to know too. It all seems so simple, but it all went to hell when they landed, and now I'm so far from my loved ones, it just doesn't seem like it was worth it. Young soldier is stuck directly behind Cynthia. Suddenly, a violent crashing erupts in the canopy. Directly above them, branches snap like pistol shots. Young soldier lets out a high-pitched yelp, stumbling back and nearly bowling Cynthia over as he fumbles to bring his rifle. That's great. Are you the young soldier? No, because you're our beloved. Okay, it's the exact same. Because these are both tied to Cynthia for now. Oops. Okay. Those are the oil go-downs at the harbor, and that glow, that's the city burning. I'll get some kindling. You men keep bickering. And they're probably done in this area. Missed report. The knife is the command. I don't have the commander. We'll call you the commander for now. Where am I going? Use the lighter at the command post at 11. Do I have a lighter? Wait, why did I stop? Reginald. Reginald, it's good to see you despite the circumstances, and you said 10, but no matter. Okay. Sugar butts. What the heck is your... Commander what? Commander Miller? No. Reginald... What are the new ones? I've got Hudson, Miller, and Bird Whistle. Hudson. You guys are siblings? Okay, so then you're private something Bird Whistle. Okay. But at least we have Reginald. Because I think, where are we? Okay, we are, I think. Still no. Oops, not guess. Inventory. Because that's Reginald's. No? It said to use the lighter. Oops, at this time. Sorry. Reginald, your timepiece must be fast. It is 11 sharp. Reginald Fairfax grabs a lighter off the desk and lights up a cigar. Reginald, it's Commander Fairfax. Whoops. To you, when you're on my turf. Quite. Reginald takes the manifest. Now that pleasantries, is it the two of them in here for right now? Or is it, was that still a no? Okay, that was, there, it's just them. I apologize to upper lip and all that. Never been my strong suit. Now that pleasantries have been taken care of, do be a sport and tell me what the hell is bringing someone like you to this desolate plantation on the eve of war, no less. I had leads that the Raja and the Triad were both putting the squeeze on the plantation managers. Being able to get the jump on both with one spiderweb was just too good to pass on. The Nips had other ideas. Who else knows you're here? My dear mother and my to-be, of course. Quite. I do have a favor to ask of you. Can I requisite some of your men to help me bury the poor souls with dignity in the cemetery by the chapel? This massacre was terribly unnecessary. These were good people, and they fought hard to the very end. Every blasted last one of them. I had grown quite fond of this family in the few hours I did manage to spend time with them. They're all yours. I'll get Sergeant Miller to help pick up some men to help you dig. A mass grave was being dug behind the worker quarters for the Japanese soldiers and pirates. I'd suggest you go warn them quick before they start throwing all the bodies in there together. Cynthia runs up to the workers' quarters as Reginald approaches the soldier on guard. Private, get Sergeant Miller. I've got a job for him. Okay, and then we're just waiting for Private Miller. Oh, Thomas. Thomas Miller. Private. You're a little baby, so I think you're going to be Private Thomas Miller. No? Are you Thomas Miller? Is it not Thomas Miller? Am I crazy? Oh my god, it's Bird Whistle. It's Private Bird Whistle. Why did I think he was Miller? Private Thomas Bird Whistle. Oh, it's still not him. Private Thomas Bird Whistle. Private Thomas Bird Whistle. I was gonna say, yeah, that definitely. Sergeant Thomas Miller? Who's Thomas? Good, I'll leave it in your capable hands. In the meantime, I have tiresome errand. Muster a couple of your men. It's none of your business, Sergeant. So it's Sergeant Thomas. Yeah, get Sergeant Miller. Private, get Sergeant Miller. I've got a job for him. Then he comes back. Ah, Thomas. So it should be Sergeant Thomas Miller. Oh, I don't know what ranks look like. Okay. So now I have these two. Perfect. Reporting as ordered. Do you want to see me? What was that commotion outside by the shore? I really don't know how to explain it, quite frankly, sir, but we've got it in hand. Good. I'll leave it in your capable hands. In the meantime, I have a tiresome little errand for you. Muster a couple of your men and assist little Miss Pipsqueak bury her people. Maybe it will shut her up and get her out of my hair. Rude. If I may say so, do you know her, sir? You seem rather riled by the woman. She strikes me as innocuous enough. It's none of your business, Sergeant. Know your place. Quite so. I spoke out of turn. I crave your pardon, Commander. Corporal Hudson was helping with the clubhouse fire. I'll go talk to him. Okay, so Hudson's like... talk to him and he can take Tweety with him. He was already helping get the civilian bodies to the chapel. Carry on. Cynthia's going to the... Okay, jungle entrance. Past the croquet lawn. We already know she's there. An imposing figure. Could it be Miller? All of them? The two of them. No. So Reginald was there. Reginald and a Raja? Reginald and his lieutenant walk back towards the plantation. Okay. So he was absolutely there. She's not there. But she should be there because it said she saw them. Anyway, or maybe she just saw them in passing or something. She was here and then on her way to cemetery. Did she make it to the cemetery? She did. Corporal. Okay, so we need to find out Corporal Stanley. Corporal Stanley Hudson. Beautiful. Focus. Oh, there's more with them. Okay. This is for Cynthia. Okay. Actually, is anybody... People are here at this time? Stanley? I know it's got to be all of them. Okay, so he's not there because the lighter doesn't go off. She's not there. And then I think it's just empty from there on. Okay. So just for the last 3 hours, do we have something in the cemetery? But where the hell was she then? Mess hall. She's talking. Oh, because I don't have the young guy's name. Corporal Hudson, where's Sergeant Miller? So Hudson's there. Miller. Maybe? No. Okay. The last guy. Gotta get the last guy. Oh, we've got the shore as well. What is this? What was this for? Not her, not him. Oops. Reginald. Oh, it was just you? Reginald walks calmly into the study, surveying the environment. He looks out the window to see the last of the Japanese soldiers run out into the jungle, getting pursued by his men. He then leans out the window to watch the Japanese launches attempt to get away as Royal Navy ships are blocking their way. We got lucky this time. Real lucky. He lingers there for a bit, admiring the fireworks, then goes to step back out when he notices something shine from the breast pocket of Jeremiah Goodwill's body on the floor. He crouches down to inspect it. How peculiar. You have not been shot. What really happened here? Reginald lifts the shiny object from the pocket. It's the lighter. He whistles. That's a nice downhill. Good plated, gold plated, and then he steals it. Okay. The veranda. Which I think is him. No? Who is in the veranda? Okay, so he was not there at the veranda. Interesting. Okay. Oh, somebody was at the shore. Who's at the shore? Stanley? Thomas? The beach is a shamble of smoke and spent ammo. Thomas and Reginald lean against a palm tree, watching the clubhouse blaze. Thomas takes a pack of Lucky Strikes out of and offers one to Reginald, who refuses. It's a bloody tragedy, isn't it? They're not going to let off. They started like they mean to go down. Kotobaru was a bloodbath. Our men and the Indian troops fought valiantly, from what I hear, but the Nips took over with unbelievable speed. And that was at the same time as Pearl Harbor. They're very cunning and organized. You do have to give them that. Not just Hawaii. They struck Hawaii, the Philippines, and Malaya simultaneously. Terrifying. And my brother, he's stationed in Sandakan. He tells me they raced down the Malayan Peninsula on bicycles. Top brass was saying the jungle was impassable, and they proved them wrong on bloody bicycles. Could you imagine? Right. I best make sure my men aren't pissing in the wind. Just remember they sunk our 2 unsinkable battleships in less than 3 hours. Our time here is over. We just need to retreat gracefully. I'm not saying that doom and gloom to my men. I don't want deserters on my hands. Thank you very much. Thomas makes his way to the veranda. Okay, so Thomas goes to the veranda while Reginald makes a slow ascent towards the main house. Okay, so Thomas goes... to the veranda, which we do know he was... We don't know who he was with. But he was definitely on the veranda. Okay. All right, I was trying to see... Okay, so they started at the shore at 8 a.m. Is that 8? Yeah. Who was there first? What? Okay, we don't know. But nobody's been at the shore since. Or before that, I guess, not since, before. And then let's see what happens. Oops, after. Did something actually... Okay, so something did happen. Sometimes I think I click and then it like a misclick. Thomas? No. Stanley? No. Thomas and Stanley? No. Who is the third guy? So this is private something bird whistle. But how do I get your first name, little bird? Use the knife at 2 o'clock in the cemetery. Where's the church? Here. Thank you. At 2 o'clock. Oh, I haven't even placed whose knife it was. Oh my god. That's what I'm lost. Whose knife was it? Stanley's. Okay. There it goes. Okay. Stanley was here. Arthur. There we go. Thank you very much. I forgot about the knife. Private Arthur bird whistle. Okay, so now we've got the last of our people. I'm going to say all of you are here. Wrong. Actually, hold on. Who are we talking to? Nobody. We're not talking to anybody here. We definitely know it's Arthur, though. Oh, he was by himself. Okay, the atmosphere by the chapel is a world apart from the rest of the estate. It's eerily peaceful. Arthur has gathered a new detail, handpicking older seamen to carry the bodies of Jeremiah and the other victims enveloped in white sailcloth and Union Jacks retrieved by the lodgers. They place them gently on the grass side by side with quiet reverence. Arthur stands there with the men for 1 minute of silence out of respect before they get out their cigarettes out and take a well-deserved break by the stone wall of the chapel. Okay, so then I think he's... So that's Stanley's. Okay, I was like, she should have shown up at some point. Cynthia arrives by the chapel to see a few soldiers standing there having a smoke. Excuse me, Corporal, could you point me to Sergeant Miller? Last I saw the sergeant, he was striking the mess hall. Okay, so Miller's in the mess hall. Do I have that? Miller mess hall. Not yet, but okay. He's Miller mess hall. Are you the madam who loosed that rocket? I beg your pardon? We saw you give the nips what for from the stern as we approached. Bloody good show, if I may say so. You must excuse young Tweedy here. That makes sense, bird whistle. He has no manners. Name's Stanley. How do you do? As good as can be in these circumstances, Stanley. I hear you have a job for us. Tweedy and I here are to be your muscles, as it were. How many graves are we digging? Cynthia surveys the cemetery. I don't see Bone and Vita, two of my fallen comrades. Among the gathered, is that all the bodies? There's also a couple of charred bodies by the clubhouse. I was just there quelling... Okay, so Stanley was at the clubhouse. Quelling the last of the fire. They are nothing but the scraps of scorched linen that suggest civilians. I'd reckon they would be better served by a water funeral with the rest of our boys. Cynthia looks back towards the clubhouse and spots a glimpse of what remains of Vita's dress in a pile of bone and ashes. You were just there, you say? At least they died together. They really did love each other. So where do you want us to start digging then? Stanley slaps Arthur around the back of the head. Give the woman a minute, Arthur. Can't you see she's paying her respects? It's quite all right. Do you have a spare shovel for me? Cynthia leads them to a secluded part of the cemetery and starts digging. This is hungry work, this is. I hope there will be some grub left for us when we're done. Be quiet and dig, man. Don't be too harsh on the boy. Don't worry, Private. We'll get some soup afterwards. Okay, sorry. Stanley was at the clubhouse. So let's just start there. Stanley, who were at the clubhouse with? Okay. Soldiers are forming a chain from the water to the clubhouse, hoisting buckets and makeshift barrels to douse the fire before it spreads. Stanley is growling orders, overseeing the work as Thomas approaches. Corporal, do you have a minute? Yes, sir. I have need of you by the chapel. The surviving woman, a lady solicitor, is in need of help to bury the civilians appropriately. The commander has asked me to get some people together, and I, in turn, am putting you in charge. Grab bird whistle on your way. Tweety, really? That boy won't shut up. Yeah, but he's a hard worker and always happy to help. With all due respect, I'd rather he be lazy and moody and quiet. Just do as you're told, Corporal. Sir, yes, sir. I'll be grabbing a spot of food if you need me. Okay, so Thomas goes to the mess hall. With somebody else, a random person. This doesn't matter, apparently. Thomas is enjoying his soup quietly, reading a month-old newspaper he grabbed from the library when they were chasing the Nips out of the house. A private comes to sit down next to him. Sarge, I wanted to apologize for the false alarm by the shore earlier. I just never seen anything like it. It's quite all right, Private. It's been a hell of a morning. We're all on edge. Still, what do you think happened to them? It was so random and savage. I don't think we'll ever find out, so I would put it out of your mind. Just get them out of the water and put them with the rest of the victims. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to get back to my reading. Sir, with all due respect, this is old news. You do know that. It just relaxes me to read about simple things, simple pleasures and petty squabbles. Takes me out of this grisly life we're living currently and gives me hope we can return to normalcy someday. Right you are, sir. I shall leave you to it. Sorry, who was that? Miller. Miller, who were you talking to? All I can offer is Stanley. Okay, so Stanley was there. Oops, sorry. Cynthia, Stanley. Whop, 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 whop. There we go. Cynthia, Stanley, and Arthur arrive at the mess hall, covered in mud and sweat. They drop their shovels by the entrance. Chef, what's good? Corporal Hudson, where's Sergeant Miller? He's the one sitting by himself, looking all stoic. Thomas looks up from his paper as Cynthia and Stanley approach. Hey, Sarge, this is the lady solicitor. Good to meet you, Sergeant Miller. Likewise. I hope Corporal Hudson and Private Birdwhistle proved themselves useful. Very much so, and it got me thinking, if I can get Commander Fairfax's blessing, I would have need of your assistance even further. Private Birdwhistle tells me you've been stationed in Sandakan for a few years. Is this true? It's a fact, yes. I've been a local old hand for quite some years. What about it? And he also tells me that the corporal is a survivalist and has dealt with the Ulu jungle most of his life. Tweety has a big mouth, but it's also true. What are you getting at, ma'am? I would really like you to help me, sir, reach Sandakan by foot. All other avenues are death traps now, and I urgently need to see my fiancé who is still in the city. With all due respect, we're soldiers, ma'am, not babysitters. And good soldiers is what I require. Make no mistakes, this will be an order. I am just being civil by providing you a fair warning is all. Is that all? I wish to return to my broth before it turns cold. Thomas turns away from Cynthia and continues eating. Arthur runs over and sits down next to them with a large bowl of soup and a small bread, oblivious to the tension. Lord, I'm famished. Arthur slurps his soup very loudly. He picks up his bread and tries to tear off a piece. Bloody hell, this is hard as a rock. How's a lad supposed to cut this? Stanley angrily snaps the bread out of Arthur's hand. Give it here, you daft pigeon. Stanley takes out a sturdy clasp knife. Don't you ever keep your knife on your person? Sometimes I swear. Stanley cuts the bread in half with a flick and hands it to Arthur. That's quite a knife, Corporal. Standard issue, man. Ma'am. Much obliged, Corporal. Arthur resumes his slurping, dunking his bread in as he goes. He stops abruptly and looks up at the stony-faced sergeant and the steely Cynthia. Say, why is everyone looking so gloom? Babe. Babe. Who was at... Was it Miller or Hudson? Yeah, it was like someone said they were just at there. The blaze just raging hard. The heat from the fire is so strong it makes it hard to get close. Embers are getting carried in the breeze and are starting to light up the fern in the area. Bugger it. This is very bad. You, over there. Yeah, you. Why are you standing there gawking at it? See the wash house over there? It will have buckets. Go get some quick. Yes, sir. And you, go empty some of our crates onto the sand and start filling them with water. Yes, sir. Don't yes, sir me. I'm not finished. Don't you dare carry the water all the way up here. Get a chain going. Grab whoever you can. The soldier runs towards the beach. And get me a spade so I can start smothering the base. Stanley is shoveling sand onto the roaring base of the fire, his silhouette flickering against the orange glare. Behind him, a human chain of young soldiers and boy seamen are hard at work. They hurl bucket after bucket of water into the flames, their faces blackened by soot and slick with a mix of sea spray and sweat. They don't deter and keep going as fast as they can. Although they are exhausted, they do not waver through sheer dogged willpower. Their tenacity finally pays off as the fire starts to slow down and gets under control. Okay. Who's over here at the shore? That was Arthur. Okay, Stanley and Arthur. I thought I clicked. Okay. What? I can't be missing another person. There's no way. You serious? Okay. Thomas runs over to the beach from the veranda to witness dead bodies of Japanese and Royal Navy soldiers washing ashore. What the hell is going on here? We have no idea, sir. These bodies started washing up on the shore. They're not our men. I don't understand it. Look, they've had their boots and belts taken off. Does no one have any respect for the dead? We do. We just need money. The work of pirates, I'll wager savages. Put our British compatriot victims with their fallen comrades. We'll give them a proper seer burial. Whoops. You two, come with me. We'll get a large gurney together using some of those big leaves and some ropes. We can pull a few of them at once. Someone else approaches. Sergeant Miller, the commander, is looking for you. He's in the command post. Okay. The croquet lawn. Charles Brooke. That name is Rebel. Where did I see it before? I'm sure I've seen it somewhere during my research in Borneo, maybe in the glossary about the colonies. Does that mean I'm supposed to see a picture of him? The glossary? Something about the colonies. There. It's the White Raja, and I have a photo too. You're the White Raja. Interesting. Discovered all the guests. Okay. So we are not looking for any more people. Thank goodness. Okay, it's just Fairfax. Takes a bottle of whiskey and a glass out of a box on the floor. I need a drink, and then we can get ready to depart. Okay. The White Raja. Let's see if it's just him. Who? Oh, it's the knife. So we know there's Stanley. And Arthur, I think? This one? Isn't it the knife? Come on, Tweety. Okay, so we know it's Arthur. Is it all of you? But I know it's Stanley and Arthur. So who else could it be? Did I not? I swear. I swear I do these, and then it just doesn't work. Whatever. The Japanese army is making mincemeat of what remains of Harrow's men when the hulking silhouettes of naval ships and armored launches are heading the shore. The British Navy have arrived. All right, men, you know the drill. Let them know that King's men have found them. The Japanese officers realize they are facing a fresh battalion and are caught off guard, low on ammunitions. Fearful of being cut off from their transport, the Japanese signal a frantic withdrawal, vanishing into the thick bushes to make a run back to the secluded beach. The ones who are getting cut off from the rest start running towards the Ulu jungle instead, hoping to hide deep in the trees. Some of the Japanese soldiers, feeling cornered, hunker down behind low walls and start firing. As the launches land, some of the men catch stray bullets. Open sights mow the scoundrels down. The remaining warring soldiers are caught in a murderous hail of machine gun fire. Reginald uh, yells as the last of the Japanese soldiers are silenced. Cease fire. Arthur and his fellow privates plunge into the waist-deep water, wrestling with heavy rope lines to secure the launches against the tide. The bow grates drop with a metallic clang, and the rest of the landing party debarks onto the sand. Stanley grabs Arthur by the collar. Come on, Tweety, let's go explore. Which way do you fancy? I've never seen a veranda that's nice, Corporal. Look at all that glass. Well, what's left of it? Come on, Slugger, we can get a sneaky drink if there's anything left. Okay, so they're going to the veranda. A ghastly quiet returns to the beach, broken only by the crackle of the burning clubhouse as scouting parties move out, searching the buildings for any survivors or skulking foes. The boy seamen, goddamn, begin a chain unloading Admiralty crates from the launches into the silt. Reginald surveys the shamble of carnage and he sees Cynthia emerge from the chapel. I'll be damned. Cynthia's a live and breathe. He watched with a smirk as she brushes past a startled lieutenant and is heading towards the guest house. You go clean up and meet me at 10 a.m. sharp for a debriefing. See, he did tell her 10 a.m. sharp. Okay, the veranda was the boys. Okay. Stanley and Arthur enter the veranda, moving in a practiced crouch, their bayonets fixed. They're clearing the deck, hunting the last of the Japanese soldiers who had scattered into the garden. All they find are the bodies of Dieter and Jiro. All clear, lad. You think they'll be back? Stanley leans his rifle against a cane table. He's helping himself to a drink at a bar. No doubt about it. They'll be back in force before you know it. We just caught them by surprise is all. Look at that nip in his dungarees. You think he was fifth column and that's why them two had a scuffle? Did you hear about the Japanese barber who turned out to be a spy and cut the throats of all his customers when he received the signal? That's badass. The signal? Oh yes, Corporal. They have a very complex and hidden signals that they wait for and then bam, they strike. They turn from your friendly photographer to a deadly warrior. Does this camera hide in a gun? Maybe the flash is gunpowder. Do not joke. They have ears and eyes everywhere. They had been serving your UT or cutting your hair for a decade, only to emerge as a master of your destruction. Arthur gets really excited as Stanley pours him a second drink. And have you heard about the Black Dragon Society? They've been funding all of these Japanese five and dime shops as front organizations. Why do you think these shops sell cheap toys and silks to the locals? To build goodwill and turn locals against us, feeding them lies about us. Thomas enters. Come on, boys, party is over. We need to get our house in order on the double. Okay, I feel like I need to find that they're going somewhere so that I can click that yes, they are in fact going there, because that's weird. Private, get to the shore and get a detail together. Carry these men and the other civilians from around the estate over to the chapel yard next to the cemetery. They deserve a respectful burial. We'll do it properly by the book. And Hudson, when you're done with that drink, do me a favor and help organize the quelling of the fire over there. It's getting dangerously close on it. Loud screams erupt from the outside. The nips are coming out of the water. Whoop-a-doop. Okay, so Arthur ended up at the shore. But if I'm looking, workers' quarters. Who would be at the workers' quarters? See what I mean? She's there. Ascends the slope towards the workers' quarters, and a stench hits her like a brick. Salutes the young man. So it's gotta be those two. Am I crazy? Do I have to re-click them? Maybe? Because they were already clicked? But I clicked them. I don't know. The ascent toward the worker barracks is a hard struggle. Arthur leads the detail while the boy seamen cling to the ropes of the makeshift gurney, pulling it up the hill. One of the boys lets the rope slip, and Arthur holds on hard. Steady it, boys. Don't let it slip. If we let them slip down the hill, we'll be here all day getting the bodies out of the bushes. They're so heavy, and sir, they're starting to smell under the burning sun. It's unbearable. Come now. We're nearly there. They reach the crest of the hill, and Arthur signals a halt. Break out the spades. I want a trench 6 feet deep and 10 wide. And sharply, do you hear? I need to go and get the civilian bodies together by the chapel now. I'm trusting you. Don't let me down. The young men start ripping some of the Japanese soldier uniforms to use as makeshift masks to stop the nauseating smell of the rotting corpses. Cynthia sends the slope towards the workers' quarters, and the stench hits her like a brick. As she reaches the top of the hill, her mind cannot comprehend the mound of bodies lying in front of her. A detail of boy seamen have ghoulish task of digging up a mass trench. Wait, tell me, you do only have Japanese soldiers and pirates for the pit, I trust. You're not committing any of the civilians that were murdered to this dog hole. One of the boy seamen pauses, leaning heavily on a filthy spade. He pulls down his makeshift mask, his face streaked with mud. No, ma'am, no civilians here. The civilian bodies are being rounded by the cemetery next to the chapel. We're keeping the Imperial Infantry separate as per orders. Mind you, I did find a young house girl by the jungle, but we've left her there under the tree canopy for now. She'll keep better there until the detail moves up. A young servant, could it be Aisha? I didn't see her during any of the commotion. Cynthia salutes the young men. As you were. The boy replaces his mask and returns to the terrible task. Okay, so then she ends up at the jungle entrance. And then she carries her... A group of men led by an imposing figure can be seen. Okay. Reginald and his lieutenant arrive by the perimeter fence. They're greeted there by Charles Brooke and his escort of Iban? Warriors in traditional loincloths, painted in tattoos and armed with modern rifles and ancient curved swords. Dear Raja, we didn't expect to see the Sarawak flag this far north. This is chartered company land. What brings you over the border? Charles taps his cane on the destroyed perimeter fence. Borders, Commander? The Nips do not care about your borders. I don't see a company plantation here anymore, do you? We've repelled the first wave, sir. The Navy has the coast under a watchful eye and the mist is dissipating. It's a bit hairy, but we're holding the line. You're holding nothing. I hear what is being said on the wireless. The King's army is spread too thin, and if the chartered company can no longer protect its assets, perhaps it is time for a sturdier hand to oversee these estates. You can't be serious. Are you trying to just march in here and take over the company property in the middle of a war, sir? The colonial office is 5,000 miles away and blacked out by the Bosch. I am right here. If this plantation is a total loss, it becomes a protectorate of the Raja. I'll not have a Japanese foothold on my doorstep. I'll take care of protecting this land. You're not here to protect anything. You're here for your own interests. Charles smacks his cane hard on the floor in anger. I am here for Borneo, Commander. The island is old and it has a long memory. It remembers the pirate republics and it will remember the Nips as nothing but smoke in history. The question is, will it remember the British? This was just a courtesy warning. I will be in my carriage awaiting your departure. Reginald and his lieutenant walk back towards the plantation. The man's a ghost from the 19th century and he's still trying to outmaneuver the Admiralty. We don't need any more bloodshed. We know the island is lost. There is no sense squabbling over cinders. Let him take over the plantation and its ghosts. It will be a short-lived victory by the time the Nips have regained their second wind and return in force. Okay. Charles Brooks sits ensconced within the velvet-lined interior of his private carriage, watching through silk curtains as the British Navy begin the task of withdrawing to their launches. On a small wooden table, a silver tray is flowing with a variety of fresh meat and fruits. A bottle of sparkling wine is chilling in an ice bucket. The man is like a block of wood, solid, silent, and ancient, patiently waiting for the estate to empty out so he can finally claim the remains of the land for himself. He fancies, perhaps, that this latest acquisition will bring him some fleeting contentment, or perhaps he doesn't know what he wants anymore after over half a century spent expanding his kingdom. What does one more acre of land truly signify? And does he really believe in the deep recesses of his soul that he can hold back the Japanese war machine with a few ebon blades? Or is he being willfully ignorant on purpose because acknowledging the truth that his kingdom was built on a house of cards would be too much? We did it. Oh, we figured this out. Hold on. Oh my god, I forgot there was a whole other... So that's done. That's done. Cynthia. Okay, Cynthia. I think everybody's together, right? Is Ludwig there? Okay, Thomas is there. Stanley's there. She's there. Stanley, Thomas, and her for oops, Thomas. I feel like Ludwig has to be Oh, because John's her beloved. John wouldn't be there. Huh. Okay, so Fairfax. It is. Like everybody's 3, 4. Maybe not Miller. Okay. She approaches a private who is standing guard as the commander in the command post. The soldier nods and Cynthia enters the hastily constructed command post in the Goodwill plantation. Good evening, Cynthia. I'm appraising the current situation. Please take a seat. We've done what we can here, sir. The fires are out and the dead are committed to the earth. But we both know the Nips are merely regrouping in the mangroves. They'll be back soon and they'll bring heavier metal next time. Precisely. The Navy is spread thin. I'm pulling my boys back to the ships to screen the coast. The green mist is carrying out west. We should be able to avoid it. We can't hold this location for long. I understand, which is why I must beg your indulgence. I need to strike for Sandakan immediately. My intended is there. I was due to reconvene with him after this job. Quite, your intended. You don't have to tell me your reasons, but don't take me a fool. I can't spare a platoon, but I can give you a scouting party. I would very much like to take Miller and his men. They have proven useful today, and they seem to have the right background for this trek through the jungle. I do have a task they would be well suited for that would also meet your needs, two birds, one stone, as it were. They'll act as your escort and an early warning picket. If they sight any Japanese patrols moving through the primary forest, they're to double back and signal. And their orders once we reach capital? They're to reconvene with the governor at the government house. They can carry my dispatches, all the updates on the Navy's movements, and the necessity of an immediate evacuation. I'm much obliged, Commander. Just one last thing. Speak. Who arrived earlier? I saw them arrive by steam engine when I was by the jungle entrance. I don't know what you mean. I could have sworn I saw you go up and greet them as I was coming back down. I must have imagined it. Godspeed, Cynthia. Liar. As Cynthia exits, Reginald looks up. Say hello to John for me. Cynthia stops short, turns around and pulls a small photograph from her pocket. She looks at it for a moment, then hands it over to Reginald. It's drawn a few weeks ago. You keep it. The party gathers at the edge of the plantation where the once manicured croquet lawn meet the green wall of the jungle. Cynthia emerges from the wash house where she recuperated the pearl in her affairs. Thomas is testing the edge of his parang as Stanley is finalizing getting his rucksack together. Right then, miss, the trek to Sandakan is a beastly business in this weather. The mud is knee-deep and the leeches are abundant. Stay close to my heels. Keep your eyes on the canopy. Don't you worry, miss. We'll have you in the Sandakan Club for a gin pahit before you can say Bob's your uncle. How long will it take us? Sandakan feels so far away. Any other time, we can march there within 2 days, but we need to tread carefully, avoid main roads, so it could take up to 5 days, but ideally 4 days, God willing. Let's get a move on, gentlemen. I have an appointment in the city, and I don't mean to keep it waiting. We'll head straight. I think I already found the Ulu. We'll head straight down the path to start with and make camp by the end of the trail. We'll be safe there tonight, and it will give us a good head start for traipsing through the Ulu jungle in the morning. Led by Thomas, the small group plunges into the forest. The humidity swallows them instantly. The sounds of the plantation fading into the distance, but ominous deep booms are echoing from the direction they're heading. They've reached the end of the logging track. Thomas signals for a halt in a clearing in the middle of the bushes. They drop their heavy bags with a grunt. Right then, we set up camp here. Hudson, get the ground sheets frigged. Arthur, you scrounge for dry wood on a small, smokeless flame. Cynthia's collecting some finds with the parang. What's the watch bill, Sergeant? 2-hour stints, Hudson. Hudson, you have the first watch. Bird Whistle, you take the graveyard watch from 2 till 4. Cynthia, I'll take the tiger hour before dawn. I'll take the midnight till 2. I can handle a rifle as well as any blue jacket. Don't let the skirts I was wearing earlier fool you. You're more than a lady solicitor, that's for sure. MI5. I try not to shout it from the rooftops. Secrecy and all that. But seeing how we're about to depend on each other to survive, I owe you the courtesy of the truth. I appreciate it. I figured it would be something like that. An hour later, they huddle around a tiny, shielded fire. A small tin of Horlicks is being heated over a spirit lamp. Let's recount some stories, I say. Keep the spirits up. I was thinking about your story, Sergeant, and about that run-dumb business in 15. You were really there, Sarge? Chasing ghosts in the mud? Yeah, I was there. The uprising escalated so quickly. It was a symbol of the broader tensions and resistance of the colonial rule. I saw Antonum, with my own eyes. What is that? Not what. Who? He was the greatest warrior that ever lived. So legendary, he was believed to have supernatural powers. He led the rebellion. He must have been something. I watched him burn. He burnt like any other man. He screamed like any other man, too. No such thing as supernatural powers. The cicadas begin to sing, signaling to Thomas that it's time to extinguish the fires. Time for the stand to. What's that? The time just before sunset and just before dawn are the most dangerous for any camp in the jungle. Stand to is a sacred rule. The shifting shadows at this time make it hard to notice anything. We keep deathly quiet and arms ready at the bayonet for the next 30 minutes with eyes on the tree line. Listen out for the cicadas. If you stop hearing them, then something big is on the hunt. They all stand silent for a while. Then, when the sun is totally down, Thomas breaks the silence. All right, Arthur, get the perimeter. Keep your ears pinned back. Anything bigger than a mouse moves, you give us a whistle. Okay. Cynthia is standing guard at 3 a.m., chewing on a licorice root, staring at the orange glow of the destruction happening miles away from them. Stanley and Arthur are fast asleep. Thomas taps on her shoulder. Go rest. I have it from here. I'm not tired. I'll start up a small fire. Do you want a brew? That would be grand. Cynthia gets the water on the boil. So, what is an MI5 agent doing in this neck of the woods anyways? I'd really like to know too. It all seems so simple, but it all went to hell when the nips landed, and now I'm so far away from loved ones. It just doesn't seem like it was worth it. I think that's how everybody feels about this bleeming war. Brew is ready. Okay. Okay, so I think I can just keep with the 4 of them. It doesn't matter who's awake and who's asleep. The day is a relentless, humid wait. The group moves in a single file. The only sound... Or these days? Oh, we just go morning, afternoon, evening. Okay. The only sound that clinks of Thomas is purring as he cuts through the vines and leaves to forge a path. The wild forest is a maze of vegetation and prehistoric ferns, where the light is filtered into a deep dark green. Arthur is stuck directly behind Cynthia. He hasn't stopped talking since they'd cleared the plantation fence. And my dad always said, Arthur, he said, if a sheep can get its head through a gap, the rest of it is following, whether you like it or not. It's much the same with these vines, Miss Seville, don't you think? You can get one cut under your boot and the whole jungle is trying to pull you backwards. It's not like the Dales mind. Back home, you can see a rain cloud coming from 3 miles off, although a rain cloud is never more than a few feet away in any direction. Here, it's just, well, it's like walking through a warm sponge, isn't it? Tweety, close your cake hole. You're making enough noise to wake every snake from here to the coast. Sorry, Corporal, just observing. It's a marvel, really. My mom would have a fit if she saw the size of the spiders here. She thinks the ones in the barn are monstrous, but these guys, Sarge, you remember when Polly went to put his boot on and it was too tight, so he put the boot to his face to have a good gander, and this massive spider just jumped out straight on his face. He screamed like a girl. Absolutely hilarious. Suddenly, a violent crashing erupts in the canopy directly above them. Branches snap like pistol shots. Arthur lets out a high-pitched yelp. Bruv. Stumbling back and nearly bowling Cynthia over as he fumbles to bring his rifle to his shoulder. Nips in the trees. They're coming down. Hold your fire, you daft bird brain. A large monkey swings into view, its nose twitching as it lets out a small squeal and vanishes into higher branches. What were you saying about Polly? Unless that monkey's Japanese spy, I think we're safe for the minute. You nearly put a bullet in the sergeant's rump. Lord, give me strength. I'm a sergeant in the Royal Marines, not a bloody nursemaid. I should be helping Fairfax protect the Empire. Instead, I'm trekking through the Ulu with a milk boy who's scared of his own shadow. By dusk, they find sanctuary in a shallow limestone cave perched on a ridge. It's damp and smells of bat guano poo, but it offers a view of the lowlands stretching toward the distant coast. As the light fails, a series of dull booms can be heard faintly from the north, where Sandakan lays. The sky begins to pulse orange. Dark plumes of smoke, barely visible against the twilight, rise in the horizon. Arthur is staring out in a mixture of awe and fear. Sarge, those aren't fireworks, are they? No, son. Those are the oil go-downs at the harbor. And that glow, that's the city burning. They won't take Singapore, right, Sarge? My dad said Singapore was a fortress. He said we'd be home by spring. Home by spring? Tweety, your dad's been reading too many stories. Bird whistle, get the spirit lamp going and grab some food from this pack. Weave a long slog tomorrow and he'll not have you fainting because you missed your tea. Cynthia sits at the mouth of the cave, watching the distant fires of her destination. Stanley comes over and puts a blanket around her shoulders. Come have some food. We have a long day ahead of us. If you thought the forest was bad, wait until we hit the Nipa swamps tomorrow. Stanley, I'll take the graveyard shift. Tomorrow's your day to shine. We need you bright and alert. What do you mean, Sarge? Corporal, what does he mean? Stanley mimics the mouth of a crocodile, snapping with his arms. That's what he means. Watch your feet tomorrow. Stanley is first removed from his bedroll that morning. He didn't sleep very well, knowing he will lead the charge. Arthur is having a cigarette, staring at the sky as black soot is raining down upon them again. He holds out his tongue. Why? What do you think it tastes like? Is it dangerous if I swallow too much? Will my insides turn to charcoal? It's too early for your shenanigans. Have you not got a pot of water going yet? I couldn't maintain the watch and go find kindling. It's one or the other. We're in the jungle, you daft lad. You're surrounded by trees. If you can't find a dry stick, I'll shove the end of my rifle up here. Cynthia sits up, shaking the damp from her gabardine coat. She starts to lace her boots up. I'll go get some kindling. You men keep bickering. It's a capital way to let the Nips know exactly where to find us. I want to see the map. I'm so intrigued. Like, how many? Oh my god. This might be a 3-day thing. This is insane. The group is waist deep in brown water. The mud beneath clings like grease. Thomas leads the way, his eyes constantly scanning the muddy banks. Watch your footing, and for the love of God, keep your muzzles out of the muck. If you plug the barrel and pull the trigger, the rifle will blow up in your face. Arthur is struggling to haul his legs out of the silt. It's like walking through treacle, Sarge. Only treacle doesn't smell like a clogged drain. Careful, Tweety. You're splashing like a bleached whale. Oh, beached. Stanley raises his hand. Freeze. Nobody move a muscle. Cynthia grows rigid. Her hand instinctively grinds the grip of her revolver. 10 feet to their left, a path of flattened mud curves in the water, indicating a fresh crocodile slide. The reeds are still trembling. Big one, 12-footer at least. He's in the channel somewhere. If you feel a log bump your leg, don't scream. Just pray the almighty like sheep farmers. I'm praying right hard. Arthur attempts to take a wide, cautious step around a cluster of mangrove roots. He leans too far and his left leg sinks to a deep hole. There's a visceral slurp as the mud claims his limb. Oof, I'm stuck. Corporal, help me. Stanley starts pulling on the lad. Pull, Tweety, heave. Arthur lunges upward with a desperate grunt. He breaks free, but his left foot emerges coated in stinking black slime. His army-issue boot remains buried 3 feet down, lost to the swamp forever. My boot! Sarge, the bloody mud's gone eating my boot. We haven't been out 2 days yet, and the Imperial forces are already down to one shoe. Hudson, give him a hand. We can't stop to dig for it. As they navigate a bend in the narrow creek, a small sampan emerges. What is a sampan? Dugout canoe. Emerges from the bank. It is steered by a local man. The boat is dangerously low in the water, piled high with furniture and a terrified-looking goat. 2 small children sit atop the pile, staring questionably. Tebek, where do you go, Pack? To the city? The local man pauses his paddling, looking at the filthy British soldiers and the lady in muddy boots. He shakes his head slowly. No, ma'am, not to the city. We go to the small rivers, into hiding for a while. He's got the right of it. He's taking his family inland before the Nips can catch them. Our time is over, Cynthia. Even the locals can smell it. The man offers a respectful nod and paddles silently past them, vanishing into the maze of roots. Does that mean the Sandakan Club won't be open? I always fancy trying that place. I expect the new management will be serving sake by the time we get there. Tweety, now try to keep your foot dry and keep moving. As the sun begins to dip in the horizons, casting long shadows across the water, the group finally haul themselves onto firm earth. Every inch of their khaki is plastered with a thick layer of mud. Arthur Birdwhistle is in the worst state, hobbling along. Thomas signals a halt under the roots of a giant tree. They can hear the first buzz of a 6 o'clock cicadas. Stanley drops his heavy backpack. Right, strip your socks, lad. I'll get those nasty leeches off. I can feel them, Corporal. It feels like a dozen of worms twitching inside my leg. It's properly grisly. Stanley is starting to carefully pull the wriggling fanged worms off. Look at the size of this one. It could be a whole meal. It looks like a fat sausage. Use the salt. Don't pull that off. It's too far in. You'll cause him a tropical ulcer by morning that'll eat right up to the bone. I've lost my boot, my socks are shredded, and I'm being eaten alive by vampiric slugs. Cheer up, Tweety. I'll fashion you a sandal out of some rattan and a bit of canvas. Cynthia uses the excuse of looking for some palm to get a moment by herself. She finds a small trickle of rainwater running down a limestone fissure. She gets a rag from her bag to scrub the swamp mud from her face and neck. The water is freezing against her skin. She unpins her hair, shaking out the silt and twigs before braiding it back as best as she can. Thomas approaches. He cups some of the rainwater in his hand to splash his face. You're being a very good sport about all this. Have you had to trek through the bush like this before? Not really, no. Spy work is not quite as adventurous as storybooks may tell you. Do tell. I've always fancied it was all fast motorcars, coded telegrams, and firefights in dark alleys. There's a reason why my cover is being a lady solicitor. In reality, it's mostly ledger work and analysis. It's about being the woman no one notices at a garden party. It's sitting in a stifling office in Sandakan for 6 months, cross-referencing the manifest of every Japanese ship that docks in the harbor. It's noticing that a Japanese barber on a small street is suddenly taking photographs of the constabulary barracks. You don't go looking for a smoking gun. You look for the smell of the smoke before the fire even starts. You listen for the things people don't say, but you do carry a piece everywhere you go. You get trained to think that if I have to pull the trigger, Sergeant, it means I failed at my primary task. Most of my adventures involve arching eyes from reading blurred carbon copies and fearing that I've missed one tiny detail in a shipping invoice. Well, you're here now, miss, and you're walking through the Ulu with us. That's an adventure, surely. This is a failure, Thomas. The fact that we are fleeing through the trees means our spy network has failed. Our job was to see it coming. Thomas signals Cynthia to shush. He guides her back to the others. Stand to, everyone. The sun's touching the trees, not a peep. The group go motionless. Arthur clutches his rifle, his bare foot tucked under him. They sit in dark, listening to the jungle. When they finally get up to set camp, they find a small cave in the limestone. It's easier to protect, and they will be able to rest more easily, if only for one moment. It begins with large clouds forming above them, then the heavens break. The first true monsoon deluge of their trek doesn't fall. It arrives a solid wall of water. The group is startled from their sleep when the cave fills up with water within seconds. They all grab their bags and boots quickly and run outside. I have never seen anything like it. That's not rain. It's a bloody waterfall. Stop messing around. Grab everything you can before it all gets swept away. It's a godsend is what it is. Why would it be a godsend? Literally a maze of nipa palms and tangled mangrove roots that look like giant spiders. And you're like, thank God for rain. Girl, didn't y'all have leeches and... Okay. They use the force of the water to scrub the crusty mud of the nipa swamps from their arms and chests. Okay, fair. They hastily wrap their clothes on low-hanging branches to let the rain soak them through, and they use the hilt of their parang to batter them clean. As suddenly as it began, the deluge stops, followed immediately by rising steam as the rainwater evaporates in the heat. Right, the fun's over. Hudson, get those ground sheets spread. We need to dry the kit before the humidity turns everything to mold. Tweety, dry your sandal. I'll not have you hobbling on a wet foot. Did he get other? He might have gotten other things. It's fine. We have a long slog ahead. The ground's going to be like a skating rink after that lot. Oh no. The sergeant is right. We're heading to the limestone ridges of the Gomantong outskirts. They will be very slippery. We must cross them before the afternoon heat. Okay, so obviously we're still here? Or we do come back? Huh? Oh. Why didn't she tell me? Usually I get a little, hey, everything's good. Okay. We are now in the outskirts. After the capital C, after the low muddy swamps, the terrain rises sharply into limestone ridges where the air gets thinner as they climb up. The wind shifts, carrying the stench of ammonia from the droppings of millions of bats and swifts from the caves above. Ugh, what's a swift? Keep a lookout for swift nests. They're not only edible, but a delicacy, and they preserve for weeks. Edible nests? How are they edible? What are they made of? Saliva, lad. That's solidified bird saliva. That sounds foul. It really does. I wish you hadn't told me that. You asked, Bird Whistle. Will you two shut up and concentrate? I don't want you losing your grip and slipping. Let's just keep moving. The group is scrambling up a steep, rain-slicked ridge. Arthur is struggling mightily with his makeshift sandal, being especially slippery. I was going to say, I don't think we gave him a slipper. I think he had one. Arthur sees some shadows up above and he looks. High above them, swaying in the breeze, are hundreds of wooden ladders and vine ropes. They hang from the mouths of the many caves that form the top of the Gomantong. Gomantong. Good heavens, what are those for? That's where the collectors live, lad. The swiftlet nests are up there, like I said. They're a delicacy. But how do they get up there? They climb. Bird whistle. They climb. Blimey, you wouldn't catch me up there for all the king's gold. Those collectors must have hollow bones. It seems they've all bolted a while ago from the state of things. Ludwig! They reach a small plateau, a natural shelf on the cliffside. The group is winded. Thomas signals for a brief rest, but before he can even seat himself, he notices something jump from the shadows. A dozen figures step out from behind a screen of giant ferns. They are Sulak marauders, pirates with their chests etched with tribal ink, brandishing swords and rifles. Stanley scrambles to his feet, snapping his rifle up to his shoulder. Ambush! Form a square! How many are there that they can make a square? Arthur whimpers as he fumbles with his bolt. Sarge, they're everywhere. It's a hopeless standoff. The pirates have the high ground in the numbers. Cynthia and the British soldiers are backed against the sheer limestone wall. One pirate, a man with a vicious scar across his throat, steps forward, his blade leveled at Thomas's chest. Just as he prepares to swing, there's a sharp whistle from the rocks above. Ludwig emerges from the shadows of a fissure, a heavy pistol tucked into a crimson sash. His eyes fall upon the group, eventually settling on Cynthia. A slow grin spreads across his face. Well, I'll be the son of a sea cook, the lady solicitor. I thought you'd have been gutted by the nips by now. Cynthia steps forward, her hand remaining on her revolver, her voice steady as ice. Cynthia, you're... I was about to read... like saying Cynthia. You're a long way from the plantation, Harrow. The world is upending itself, my dear. A man must find high ground when the enemy comes from the shores. And you? Trekking through the Ulu with a one-legged boy and a couple of old hands? And tell me, what of Bone and the rest of the poor devils? Did they salvage anything from the chaos? Bone is dead. The plantation is a charred ruin and everyone is evacuating. Ludwig looks genuinely saddened. He looks out toward the horizon where the smoke still lingers, then back at Cynthia. He offers a slow, respectful nod. Dead, is he? A shame. I liked the old devil. He had pluck. Ludwig signals to his men to step back. They vanish back into the greenery as quickly as they appeared. Go on, then. Strike for the city, but the Nips hold the back roads to Sandakan. You'll have to take the Sepulok crossing tracks if you want to make it. Why the help, Ludwig? Consider it a professional courtesy. I'd rather see you drown in the Atlantic than be executed by those little men from the north. Now, get a move on before I change my mind. Sarge, did he just... Did a pirate just let us go? Shut it, Private. Just keep moving before the Almighty realizes he made a mistake. The group scrambles away, their boots slipping on wet limestone. Arthur glances back one last time, half expecting a volley of gunfire. That night, the group is doubly vigilant. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of a leaf sends a jolt of adrenaline through them. They huddle close to the fire, the flames doing little to ward off the darkness of the jungle. Okay, we're still here. Oop, okay. See, I was expecting her to do that on the last one. The following morning, the group continues their trek through the jungle. The terrain is still treacherous, but the worst of the limestone ridges are behind them. They're making good time, but the humid heat is taking its toll. How much further to Sepulok Crossing, Sergeant? Not far now, Private. Just over this next ridge, and we should be able to see the coast. As they crest the ridge, they are met with a breathtaking sight. Below them, the jungle stretches out as far as the eye can see, a sea of green broken only by the winding ribbon of the river. They make their way down the ridge. As they reach the bottom, they come across a small clearing where a group of locals are gathered around a fire. Look at that, a proper feed. Let's not jump the gun. It's their feast. We can be polite and stop for a spot of lunch if they'll have us. Dusan hunters. The Dusan people are the largest indigenous group in North Borneo. Okay. The locals are a group of Dusan hunters. They look up as the group approaches. They are wary at first, but when they see that the group is not Japanese soldiers, they relax slightly. Good day to you. We're British soldiers. We're heading to Sandakan. The locals nod, understanding the word Sandakan. They gesture for the group to join them around the fire. They seem friendly enough. Aye, but keep your guard up. Their group joins the locals around the fire and they are offered food and water. Arthur tucks in with gusto. This is the best food I've had in weeks. I tell you, Miss Cynthia, if I ever get back to Yorkshire, oh my gosh, you're a Yorkie. I'm telling my dad to stop keeping sheep and start keeping whatever these chaps are catching. This is properly grand. Thomas sits slightly apart, watching the Deucen hunters and the rest of his party enjoy the food. He accepts a bamboo tube of water, nodding his thanks to the elder. You know, I've spent the last 48 hours calling you a shambles. I've called you pups, milk boys, and nuisances. Well, you weren't wrong about the nuisance bit where Tweety's concerned, Sarge. I've seen a lot of men hit the Ulu for the first time, men with years of drill behind them, and I've seen them weep and break in the harshness of it all. But I'll say this for you lot, you've got guts. More than most in those circumstances. I'll drink to that. They all take a long drink from their bamboo tube, the liquid sloshing over the rim and down their chin. Ooh, that's fancy. We're in the Cephalok crossing now. After they recuperated from that lunch, they cross into the Epilogue Reserve, where the giant Dipterocarp, I do not like the achievement I just got. They kind of spoiled the fun. After they have recuperated from that lunch, they cross into the Epilogue Reserve, where the giant Dipterocarp trees soar 200 feet in the air. Their interlocking crowns weaving a roof so dense that the sun barely makes it through. The forest floor is a world of permanent twilight, surprisingly clear of vines, but full of moss, fungi, and the occasional giant millipede. Ew. The group moves through the giant trunks, feeling like ants. Even Arthur has been silenced by the majesty of the place as they walk on thick carpet of decaying leaves. I didn't think trees could grow this big. They're called dipterocarps. They're the giants of the jungle. The way the light shines through the branches looks like a cathedral. As they walk, they come across a clearing where a large orangutan is sat perched on a branch. It watches them with soulful eyes, slowly peeling a wild fruit. Look, Sarge, Miss Cynthia, it's a man. There's a man in a fur coat up there. That's no man, Tweety. That's the true master of Borneo. He's likely wondering what a sorry sight like us is doing tramping through his neck of the woods. He's got a face just like my great uncle George. He has a big bushy ginger beard. Look at him. He's winking at me. The group stops to watch the orangutan. Arthur makes a clicking sound with his tongue. The orangutan tilts its head, drops the fruit peel, and lets out a booming call that echoes through the trees. The group laughs. After a few minutes, the orangutan swings away, leaving the group in silence once more. We should keep moving. We're losing A crack like the snap of a dead branch shatters the moment. Thomas doesn't scream. He simply jerks backward. Blood starts seeping through his khaki tunic. He looks at Cynthia with a look of profound bewilderment before he collapses into the moss. Arthur looks in horror. Cynthia drops into the dirt. Sarge, Arthur, get down, you fool. Stanley scrambles behind a tree trunk, his face pale. What was that, a sniper? From the shadows of the massive trunks, shots crack through the air, hitting the trees around them. Snipers! It's the Nips! They're everywhere. Cynthia draws her pistol. Get behind me. The staccato chatter of a Japanese machine gun erupts from behind the leaves, shredding the trees all around them. Stanley is propped against a massive root. He shoots in the direction of the muzzle flashes. Nips in the canopy. 10 o'clock. They're in the bolly trees. Arthur is lying there frozen in terror. He's staring at Thomas's lifeless eyes. Look at me, Private. The sergeant is gone. If you want to see Yorkshire again, you pick up that rifle and you fire. Do you hear me? Fire. Cynthia lunges back into the kill zone as Stanley and Arthur provide covering fire. The Japanese bullets kicking up dirt around her heels, she seizes Thomas's bag, containing the dispatches for the governor, and drags it back into cover. From the sergeant's belt, she snatches a grenade. She tears the pin out with her teeth. Stanley, cover the left flank. Cynthia stands, arches her back, and hurls the grenade into a thick cluster of ferns where the muzzle flashes are brightest. A loud explosion shakes the forest floor, and the machine gun stops for a minute. Now, bolt. Make for the back ridge. Don't look back. The three survivors flee through the shadow of the sepulchre, leaving Thomas's body behind. They run it. Thank you. Thank you for ruining the moment. They run until the light failed completely, leaving the Japanese patrol squarely behind them. They collapse under one of the trees, their lungs burning, their uniforms soaked with sweat. Cynthia slumps against the damp wood, her breath coming in ragged, painful hitches. She clutches Miller's bag close to her chest. Stanley throws his rifle down in anger. Arthur is crying, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. He's gone. He's bloody gone. We left him. We left him so that you could live, Arthur. Pull yourself together. He wouldn't want you to be like this. He knew the risks. Arthur flinches but doesn't look up. Stanley sinks to his knees, his head in his hands. It's my fault. I should have done something. There was nothing to be done, Stanley. The Nips had us pinned. We didn't even see them. They were ghosts. We're alive. That's all that matters. When I had the malaria in 39, he sat up 3 nights pouring quinine down my throat. He was a good man. He was a good man, and we left him. We just bloody well left him there to rot. He deserved a proper burial. Cynthia opens Miller's bag. Inside, nestled amongst damp maps and a half-eaten tin of biscuits, is the dispatches for the governor. He wouldn't have wanted a burial, Stanley. He would want us to get these dispatches delivered to the governor. Stanley looks up, his eyes red-rimmed. Arthur stops crying, his attention caught. Arthur wipes his eyes with the back of his hand. So, we should continue on our mission? For the Sarge. We should. Listen to me, both of you. The service doesn't give us the luxury of mourning today. But, I swear to you, we will... That's not what I wanted. We will make the sergeant's death mean something. We will carry this bag to its destination. Stanley stands up, his resolve returning. Then let's get on with it. The sooner we get there, the sooner we can get back to civilization. Right. Civilization. And a pint. Cynthia manages a weak smile. She tucks the dispatches back into the bag. Come on, you two. We've got a long way to go. Next stop, Batu Sapi. They walked all... Thank you. They walked all night in silence. They couldn't bring themselves to make camp and just wanted to make good time and reach civilization as soon as possible. The darkness of the primary forest is replaced by the brutal glare of the equatorial sun reflecting off the Sulu Sea. They stand upon a low sandstone bluff. Below them sits Batu Sapi. In peacetime, it's a popular tourist site, but in wartime, it's a desolate place. We're out then. We're really out of the trees? Aye, that's the cow. That means we're close now. 5 miles from the Jubilee Tower. Cynthia moves to the very edge of the bluff, shielding her eyes against the shimmering heat haze of the bay. In the distance, the whitewashed buildings of Sandakan are visible. Oily black smoke spirals into the sky from the waterfront. The sawmills and the oil go-downs are all ablaze. Good God, they've put the whole Bali town to the torch. That's the work of the British, not the Nips. They're destroying everything on the way out. We need to hurry or there'll be no one left. They'll have all evacuated. Look there, Hudson, by the harbor, behind the headland. They can see an Imperial Japanese destroyer sitting at the mouth of the bay, waiting for any British vessel to attempt to break for the open sea. A Fubuki class, by the look of her. She's corking the battle. No one is sailing out of Sandakan. So what do we do now? We keep moving. We find a way to get to Sandakan. We deliver these dispatches. We'll enter the city from the cliffs. We are so close. We're in Sandakan? Hold on. Okay. We're at our last destination, I think. They skirt the low-lying Chinese town, where the rattle of gunfire and the screams of a panicked population drift up from the waterfront. They make their way to the wireless station. The tall steel telegraph masts of the wireless station have been felled like timber. Their cables lying in the dirt, radio communication to and from the outside world, now impossible. They can see the Secretariat buildings down below as well as the docks, a jumble of scuttled ships and burning launches. Everyone's running, Corporal. Are we too late? Has the governor bolted? He won't have bolted, Birdwhistle. A British governor doesn't leave his post. He gets dragged from it to Government House on the double. They reach the gates of the Government House. Inside, everyone is running around frantically. Clerks are dealing with masses of locals and refugees trying to find a way out. The group is ignored as they enter and left to their own devices. They find the governor in his study, a stiff drink in his hand. Cynthia salutes him as they enter. Governor, I carry dispatches from Commander Fairfax. Fairfax? Is he still alive? We heard the Nips had reached the Sulu coast yesterday. The Navy held them for a time, sir. These dispatches contain the Navy's final coordinates for the evacuation. Is there a vessel available for these men? A vessel? Look out the window, my dear. The Nips have the harbor by the throat. No merchantman is clearing that harbor today or any day soon. We are merely waiting for the knock at the door now. And then it's time to finish this. Hudson, Birdwhistle, follow me. I have one last mission to conduct, and you may as well accompany me. Okay. We get to meet Fairfax. We get to meet her boyfriend. I guess fiance. Cynthia leads the two bewildered soldiers away from the government district and up the residential hills to an unassuming bungalow. The moment the front door is bolted, her fiancé, John, emerges from the shadows. John sees the two soldiers and pauses for a second before opening his arms to greet Cynthia. Oh, my beloved, finally. You could drop the act, John. We're at war and past the subterfuges. This is Stanley and Arthur. They're with me. Lads, this is John Fairfax, my handler. My handler? I thought we were betrothed. Is that a lie? We'll find out. Commander Fairfax's brother. Fine. A report agent, and be quick. The Nips are at the Jubilee Tower. I have failed in my primary mission, but seeing what's happening on our front door, I doubt it matters. On the other hand, I've got something much better in these circumstances. Cynthia opens her bag and slides over the mist report. The formulae for the green mist. Everything the service requires to manufacture it. A SIS agent, Lucas, is on his way back to the Allies with the countermeasures. But this is the sword to match his shield. Capital work, Agent Seville. This will make the board of directors sit up and take notice. As John reads through the documents, Stanley takes a look around and finds a hidden room with wireless equipment. I say, who are you people, truly? We're the ghosts of the machine, Stanley, and we're your only ticket out of this graveyard. The harbor is blocked, but the seaplane base at the western inlet is still holding. We have a Catalina, a military flying boat, prepping for a dawn run to Colombo. A flying boat? We're going to fly to London? Not quite London, lad, but it'll get you to Ceylon in 48 hours. It's a tight squeeze and loud as anything, but it beats hanging around here waiting to die. Is he not coming with us? Wait, John? Is he not coming with us? I feel like this was like a huge workup to find her beloved. And that was it was a shame. The Catalina sits low in the water of a hidden cove. Cynthia, Stanley, and Arthur, in the new clean uniforms, scramble through the waist-high hatch. The plane begins its takeoff run. Keep your chins up, boys. Next stop, the Gall Face Hotel. Oh, I thought maybe that was a place. Arthur looks down at the burning city as the plane lifts off. Look at that, Stanley. We're flying. We're really flying away from it all. Good riddance to the Ulu. I won't miss her, Arthur. The flying boat banks west, climbing into the clouds. The long flight toward the Indian Ocean has begun. I found all I could concerning Cynthia now. I'll write it all up in a side report. It might still be of interest to someone. Okay, is that our map? What? Oh, inventory. Documents. Oh my god. This is it. Okay, Mr. Goodwill. I now know what happened to Cynthia. She escaped Sandakan with the missed report and made it to Ceylon. I should try to reach out to her and get her side of the story at some point, but that's not for today. For now, I can close that chapter. Okay, this is the real end of this game. Oh! This is insane. Insane for a free game. Absolutely check it out. They're coming out with a second one. I believe it's something of the Mists, and from my understanding, we're going to hang out with Cynthia. So it's going to be us and Cynthia trying to figure out the rest of the story. And we get to see what happened to them after they escaped. I'm so excited. This is absolutely amazing. 10 out of 10.